Max Smith-Hilliard or just Max Hilliard, because that's what on the car. He says, I don't mind. So I think they call him Max Hilliard because it's quicker. And then
Joachim Folch-Rusinol, the paint king of Spain.
Yes, he is. And I've been racing in historics for a long time and quick.
Third fastest at the moment.
So we were talking about Marino Franchitti. He's just gone fifth fastest. And there's a late substitute, isn't there, with Stefan de Groot, who's a current racer. It's a Methuselah team from Germany, who Claudia Huertgen's driving for them.
But that's John Spears on the screen, as it says, the English driver.
Yeah, John was winning last weekend at Donington in a very different car, the TVR. And John Spears, a multi-millionaire, sold his business, which was an investment company. I think it was 165 million. No, he paid a lot of tax because he paid a lot of tax. Yeah, it helps. So he's a lovely bloke. And I think he's 72 years old, but he's still very, very quick.
Well, that's the point. It's something we're going to see a lot of. We'll see drivers who are in multiple different machinery. They've got multiple different machinery. If you've got as much money as John Spears sold his company for, you've got lots of different cars, and you can be racing virtually every weekend. And when you take the helmet off, there can be an awful lot of grey hair, and you'll see a lot of that.
Or not very much hair at all, like me and not like you.
But that's something we'll see a lot of this weekend. And a lot of these drivers with a huge amount of experience in various different cars. This is Claudia Huertgen on the screen at the moment in number 20. Yeah, that's the Ferrari Dino, 2.4 litres, 6-cylinder.
Beautiful little car. And again, two Maseratis almost side by side going down onto the harbour.
At Portier, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the great Sterling Moss, there was a marvellous event in London 2 or 3 or 4 days ago, wasn't it, for Sterling, celebrating his life. And he loved the 250F Maserati. And he thought it was just a magnificent car to drive.
Well, Marino Franchitti said exactly the same thing. He said it's the nicest racing car he's ever driven. It's just a pure joy to drive.
That car owned by his father-in-law, who happened to be a drummer. He's a drummer, I suppose.
He still is.
Yeah.
He has a band called The Saucer Full of Secrets.
Does he?
And that is Nick Mason, of course, formerly of Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd, yeah. And Nick Mason does not look like a rock star. He looks more like a backman. He doesn't mind me saying that. And he came out of a motor racing family. His father was one of the very first motor racing filmmakers.
That's right. He made films for Shell, didn't he?
He did. Well, John Spears is still at the top of the list, so that's a bit of a surprise. So I don't think we've seen Spears here in his 250F before. And I see Max Hilliard just gone fastest in the first sector.
John Spears, founder of Best Invest.
That's what he sold, yeah. That's what he sold.
He's also represented England in the World Golf Croquet Championship.
Yes, I don't know what croquet is, but...
Do you think you play croquet, but as though you're playing golf? I don't know, or vice versa, maybe.
Maybe you find him in the paddock. Yes, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah.
So he's driven, as you said, the TVR. He's had an Ocella, Lotus Cortina, E-Type. He was in the 250F here 2 years ago. When
was it?
7th.
Oh, so yes.
So Spears, Huertgen, Smith-Hilliard, and then Wood in 4th place at the moment. Franchitti in 5th, and then 6th is Mark Shaw. Then it's Piero Aleta in 7th, Folch-Rusinol in 8th place, the two Spaniards there. Then Stefan de Groot in 9th, who is down here as French, even though he sounds very Dutch. And 10th is Ewan Sergeson, the Scotsman from the Midlands of England. So that's the order at the moment, but it can all change. Still 15 minutes to go.
Golf croquet is a sort of faster version of croquet, apparently. And it's not quite it's a bit like, you know, cricket with our different disciplines, yeah.
Is it a good walk spoiled even more?
I don't know. Oh, there's lots of tactics, aren't there? And we got going backwards the 14 car of Julia de Baldanza.
That's at Mirabeau. She's gone straight on there. Fortunately, you can go straight on there and not hit anything.
Yeah.
So if you miss your braking, that's the best choice. Just go straight on, reverse, do a spin turn or anything like that.
And that's an earlier, we talked a lot about 250F Maserati. That's the earlier car from 1952, the A6 GCM. I should know what GCM stands for. I can't remember.
And there's 4 different classes actually in this group, so that's probably it's from the earlier class. Julia de Baldanza, she's in class 3, which is F1 cars from 54 to 60, under 2 litres or 750cc supercharged. So as you can see, there are various different subcategories as well. Spears, Huertgen, Smith-Hilliard, Wood, then Franchitti and Shaw, Fierro, Aleta, Volksrusinol, De Groot and Schlerev in the Ferguson, up into 10th place. So all that coaching has borne fruit at the moment. Interesting bunch of drivers here.
Yeah. Stefan de Groot used to race, I mean, he's 44 years old now, from Haarlem in Holland, but he did race quite successfully in Formula 3 back 20 years ago, and he did some races actually in the UK in British Formula 3 Championship. I thought I knew his name.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he is from Holland.
Yes.
Even though he's down here as a Frenchman. So
I wonder what Tony Wood has got in the tank. You know, he's been a winner here. Currently, he's languishing in 4th place. How far is he off the pace? 1 point. I mean, the first 4 are separated by about 1.4 seconds, and Wood has just gone fastest in the longest sector, the middle sector. We have a timing screen here, as you would in a Formula 1 race, which has got the track split into 3 sectors. I presume they're the same sectors they have in Formula 1, Bob. And so we can tell when they're on a lap, just like commentators on modern Formula 1 race can, who's making progress in the middle of the lap.
Tony Wood goes fastest.
Tony Wood goes fast. Back in the day, when these cars were racing, we found out who was fastest about half an hour after the session was over.
That's about right.
And a bit later on, you and I, what we used to do is all the teams had their own timekeepers, specialist timekeepers. Often the wives, people like Helen Stewart and so on, but Matra had their own special timekeeping woman who did it all on stopwatches and doing a lot of very quick mental arithmetic. And at the end of the session, you go around 3 or 4 of them and get a consensus of what the times were, and the actual time for the practice session will not be published till half an hour later. And usually, all the timekeeping, and they were all female, were right.
So once again, we are following Tony Wood, the man who at the moment is fastest, from John Spears, Claudia Huertgen, Smith-Hilliard, Franchitti in 5th, and Mark Shaw in 6th. Mark Shaw from Scotland. So we've got a couple of Scots here. We've got Surges as well, back in 12th place at the moment now. So Tony Wood quickest, but we've still got 11 and a quarter minutes to go of the session.
I was talking to Marino yesterday, and he said he's still really learning how to drive this 250F. I mean, you know, he's raced a lot of modern cars, particularly in America. He won the Sebring 12 hours for Ganassi a few years ago. It's a very different piece of kit, really. And he said, I'm still finding things out about how to make it go quicker.
And really, this is not the place to learn, is it?
Not really, is it? I mean, we see him racing this car at things like the Silverstone Historic Festival.
Talbot Lago there, and number 30 there is Fierro Aleta, the slower of the 2 Spaniards in the race, but not particularly slow. In fact, there's actually another Spaniard who's even slower, but that's...
Well, slow is a relative word in this turn. And the Talbot Lago, I got a dinky of that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And of course, Richard Pilkington used to race one of those, and the Talbot Lago is very, very well known.
Meanwhile, I just saw the Lotus 16, and I think here it is. And what's significant about the helmet? You missed it. He's wearing a Graham Hill helmet with a London Rowing Club iconic helmet, the same that his son Damon Hill raced with, and Damon Hill's son also with the. And the actual stripes, if you see the end of them, they're rowing blades. And I mean, it started. They all wore a cap with that same on it, and I think it was Graham's why Petty encouraged him to put that on his crash helmet.
Smith Hilliard's gone fastest with Marino Franchitti in second spot. Tony Wood is now in third, John Spears fourth, Huertgen very quick in the first sector on this lap in fifth place, and Mark Shaw in sixth. So it's changing all the time. Oh, someone's squeezing through there in the Maserati. Just gets through. Was that Claudia Huertgen? Yeah, Claudia Huertgen in the Ferrari. Apologies, in the Dino.
About 9 minutes to go, I think, and Claudia Huertgen just fastest, turning it purple, as we say in this business.
And she's squeezing through, getting past all the slower cars. The Ferrari 246, of course, is the car that Mike Hawthorne won the 1958 World Championship in.
Yeah, in the classic battle against Sterling Moss, of course.
Yeah, who was in the Van Wall.
And which he never really liked much, he told me once. He much preferred to handle 250F. The Van Wall cars built by Tony Vandervelde, Vandervelde bearings, and his son Colin, a great racing driver in his time. He lives here in Monaco. Lots of racing drivers, of course, living in Monaco.
Huertgen goes up into third spot, so it's Smith Hilliard fastest from Franchitti second, Huertgen third, Tony Wood in fourth, John Spears fifth, Mark Shaw in sixth, then the two Spaniards, Piero Aleta and Foch Roussillon, and Piero Aleta improves, goes up into fifth place, pushes John Spears back to sixth. So it's changing regularly, and the owner of the Ferguson, Australian, Thomas Schlereth, still in 10th place.
When I spoke to him, he sounded very German.
Australian, according to this.
Australian nationality, maybe.
Maybe Australian licence.
He's definitely speaking with a German accent. Tall man, and as I said, been coached by Stuart Hall. Where is the Ferguson at the moment? Oh, in 10th. I think that's a very good result for him. You know, that car's, it's not easy. Stuart's driven the car, and he says you can't really feel that it's four-wheel drive. You can't feel the effect. But in the rain, of course, a different matter.
Which Stuart is that?
Stuart Hall.
Stuart Rolls?
No.
Or Jackie Stewart?
Oh, well, that's very interesting, because Stuart Rolls' family, of course, were part of that whole development. So Stuart Hall, who's double winner here 2 years ago, and has been coaching this guy. Oh, that was close to the barrier, wasn't it?
Oh, she's very quick on this lap, Claudia Huertgen.
Yeah.
She actually ended her single-seater career, original single-seater career, here by badly injuring her hand in a Formula 3 race. So she ended the single-seater career, went off and did other things, and now has come back and is back in the single-seater. Age, where we shouldn't really talk about her lady's age, but she's, well, there she goes, fastest. Whatever her age is, she's fast enough to go fastest overall, Claudia Huertgen.
It was the 93 Formula 3 race. I think she was upside down as well, trapped in it, if I remember. She's had some, subsequently had class wins at the Daytona 24 Hours. She's won a couple of DTM races. I think she's the only woman to have done that. She won the Dubai 24 Hours overall. She's had good results at Spa. Just tremendous competitor.
6 minutes to go of the session. Huertgen fastest then from Smith Hilliard second, Franchitti third, Wood in fourth, Spears in fifth place, and then Mark Shaw in sixth, then Piero Aleta and Foch Roussillon seventh and eighth, De Groot in ninth place, and Thomas Schlereth in 10th place at the moment, and those are covered by 8 seconds. It's quite a big gap. So Huertgen is fastest by 0.8 of a second, roughly speaking. But then Smith Hilliard is only 0.04 ahead of Marino Franchitti. So it's still all to play for. And Huertgen very quick in the first sector on this lap again. So she's really stringing together some quick laps.
And out of the top 10, but there's some well-known drivers and people involved in the sport. There's Jeffrey O'Neill there. He's in 14th place. He runs a historic festival over in Sonoma Raceway, right in the heart of the wine area in California. And we got also, we'll see probably much nearer the front in the next race, Michael Birch. If you catch sight of somebody with a Rubens Barrichello helmet on, it's him. And Michael's got a big string of racing cars, but is always very successful in the Le Mans Classic in the pre-war Talbot sports cars.
So Huertgen...
Do you know Bob, the thing I love about that Ferrari is where the carburetors are under a plastic cover. You can see them, and we just had a great shot. You see it again, look. See the little blister on the front? And there you see the carburetors.
The Scarab at the moment, Mark Shaw doing a good job in 6th place in the Scarab. That was, of course, Lance Reventlo's hobby team, if you like, from the United States. Wanted to conquer Formula One, but it came out just at the wrong moment, because at that time rear-engine Formula One cars were beginning to win, and it just arrived at the wrong moment, and all of a sudden it scarcely arrived, and it was outclassed.
Scarab and Aston Martin at the same time. I was just doing a little sum earlier on. In this meeting, there's about 50, just over 50 different makes of car. We haven't talked about the sports car race yet, because we've got 7 Formula One races and 1 sports car race. There's a very good reason for that. There's just over 50 different makes. But looking at the ones, most of those have been in Formula One. Well over 40. Three of them, maybe 4 of them in a way remain though. So obviously we've still got Ferrari in there. We've still got McLaren in there. We're going to see some McLarens later. And we've still got Aston Martin there. They've been in and out of Formula One a lot, of course. And
Williams.
And we've still got Williams, of course it's changed its ownership just the once actually. But all the others, the Formula One teams, are long gone. We've got a lot of ex-Formula One mechanics here. We were in a hotel with 2 or 3 very well-known mechanics from top teams and engineers, and they're hosting some trips around the paddock. You couldn't have better hosts, could you? People like Dave Luff and so on. So Huertgen is going faster again, Bob, isn't she? Look, that last lap was the fastest yet, and now she's pulled out almost a second on Max Hilliard or Smith Hilliard.
Over a second.
Yeah. Yeah, 1.2 as you say, and Marino in there in 3rd, and then Wood 4th. I think it's going to be a hugely entertaining race tomorrow. Just to recap for everyone, today it's all qualifying, but we're going to have a great Ayrton Senna parade at lunchtime, and then all the races are tomorrow. We're live streaming all of this. All the action will be here on whichever stream you pick. It doesn't matter which stream you pick, Bob, you still get us.
Great, yeah, exactly. Great improvement from the 2 Spaniards. In fact, Fols Roussillon's gone up into 4th place, pushing Fierro Aleta back into 5th place. So great improvement from that. Fierro actually won in 2021 here. There were only 7 entries, so there weren't very many of them here. Fols Roussillon was 3rd in 2018. Fierro Aleta was 5th. So the Spaniards have been great competitors in this class. They were 4th and 5th in 2016, so they've been around for a while.
Yeah, I don't know why, but he's based in Malta. He's a Spaniard based in Malta. I think he's in the financial world. There'll be a reason, won't there? John Spears there in 8th. The ex-Formula 3 racer, the group now is in 9th. And the fabulous Ferguson. Have we seen the Ferguson on screen yet?
I don't think we've seen it.
No, it'd be lovely if our director could pick up that number 62 car.
Now, we haven't got any purple on our screen, which indicates the best time in a sector. So we haven't got that yet, but we've only got a minute to go.
Yes, indeed. And so, well, last year's winner, 2 years ago winner, doing a great job of defending that champion position. Claudia Huertgen. Here's the Scarab, look. So Huertgen, Franchitti, Smith Hilliard.
Tremendous there. Mark Shaw getting through Rascasse with lots of power. You can hear the tyres scrabbling. Mark Shaw runs a family property business in Aberdeen. But the checker flag is being readied. There are just a matter of seconds to go. It's still Huertgen fastest from Franchitti, then Smith Hilliard, Fols Roussillon, Fierro Aleta, Mark Shaw in 6th, then Tony Wood in 7th. Surprising Tony Wood back there. And then John Spears in 8th, Stefan de Groot in 9th place, and Thomas Schlerer in 10th place, who's managed to maintain that 10th place very well. And the checker flag is now out. Checker flag for the end of the session.
And it is just one session, so that will set the grid for tomorrow's A2 race, front-engine Grand Prix cars built before 1961.
So what a superb session for Claudia Huertgen.
So Bob, when you and I first came here to report the Formula One race, of course the circuit was slightly different, wasn't it? Well, we didn't have the swimming pool section. There was corners like the station hairpin and the gasworks hairpin, of course, all changed their names. And the station hairpin's still the same trace around it. What was the gasworks, and now Lauras Gas, and that corner's been it turns left before it turns right now.
And of course, the station, well, the station's moved about 3 times.
It has,
the station itself. Yeah.
Here's the Ferguson look. 62
there it
car
is, yep.
In the Rob Walker colours, because Rob Walker racing team from Surrey operated that car on behalf of Ferguson Research. And Sterling Moss, of course, racing the car and winning that famous race at Old Park, the Gold Cup. I think next we're going to go back in time, aren't we, Bob, to the pre-war Formula One cars.
That should be it next, coming up next. So, qualifying over for these front-engine Grand Prix cars built before 1961, with Huertgen fastest from Marino Franchitti, Huertgen in the Ferrari Dino, from Marino Franchitti in the Maserati 250F, then Smith-Hilliard in third spot, driving the Lotus 16, and then fourth, Falsch Rusinolf in the Spanish driver. He's driving Classic Team Lotus's Lotus 16, and then fifth, Guillermo Fierro Aleta, and he is in a Maserati 250F as well. And then in sixth place, Mark Shaw in the Scarab Formula One car.
Bit of a story with that. He's had a new engine built by Offenhauser. Offenhauser used to make the engines for Indianapolis, and it wasn't quite ready. He was hoping to have the new engine for here, so that engine a little bit tired, I think. So 2 years' time, that could explain why he's where he is. But mind, it's a pretty good result anyway.
Yeah.
Well, look at that shot of the harbour, as you say, Bob. There'll be a lot bigger. I mean, there are a few big ones in here, aren't there? Don't know if you've ever stayed on one of those yachts. I once stayed on the ex-Eddie Jordan yacht in Cannes at the film festival, which is another story, really, but it was spectacular, I have to say. And now just cycling through the results here, all the way down to 24th. Marshall Bailey in the Lotus 16. That must have had a problem being right down there.
Yes, I mean, there are some very good cars there, aren't there?
And both those, and you Surgeson as well, I would have expected to be higher up. Otherwise, pretty well as we thought it might be. Well, great job by Marino, I have to say. He said he's getting to grips with that 250F. And how nice of his father-in-law. Would you like to marry into a family that can provide you with a 250F to race? Terrific. But,
not only a 250F, I mean, he's got a huge number of cars.
I'm hoping to get Marino up here a bit later in the box. He said he'd come. But, I mean, that family is so engrossed in motor racing. Of course, they're related to Paul di Resta as well. Some people who know as a Formula One racer for Williams for a while. And,
Yeah, let's not forget Holly Mason, as she was before she married Marino. She races as well.
Yes, she does.
So both Mr. and Mrs.
And Nick obviously raced. He raced at Le Mans, and his wife's raced. I mean, they're all raced.
Yeah.
But the Franchittis, who really are embrace the whole of motor racing history. I mean, Dario is a fantastic historian and a huge fan. Jim Clark, the famous Scotch border farmer, world champion, was his hero.
So we're about to see the front engine. Here it is. There's the highlights of it. This is the queue of cars waiting to go out onto the circuit. Number 18. That is
Jean-Jacques Bally, is it?
Jean-Jacques Bally, in the Gordini. Yeah, there were some Gordinis. We didn't mention them, but there were some Gordinis out there as well.
Yeah, French Gordinis.
A little underpowered, weren't they?
Yeah.
So
there was one with a lot of murals on it, which we didn't really think was quite period, but it was fun.
Yeah, it's nicely done, if not entirely suitable in terms of paint job. So number 30, there is Joachim Folschruss.
60, there's the Tech Mech.
That's the Tech Mech, which ended up in 7th place in the end.
Yeah, big disappointment. Previous winner, of course.
Yeah. Tony Wood and 34 there is that's John Spears, who ended up in 8th place, still in the top 10. And you can see that the Maserati's a bit heavier than the Tech Mech. Number 20 Claudia Huertgen started to make her presence felt in that lovely little Ferrari Dino 246. Dino, of course, the name of Enzo Ferrari's son, who died early as a young man.
And the Imola racetrack's named after him as well, isn't it? There's obviously Dino road cars, Ferrari Dino road cars, which I've always coveted one. I did do the Motoring News road test. Oh, here's a bit of action.
That's number 44. That's Max Smith-Hilliard, who ends up in 3rd place at the end of the session. So good effort in the little Lotus.
And with the Graham Hill crash, David Hill, London Rowing Cup crash helmet we mentioned.
So number 58, that is Stefan de Groot in what was the 9th placed Maserati 250F also.
Yeah, it's for that stable, same stable as Claudia Huertgen's car. I think it's at Methuselah Racing. Yeah,
they swapped cars basically.
They did now.
Stefan de Groot, certainly a good stand-in for Claudia Huertgen.
Methuselah is a champagne bottle that holds 6 litres, isn't it? But also a god, an ancestor of Noah, I think, way back. So there's the Scarab.
There's the Scarab overtaking Guy Plant, and checker flag for the end of the session. So 25-minute session, fortunately mainly without incident, and Claudia Huertgen comes out on top. Well done to her. Ahead of Marina Franchitti 2nd, Max Smith-Hilliard in 3rd, Joachim Folschruss in 4th, Guillermo Fierro Aleta in 5th, and Mark Shaw 6th.
Yeah, and just on the screen now, our French commentator. We don't hear him. He's just updating the French side. But good practice session. Claudia Huertgen, delighted to see her having won the race last time. There on the pole. And so the first one here 24 years ago.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Just looking out of our box, what a great view we've got, Bob. We're looking up at the palace, and I said in my opener, the sun glinting off the palace walls, and it really is. And the Grimaldi family, of course, this little enclave in the south of France, but it's separate principality, and such a magical place. Just looking here at Gilles Villeneuve, Ferrari, and I was very much involved with a film about the Villeneuve-Pironi battles when this car was new.
Well, we'll see this car later, won't we?
We will, yeah. So that film came out last year, and we got some great interviews with Gilles' wife and with Pironi's twin boys, you know, who one of them worked with Lewis Hamilton as a race engineer, but I think he's moved to the Ferrari sports car program now. But similar car, Jody Scheckter has got a similar car to this, but the one a bit later, who won the World Championship, and it's for sale this weekend, I believe.
This weekend or in 2 weeks' time?
Well, maybe it's 2 weeks' time, but anyway, in upcoming couple of weeks, his whole collection is being sold for whatever reason.
There is absolutely no legroom in that, is there? Look at the between your foot and the barrier. It's not very much.
Just see behind the cars being pushed back into the paddock area. The paddock area here is great because it's all alongside the harbour, and then the very latest cars the G group, which we'll see right at the end of the day, the fastest of all kind of ground effect cars, they have the main garages that used in the Grand Prix. But it's quite compact. You can walk down and see all the cars, all the groups, and they're very well signposted. I'm not sure without a pass whether you can get down there, Bob, but this is a wonderful event to come to, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. And this is all
Mm.
the area which is covered in motorhomes and that sort of thing, support trucks as well. during the Grand Prix, but as you can see, there's a temporary structure covering all the cars apart from that G category, the latest category.
Yeah, they've got proper garages. Yeah. Not that these guys are complaining at all. So
it's a bit cramped, but they adapt, don't they?
Yeah, well, all the cars are laid out together. I mean, when you walk around these cars, and you see the evolution of the Formula One car.
Absolutely, it's right in front of you.
Yeah. I don't know what they'll do in the future, whether they'll have another class, because now we're getting the youngest class of cars, 40 years old now, and they have moved the classes around a bit in the past here and split them up in slightly different ways. And at one stage, we used to have a Formula Junior race.
But the reason that they stop at 40 is that it got complicated with turbocharging.
Yeah.
It's complicated and expensive, and that's a very good reason for them stopping at the G class. And I think that's probably why. And I can't see them restarting, because turbocharged cars are expensive to maintain, very difficult to run, very complicated to run. You've got to have laptops, you've got to have so many different sensors on the car, etc., etc. Up until then, it was relatively simple.
Yes, because with DFEs mainly, plug them in, plug and play they were, really, weren't they? And no, absolutely right, Bob. I think that I don't think they'll go into the next era. And of course, these cars give great racing. They do race regularly, but in all the Formula One cars. I mean, there's a lot more Formula One cars than race on a regular basis. A lot come out especially for this event. But there's the Masters Series, which the ownership has just changed actually from British to French. That they run regular races for the mainly DFE cars. Great thing about this is we see Ferraris, so we see Alfa Romeo, we see Formula One non-DFE Formula One cars here, a lot of them. Whereas in the Master Series runs over the whole season, there's very few non-DFE cars in that.
Yeah, there's only about 8 races, I think, in the Masters Series.
Yes.
And of course, there are certain races that are absolutely iconic for historic racing. This obviously being one of them, the Goodwood Revival, Le Mans Classic, the Nürburgring Old Timer, the Spa Classic as well, the Silverstone Classic. All those are regular high-profile events.
I mean, it's an interesting thing. In Britain, the biggest motor racing event outside the British Grand Prix is the Goodwood Revival. And probably the next one is the Goodwood members meeting and the Silverstone. In that, Silverstone does have some more modern vehicles, quite a lot of sort of historic touring cars. And the races like, obviously, the Le Mans Classic is dedicated, as of course it should be, being the Le Mans 24 Hours Revival, to just sports cars. Lots of different classes there. I did it last year, I've done it before. That's a marvellous event too. But very cleverly, they don't clash them. It's alternate years.
And then in the States, of course, presumably you've got Monterey.
Yes, Monterey's the biggest
various
one.
classics there as well.
And the Masters Group do run a Formula One series over there as well. And say there's a festival at Sonoma that the chap was in the previous practice session runs. And anyway, we're getting ready now for Series A1, which is the oldest cars that we have racing here. And this is a slightly smaller grid. And just looking here, we've got wonderful ERAs, English Racing Autos. And we suspect that an ERA could be fastest in this.
Well, this is very much, again, a sort of slightly national type of thing with the Bugattis, which was introduced, the Bugatti 35 was introduced exactly 100 years ago. Amazing to think that. And here they are still racing. And the ERAs, there's a pair of ERAs, both of which have been owned by Paddins Dowling, and he drives one of them. And the second is now raced by Brad Baker, the Canadian driver. And then there's some Maseratis as well, 4cm, 6cms as well, and also Voiturettes, which are those under 1500cc. In fact, the ERA won its class here in Monaco, I think in 1935 or 36. In 36, they dominated what was called the Rainier Cup, which was for 1.5 litres. 1, 2, 3, led by Bira's R2B. That's Romulus rather than Remus, which is racing this weekend. Marcel Lehoux and Nicky Embaricus in their private cars. 1, 2, 3, beating the Mitre Maserati. There were something like 17 R-type ERAs produced before 1939. R5B was completed in March 1936 with a 1.5 litre engine and a Murray Jameson supercharger, and it was named Remus, and it was owned by Prince Tula of Siam and driven by his brother. Cousin.
Definitely his cousin.
Bira. And then Tony Rolt, and then it was modified by Freddie Dixon. And that car, and then R10B, which is the other ERA, was completed in 1936. Similar engine, first owned by Peter Whitehead and then Peter Walker as well.
Yeah, at different times, Prince Bira had 3 different ERAs. There's another one that was Romulus, Remus and Hanuman, if you remember. And the racing colours of Siam are blue and yellow, and quite recently I wrote an article about it, did quite a bit of research on the colour scheme. But Prince Bira was given R2B, car we're going to see Dowling racing in, for his 21st birthday. That was a nice present.
By his cousin.
And by his cousin, who wrote a couple of books about Prince Bira's racing exploits, mainly based in the UK. And it's a marvellous period read, actually. Terrific books. So we'll see. I'm sure we'll see an ERA in just a moment here, waiting in the pit lane. Meanwhile, that's is it Rolf Emmerling?
Yep, and his Riley Brooklands.
Yep.
And we've seen him here. It's his 7th historic, in fact.
Yes, and there's a Bugatti, the iconic shape of the radiator.
Martin Halusa, the Austrian finance. It was UK-based. I don't know if he still is.
I think he's based in Monaco now, but he started something called Apax and Partners, one of the biggest investors in the world, basically, in financiers. Martin Halusa, and, of course, his 2 sons also racing here.
Now, that car, number 52, and that is Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the Fraser Nash, dropped a valve yesterday, so they've repaired that. They hope it's going to be okay, but they repaired it in the paddock yesterday.
Yeah, PB, he's had a lot of success. You see PB on his crash. I mean, he races modern cars as well, Cobras a lot, and I believe he was in a rock band when he was just a young man. But he's a fine racer, a great engineer. So I think he'll be in the mix. We saw Michael Birch in the previous session. Now he's got out and got into his lovely number 70 machine there. And Michael, I think, will be a lot more competitive in this race than he was in the previous one. And that Maserati from 1936. It was raced mainly by a number of Italian drivers, but Michael goes very well in that. So, getting ready for this next session, looking down on the harbour here and all the terracotta buildings behind.
There are various Bugattis there. There were the 35 was the normally aspirated, just the 35 on its own. That was the one that was introduced at Lyon in 1924. And then that was 2 litres with 90 horsepower.
Pumping up the fuel pressure there, if you wonder what he was doing.
35A was a simple road car, so I don't think we've got any 35As.
No, but B's a big one, isn't it, Bob?
The 35B was the quick one, exactly, or TC. That was the 2.3 with a larger supercharger, and 37 of those cars were made. And
that's the model that won the very first Monaco Grand Prix with the enigmatic Williams. Another great book, Joe Saywood's, what is it, The Last Saboteur, is it called?
The Last Saboteur.
William Grover Williams was a sort of upmarket chauffeur, but later became a spy. And it's a terrific read. Oh, there's definitely a film in that book, I think.
There are also some Bugattis out there, 37s as well, which use the same chassis as the 35, 1.5 litres, or the 37A, which was supercharged 1.5 litres. 67 of those were made as well. So they are not uncommon. We've got how many Bugattis? 7 Bugattis in the field.
So here we are, the 14th Monaco Grand Prix Historique, and coming up, one pre-war Grand Prix cars and featurettes. And that's what I talked about, Bob. Look, there is the palace with the sun glinting off it, and as you see, the clock just coming round to 9 o'clock as the cars go out on track now for this second qualifying session of this wonderful Saturday spectacular. We haven't mentioned the casino yet here. One of the great features of Monaco.
Yeah, well, it's slightly different, isn't it, in front of the casino? Because there used to be, it was rather nice, that little casino square with some gardens around, etc. And they seem to have taken the gardens away, which makes it look a little bit plainer, should we say.
Earlier in the week, when people first arrived, people with supercars just try and park them right in front of the casino, wasn't it? And then you've got the odd Triumph TR4 that managed to find a way into one of the slots. So, just looking back at this race and previous winners here, and two years ago, it was the journalist turned PR man for Volkswagen in the States, Mark Gillies. I thought Mark was going to be here, but not on the entry list this time.
That was in an ERA.
That was in an ERA. And Talbot Lago won it in 21. And Dowling, who is here, we think will be probably the fastest man out there. Dowling won it in 18.
Well, he was a close second in 14, and he was a close second in 12
yeah,
as well.
Yeah, he was, yeah. In 12 to Julian Bronson, who's now retired from racing, great character. And in 14 to the Alpha P3 of Matthew Grist, which we don't have. So quite a sort of open battle here. Be interested to see how Pat Blakeney Edwards goes.
Yes, having not practiced, although he practiced in another car, so it's not as though he doesn't know the circuit, but just a matter of running that car in. An interesting character here is Fritz Burkhardt in the Alfa Romeo 8C Monza. That's number 28, although it's got 28. Yes, it's got 28 actually painted on the radiator.
Yes.
It was delivered in 1928 to Tazio Nuvolari
and there
and
it
the
is.
Ferrari team. There it is, number 28, and the Ferrari team. But meanwhile, that's Pat Blakeney Edwards in number 52.
That comes from Bruntingthorpe in Bedfordshire, where there's the test track, isn't it, Bruntingthorpe?
Jonathan Palmer's test track. So the oldest cars all warming up, and they are ready for 25 minutes of qualifying.
That 12 looks really strange in the yellow, doesn't it? It's not the colour we're used to seeing one of those cars in.
And number 12 is Jonathan Bailey from the UK in a 35C.
Of course, you know, back in the day when these had national racing colours, and I mentioned the Siam colours of blue with the yellow wheels. Of course, France was always blue, Italy was red, and yellow, of course, was Belgium. So I don't know if that's got a Belgian collection. There's Michael Birch again. Tells me that Michael, his name is Michael, but it's on a Barrichello helmet. He's going to be retired at the end of this year. It's licence will have run out, and he's not sure what he's going to do next.
Well, the Jonathan Bailey car was actually delivered new in 1927 to Elizabeth Junek, who was a very, very famous racing driver. So, yes, quite a 2-litre model, and it was at the start of the first 3 Monaco Grand Prix. It was second in 1929, and then in 1930 with Chiron, and then 6th in 1931. So a car with quite a history.
Yeah, we did just see centre frame seconds ago, the Bira colours, Siamese racing colours. Siam, of course, now Thailand.
So the car's coming onto the circuit. This is the second of the practice session, qualifying sessions today. And just to go over, just in case you're only just joining us, today, Saturday, is devoted just to qualifying for all the races.
Bob, that hill is much steeper than it looks from that shot. The angle just, and then they turn left, very fast corner into Casino Square, and then just as they turn around the corners, the Hotel Paris, which is the place to stay, isn't it?
Absolutely, on the left-hand side.
Yeah,
Jackie Stewart has a suite up there.
There behind there is the casino, and there are the gardens that have gone.
There are the non-existent gardens.
Yeah, what a shame.
Yeah.
So the earliest cars that are racing here this weekend. What have we got? Anything that's exactly 100 years older?
The Bugatti, 35.
Yeah.
And is there anything older?
Yeah, the MG Magnet from 1928. Emmeline's Riley Brooklands. Oh, there's 20 cars and 27, aren't there?
Yeah,
those some of those Bugattis. Yeah,
a 1925 Bugatti 35. So the basic. Full course yellow already. Now, why is that?
And that's race control. And a couple of well-known names in there. Trying to spot Mark Goes, famous race and rally driver, was a factory driver for Austin Rover.
That is number 52. That is the repaired Blakeney Edwards car, and obviously the repair hasn't quite managed.
No.
We stopped by the garage last night, and they had just finished it, and that'll be a deep disappointment for the mechanics. That is why they've stopped the session.
2 years ago, Blakeney Edwards was running away with this race, and he got some sort of fuel vaporization probably and stopped halfway through when he was well in the lead. So just not his lucky track, is it?
No, obviously not.
Those marshals are going to work there, very well rehearsed, very well practiced. But I think that'll be hooked up and pulled out of the way because there's a dangerous spot just there.
You can't be a marshal, I think, after 55 years of age.
I didn't know that. Is that so? Yes.
Yeah. And there are a huge number of marshals, and they're, as you say, very well trained. They have training sessions during the year, and very, very devoted guys. And of course, they've had 2 weeks ago, they had Formula E here, and in 2 weeks' time, of course, they will have the Monaco Grand Prix here as well.
Yeah. Well, when they first came in Formula E, they didn't use the whole circuit, did they?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Now they do, as that, we go into Gen 3 or whatever they call it. Is it good? Gen 4 coming up. I like to hear the noise of racing engines and the rasp of the motors.
And these are brilliant. The noise from these cars, fantastic.
At the ERA, they said the noise was like ripping calico. Well, I've never heard the sound of calico being ripped. But I suppose if I listen to the ERA, I know what it sounds like.
18 turns around this Monaco circuit, squeezed into 3.337 kilometres or 2.07 miles. 18, and I'll come up with another stat a bit later on about the amount of action that goes on in the driver's cockpit. That Mercedes told us a few years ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of gear changes. Obviously, these days it's a flick of the switch, isn't it? But in all these cars, it's still old-fashioned across the H.
Yeah, and a clutch as well. And
maybe in this race, pre-selected gearboxes actually.
Yeah, possibly.
I think the Fraser-Nash may have a pre-selected gearbox. I had a scooter once with a pre-selected gearbox. I won't go into the technicalities of it. But the gearbox did blow up, and that was the end of that scooter. I never rode it again.
You have been spared, dear listener. So just gently reversing this car back.
Yeah, they're
really unfortunate.
Push it down right to the bottom of the hill, I think, aren't they?
Well, I don't know. That's a long way to go. But I think there's an opening on the right-hand side here, just coming up, in theory. But
well, they've got about 8 people helping.
Yeah, they've got. That's one thing there is not a shortage of in terms of people here, marshals. So Paddins Dowling is the driver we think is going to be the most competitive, and he is an Irishman based in the United States. So he originally he was interested because his father was interested in motorsport, so he saw his first racing at Mondello Park, I think, in Dublin.
Right, yeah, I've been there. Yeah, doesn't race much. It's not a sort of bloke we see at Goodwood, really. I presume he must race in the States, but here is super competitive.
So they're just at least going around at a reduced pace with a full course yellow. A full course yellow means a yellow flag all the way around the course, restricted speed, and the speed will be governed actually by the driver who is at the front of the queue, which is the Frenchman François Fouquet Hattevilla.
Yeah, that's a real tongue twister, isn't it? Yeah. So I suppose we should just put this in context a bit, that what we don't have here is the might of the German cars that came just before the war of Mercedes and Auto Union, and they're very rare and very difficult to operate, and nobody races those cars. They are demonstrated on occasion, but sometimes around here some of the Italians had a little go at them, didn't they?
So we've seen quite a few of these drivers for a while, and I think we've got a green flag. I think we're underway.
And that is Michael Birch leading out of the cockpit there, look. Head to one side.
And you really see the drivers working in these cars.
You can, and a glorious sound as well.
So Michael Birch there in the Maserati 4CM of 1935. And this is what they call the Louis Chiron class. And,
famous French racing driver.
Yeah.
Who had a lot of success here.
So we'll start to get some times through shortly, hopefully. But as I say, Paddins Dowling is the driver we'd expect to see very, very competitive. As I say, he's owned 3 different ERAs, R2A and then R5B to now, and also R10 B, which he bought from Nick Mason and has now sold to Brad Baker, the Canadian driver who is in number... Brad Baker in number 56 rather. 56 in 10th place.
So Dowling, and it looks as if... So I think this is going to be between Dowling and Birch for the pole. And there's Michael resting at the wheel, driving it on the throttle.
Skinny tyres, not affording a lot of grip. So that's really what they're scrabbling for all the time in these cars. And that's going to be the first competitive time, 2 minutes 17 for Michael Birch.
And let's see what we get from Dowling. There, the yellow wheels, the tie flag on the side of the car. As I wrote an article about the Siam colour scheme, and it did evolve quite a lot over the years, actually. And sometimes they had the yellow stripe down, and sometimes they didn't. Just on the back, the flag of Thailand.
Amazing. The ERA is not particularly competitive in terms of Grand Prix with the German cars in period, but certainly very usable, and he goes fastest easily by 9 seconds. Paddins Dowling ahead of Michael Birch, but Birch, he'll be working up, and that gap will come down, won't it?
Absolutely. I see he's quicker in the first sector than Dowling on his quickest lap, so I think Birch is going to be right there. Third at the moment. I mean, it really hasn't got into its rhythm yet, this session, has it? Because of the Pat Blakeney Edwards car stopping on the hill. And
Really unfortunate, but we're following Michael Birch, and Paddens Dowling is about 1.8 seconds quicker in the first sector on this lap, so Dowling still looking as though he could go quicker again. Birch in second, Jonathan Bailey in third, Brad Baker in fourth, Mark Winter in fifth, the German driver, and then Martin Halusa, the Austrian driver, who's got a couple of sons who will be racing here.
Yeah.
We'll see them later on. And we've got another car slowing. In fact, two. Is there two cars slowing or one?
Well, they are almost 100 years old, these, so...
Yeah.
So I think Mark Winter, is not his real name?
No, it's...
And it's strange, isn't it? Because there was a German called John Winter who won Le Mans, and that was not his real name either. And
Mark Winter surely sang Venus in Blue Jeans.
Oh, come on, Bob.
Now, number 16 is going slowly. That's Stefano Rosina, the shipping magnate from Italy.
Yeah.
Early career in rallying, and he's raced here in an Arcella Toyota. But obviously going slowly in that Bugatti at the moment. Paddens Dowling coming up to complete another lap. It was 2 minutes 08. It's now 2 minutes 06, the fastest time.
And I mean, we're sort of halfway through this session now, a bit more actually. And I don't think we've seen we obviously haven't seen a fully competitive lap for Michael Birch yet. And they're down the escape road. Yeah,
that's Stefano Rosina down the escape road.
Yeah.
So unfortunate there.
But that's a later Bugatti, isn't it? A Type 44.
Stefano Rosina in the 3744.
Yeah, I suppose it was an upgraded car. I'm not sure the difference between the 37 and the 44, really.
The 37 was the same chassis as the 35, but 44 will be, as you say, a slightly more advanced version of it. He's raced McLaren M8 as well, an Alba Buick, Maserati 3500 GT, Lola T70 and Bizzarini. So another driver with a lot of experience.
You did mention Chiron, and one of the classes named, he won the race here at Grand Prix in 1931, and then we had Alpha victories in 32, 34, I think. Bugatti won in 33. But then, of course, it was the Mercedes dominating 35, 36, 37. With Mercedes won here, Fagioli, then Caracciolo, and von Brauchitz.
And, of course, during that era, we had the first rear-engine car. We talk about front-engine, rear engines. We're going to come to the crossover shortly. And that crossover, when we talk about the first rear-engine car, this is the Alfa Romeo. Ooh, that's Fritz Burkhardt. Ooh, getting a real tax slapper. Ooh.
Oh, jazzy crash helmet. I think that's blowing up. Yeah, go your previous thought, Bob.
Yeah. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Now, people might say there, why is that Alfa Romeo got a Ferrari badge on it?
Because it was delivered to Scuderia Ferrari.
Ah, look, Dowling.
And Dowling is off the circuit at Saint-Devote. Now, is that because there was some oil down from the Alfa Romeo?
Could well be, couldn't it?
Possibly. And he stopped, wheeling himself backwards.
Wheeling himself backwards, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you see, he got quite crossed up.
Yeah. No, but I don't understand why he couldn't get it in first gear, though, then.
Yeah.
At that point, he could have driven off, but for some reason, it's just rolling back under its own weight, isn't it? So the engine must have died. Wow, what a turn up for the books.
Yeah, suddenly we've got several cars who have stopped on circuit. Dowling with the fastest time, 2 minutes 05.9.
Got most massive 8-second lead over Birch, and this session's now got 10 minutes to go, so they might get back to full speed, I think, when they've wheeled these out of the way.
We haven't actually even got a yellow flag out at the moment.
Well, I do hope that Dowling's car is still a runner.
And also that car of Burkhardt.
Yeah, well, that didn't look good at all, did it? No. That smoke out of the back of it.
Fritz Burkhardt, owner of the Pearl Collection, a collection of cars in Switzerland that you think.
Well, let me just check.
Yes.
He's the boss of a watch company. He's the CEO of Lang & Sung, which are very upmarket. And he's, as you said to me the other day, father of 6 girls. Goodness, I'm the father of 4. It's enough. And I think I was wrong. I think he still owns that Pearl collection of Bugattis.
Also very interested in bobsleigh and skeleton, would you believe? Which suggests that his collection is housed somewhere in eastern Italy, Switzerland.
The car, the 4CL, was the car that was introduced really by Maserati to take on the might of Germany, introduced in 1939, but because it wasn't really raced after the war. But and it debuted in the Tripoli Grand Prix. Well, we even know the chassis number. 1564 is one of 7 of those cars built.
And that's the car of Michael Birch?
No, that's the car of Fritz Burkhardt.
That's an Alfa Romeo.
It's an Alfa Romeo. Yeah, sorry, yes.
The 8C Monza, yeah.
Okay. I need to check my notes there. So many different cars here this weekend.
So Dowling still fastest from Birch second.
Yeah.
The gap is still 8.2 seconds between those two. And then Brad Baker in third in the second of the ERAs.
Yeah.
Jonathan Bailey in 4th place. And then Jonathan Bailey in another Bugatti. And then 5th is Mark Winter in the Maserati 6CM. And then 6th is Fritz Burkhardt in the Alfa Romeo 8C Monza from 1933.
We didn't see Dowling getting back underway, but it obviously did fire up, and off he drove, and now is setting quick times again.
So he's back on circuit again.
Yeah. Well, Birch is not on the pace. Well, nobody's on that pace, are they? I mean,
No, have we got... No. There's Michael Birch.
Doesn't sound right, that car, did it?
No,
there's a problem.
Coming into the pits,
yeah. There's a problem with that. It's not running correctly.
So he's into the pits, is Michael Birch, in that Maserati 4CM.
So it's still 7 minutes to go. So maybe somebody will get a bit closer to the American-based Irishman Dowling.
Brad Baker with quite a lot of experience, the Canadian driver. Thierry Chanoine is in the pits in number 58, French driver in the Riley Dobbs. And there's mechanics looking at Michael Birch's Maserati.
Yeah, there's a man called Hector Dobbs, wasn't there, that worked on that Riley.
Yeah.
It's a car that actually was raced by a Grand Prix driver called Roy Salvadori, who lived here in Monaco for many years in later life, and had a flat, I believe, that overlooked the track.
And the car was owned by Billy Cotton, the band leader, and then Wilkie Wilkinson, who, of course, is very famous for his involvement with Jaguar.
But Billy Cotton was a racer as well as a band. Quite a few musicians like that. We mentioned Nick Mason, but of course, famous trombonist Chris Barber was a racer. Not at this level, but...
Once had to outbid Chris Barber for a Lotus Cortina.
No!
Yeah. And when I saw him several years later, he said, "You were lucky." So the gap has come down. Brad Baker's gone into 2nd place and has brought the gap down to 5 seconds between himself and the former owner of his car, Paddington's Dowling. Michael Birch now 3rd, Jonathan Bailey 4th, Mark Winter 5th, Fritz Burkhardt in 6th, Martin Halusa in 7th, and then Francois Fouquet-Hatvilla in 8th place. Stapt, who is a French driver, in 9th place in number 18. He's a replacement who has come in, and Ralph Emmerling from France in the Riley Brooklands in 10th place at the moment.
Yeah, just on that, that Alfa Romeo that I mistakenly credited being a Maserati. That car was raced by the famous Tazio Nuvolari, one of the all-time greats of racing, pre-war, of course. And apparently, for a while, it finished up in South Africa. But run by the Scuderia, we mentioned that Ferrari badge on it, run by Enzo Ferrari before he set up his own racing factory.
So Brad Baker improving on this lap. The gap was 5 seconds between him and Paddins Dowling, fastest around this circuit. And what does it come down to? It was 5 seconds. And it comes down to 3.4 seconds between the two of them. So Brad Baker just getting used to a yellow flag goes out as someone goes down the escape road at Saint-Devote. Have a look and see who that was. I didn't quite catch who it was initially. Here it is. Here's the replay, and it is, I think it's Brad Baker, isn't it? In 56, yeah. So just popping off to see the church at Saint-Devote.
Nice little mention. Thank you very much. Neil Wooding, one of the team that produces Sky Formula 1 programmes. I suppose he'll be here in a couple of weeks, enjoying our coverage, and saying it's streaming on the Sky F1 stream. And there's the 56. So Baker's made a mistake. He's followed the other ERA down there. There it is. It's,
that is the other ERA, as you say, Paddins Dowling.
He doesn't need to do anything now, does he? I mean, Baker's got within 3.5 seconds of him, and I don't think that's going to change much now. So I'm pretty sure that Dowling is going to be on the pole. And some of the real opposition, you know, obviously Blakeney Edwards has had the problem, never did a lap. Michael Bircher, we thought might be some opposition. Is he back on track now, Michael Bircher?
Yes, he is.
It came past, it sounded really rough. Something simple like a plug lead falling off or something like that. And so I think Michael Birch got one shot of trying to get on the front row of the grid now. And
well, on this lap, he's pretty slow in the first sector. There's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, he might just go back to do one more lap, hadn't he?
Yeah. Might get out there for another one, but Paddins Dowling still very, very quick, even on this lap. And I don't think he's going to go quicker on this lap, but he still has that 3.5 second really advantage over Brad Baker. Michael Birch in third place, Mark Winter in fourth, Jonathan Bailey fifth, and Fritz Burkhardt in sixth place. Then Martin Halusa, then Fouquet Hedvillain, and then Statz and Emmeling completing the top 10. And really, it's a matter of keeping these cars, trying to keep them running reliably and with their performance. That's what it's all about.
Yes.
Lots of varying different cars, as I say, voiturettes as well as Grand Prix cars. There wasn't a pre-war world championship as such. It was a European championship, wasn't it, pre-war?
Yeah, the World Championship started in 1950, didn't it? Strangely enough, the Motorcycle World Championship started a year before that.
So, yeah, World Championship start. A little bit of smoke there as well. And a minute to go.
Well, the interesting thing, of course, that like the Bugatti we're seeing there, you could race it in sports car races as well. You bolt the wings on, and suddenly you had a sports car, and Fraser Nash and others did the same.
That's what happened a lot with the Talbot Largos, didn't they? We saw in the last race.
It did, didn't it? Yes.
They took off. They took on and took off, and still did when Richie Pilkington owned the car.
But you notice he's not sitting in the middle of the car. He's sitting to the right-hand side. I mean, it's effectively a sports car, isn't it? Lovely shot there. That chicane has changed its trace over the years, hasn't it? And then
Halusa has improved up one place, up into fifth place now for Martin Halusa. We'll see two of his sons out racing later.
Yeah, hugely enthusiastic. There's a chap called Alex Ames, who's a good racer, runs that operation. They don't put all the cars with the same preparation company. They use 2 or 3 different ones, mainly in the UK. I mean, we have to say this, Bob, but the historic racing scene is dominated by the British, and you look through all the victories here over the years since 13 previous runnings of this event, as the checkered flag goes out, many more British winners than any other nationality.
And of course, one new British winner in Formula One who just happens also to live here in Monaco, Lando Norris.
I wonder if he put it in an appearance. We saw a couple of drivers yesterday, didn't we?
Yep.
Wandering around the pits. And of course we've got later on racing Adrian Newey, very much in the news at the moment, and also in the news the boss of McLaren.
So who better to coach him around this circuit than his newest race winner?
Yeah.
So Paddy Dowling takes the checkered flag, fastest in that session from Brad Baker's second, gap between the two, 3.4 seconds. It might change on this lap. Michael Birch has just gone quicker. Brad Baker doesn't go quicker, so it stays second. Michael Birch in third, Jonathan Bailey in fourth, Mark Winter fifth, and Martin Herlusa back to sixth place again. And then Fritz Burkhardt in seventh, Fouquet Hadvila in eighth place, Staps in ninth, and Emmerling in 10th.
Yeah, just going back to Zak Brown and McLaren, we saw him after his practice session yesterday with his Williams FW07. He wasn't racing a McLaren, but he's got a collection of cars. Racing a Williams FW07, I think definitely a car raced very successfully by Alan Jones. And who was he debriefing with? Fernando Alonso. Yeah. Fernando's a great enthusiast, and it's wonderful he's going on into his 40s racing. You know, that little period where he's racing sports cars, won Le Mans, of course, and off-road events, and, you know, just a massive enthusiast.
So the checkered flag greets final runners, and that is, I suspect, it.
Yeah, 16 in this field. I think the next race is going to have a much larger field than that. And hopefully Blakeney Edwards can get his car fettled again. But I suspect if they've... I think, didn't you think that Blakeney Edwards yesterday had dropped a valve and they changed a valve? If they thought they fixed it and they didn't, it means there's other big problems, I would say.
Yeah, maybe.
In the engine. So where we are, we're going to have a little reprise of what went on. They're Dowling with the ERA. There, the sun glinting off the harbour, and just scrolling down at the bottom of your picture, the final qualifications for that race, which was so eloquently read out by Bob just a minute ago. What a scene it is here, isn't it? I mean, there's lots of other street races around, and particularly these days, of course, Formula E people seem to keep finding new street races. And there's some other great French ones, of course, Pau and Angoulême. But in Britain, of course, we've only ever had, on the mainland, the Birmingham Super Prix.
Yeah.
It's around for 5 years. But there's some magic about street racing, I feel. And then Long Beach has been very successful, of course, in the States. There's lots of other street races in the United States. So, just yet again,
many years ago, of course, when these cars were racing, and even post-war as well, French towns would literally have a Formula One race, a non-championship Formula One race, and people would turn up. You'd have maybe, I don't know, 10, 12 cars come, which were Formula One cars of the time, and they would race just for start money, etc., around the streets of a town.
Yeah, well, they say the first race, and I put it in inverted commas a little bit, in the UK was at Bexhill on the south coast, but it wasn't a race, it was a two side-by-side, two cars together sprint. And but if you drive into Bexhill, it claims to be the birthplace of British motor racing. And there's some wonderful, actually, they put some very nice signs up along along the route. I've been down to see, there's a little museum there as well.
No.
And
wrong end of Sussex.
Wrong end of Sussex for you, and Sussex is a long, thin county. It takes a long time to drive across
Exactly.
it. But we found out many times. But anyway, here we are with the little...
Lots of lovely slow-mo shots there.
Yeah.
Paddington Dowling fastest from Brad Baker. ERA. Michael Birch in the Maserati. Jonathan Bailey in 4th place in the MG... Jonathan Bailey in the Bugatti in 5th. 4th place, and then 5th, Mark Winter, Maserati. And then 6th, Martin Halusa, Bugatti. So a little pause until our next session, which will be coming up shortly. Here are our highlights in the meantime.
Oh, yes, just tightening that mirror up on the Bugatti, and you can see no rollover hoops with these cars. There's Michael Birch, qualified 3rd, and cars accessing the circuit and up that hill, which is much steeper than it looks from that TV angle. But then all the various apartments behind, turning left into the Casino Square, then down the hill past the tip-top bar, of course, and onto the seafront, through the new tunnel. And a little temperamental, these cars, now the best part 90, 100 years old. Bit of traffic in the harbour. Through to back corner. I'm not sure if the tobacconist is still there.
No, I'm not certain he is.
I think it is. Round the swing, but that's a new section, a relatively new section, Bob. I used to go straight on there. And there the man who absolutely set the pace. You hear the transmission even whining a little bit just through that corner.
Was that supercharged whine?
Oh, was it super? Yes. Do you know, I think you might be right there.
Supercharged being mechanically boosted, whereas turbocharged is gas boosted, using the exhaust gas to boost the induction into the engine.
Yeah, but just saw Michael Birch's car getting a little bit of work on. We were worried it had a problem. But now we'll be going back rear-engined for the first time. Going to rear-engine cars. When Series B comes up, we just have a final few images of this second of the 8 practice sessions we'll be having today. We'll go right through, be a break at lunchtime, Bob, and then we're going right through to about 6 o'clock, I think.
I think it's earlier than that. 4 o'clock.
Oh, God, well, otherwise we might run out of words. Probably not, actually. But I said this is one of the smallest fields here. Most of it have got over 30 cars. Yeah. And it becomes a pretty busy old circuit.
Yes.
Here.
Very difficult to get a clear lap, whereas these blokes didn't have the problem.
Because we in the Formula One, it's so difficult with the huge size they can't afford to overtake, and the incredibly short braking distances. Braking distance is so much longer in these sort of cars, and indeed the cars that are coming up makes it a bigger window of opportunity to overtake. So I think we'll see plenty of overtaking over the weekend. Now there's 2 very contrasting yachts, and here's our man. He's got it's a bit like Eurovision, what's it, isn't it? Well, that's who he is. But anyway, he's waxing lyrical, as are we.
So we'll take a brief break and we'll come back with Series B. And those are for cars, Grand Prix cars, 1500cc from 1961 to 1965, and Formula 2 cars from 1956 to 1960. Our first rear-engine cars, and absolutely a huge field of these cars. And it's the difficulty for all the drivers is to get a clear lap. We'll be back shortly.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Ronan Le Gallou, je suis responsable circuit et infrastructure pour l'Automobile Club de Monaco et je vous invite à venir visiter notre nouvelle structure située à l'entrée de la pit lane. Donc ici vous avez la partie qui sera à la FOM. Et ici, vous avez la partie qui sera pour la FIA. Donc là, nous dirigeons vers le premier étage. Dans ce bâtiment, nous avons plusieurs étages, donc il y a 5 niveaux. Donc la partie rez-de-chaussée, c'est la partie garage, et la partie R+1 et R+2, ce sont des bureaux. L'accueil des VIP de nos clients se fera ici pour les étages R+3 et R+4. Ici, nous sommes au 3e niveau, donc au R+2. C'est une innovation majeure, puisque on a créé un espace de réception qui est au-dessus des toits des stands des écuries et qui offre une vue panoramique sur la route de la piscine. Dans nos escaliers, on a fait en sorte qu'on puisse voir le palais. L'idée première, c'est d'accueillir avec le maximum de confort tous nos invités pendant les événements. Ça fait 2 ans qu'on travaille sur le sujet, donc on est passé par des phases d'études. Ensuite, il a fallu pouvoir vérifier que le bâtiment pouvait être posé à cet endroit-là, puisque dessous, c'est un espace creux, donc on est posé sur une dalle. Et il fallait vérifier que la charge qu'on mettait dessus était compatible avec le poids du bâtiment et sa charge d'exploitation. Et ensuite, on a fini par la fabrication qui a commencé au mois de septembre 2023. Tout, il y a 45 modules et 5 plateformes qui ont été construits à Nantes. C'est un espèce de gros Lego qu'on monte en espace de nuit, qu'on assemble pour faire un bâtiment. Il y a une trentaine de personnes qui ont été impliquées dans le montage et les finitions. Ce bâtiment est une innovation majeure. On a voulu se hisser au standard de tous les nouveaux Grands Prix et être dans la course. Ça a été un projet immense, c'est un aboutissement d'un travail de 2 ans et c'est une grande fierté d'avoir participé et d'avoir fait évoluer ce bâtiment.
Quartier bleu vainqueur, monsieur, Grand Prix de Monaco en Formule 1, tout comme d'ailleurs
Welcome back. Well, coming up next, a Serie B for rear-engine Grand Prix cars. 1500cc cars built between 1961 and 1965, and Formula 2 cars. There's a few of those in their own class of 1956 to 1960. Interesting period, Bob Constantius, because these were the lowest powered Formula 1 cars we've ever had in the history of the sport. And we went from 2.5 litres. I think the authorities thought the cars were getting a bit too fast, so they reduced the capacity to 1500. And the key cars in this period were Ferrari and British BRMs, and of course also very much Lotus.
Very nimble cars as well.
Yes.
Very, very nimble, but quite difficult to drive. In fact, you could compare them in a way to the 2-litre Formula 3 cars that we used to have.
Yes.
So you had to be very careful on the driving, not scrub off too much speed. So you had to be very precise, and for that reason, it did promote some very, very good drivers indeed.
This could be a battle between Lotus and Ferrari. The winner last time out here was Joe Colasacco, put my teeth back in, who won very well last time in 22. But the man who maybe will be on the pole is Andy Middlehurst from the northeast of England, with his classic Team Lotus 25, a groundbreaking car, Bob, because the way of constructing Formula 1 chassis in this period changed massively from space frame, that's a chassis made out of a network of tubes, to a bathtub design of sheet aluminium, and it was absolutely groundbreaking and changed the way racing cars were built for a long time until carbon fibre came into being. So Andy Middlehurst, fresh from winning in a very different car, in a Nissan Skyline at Donington a week ago, but in practice had some very quick laps from the older style Lotus 21 of the Aberdeen-based driver Mark Shaw, and he was right on the pace as well. So there is the pit lane, and on our graphic there for race B is the Ferrari. For a little while, a lot of people love this. Ferrari ran red with blue wheels, didn't they?
Exactly. There are 33 of these cars, so it does get very, very busy around this relatively short circuit, well, the shortest in Formula 1 anyway, 2.07 miles, 3.337 kilometres, 18 turns, so you can imagine it's very difficult to overtake. But having said that, they're relatively small cars, particularly in comparison to modern Formula 1 cars.
There are at least 2 cars in this race that won the Monaco Grand Prix. There is the Cooper from 1962, which won with Bruce McLaren at the wheel, and of course the famous Stirling Moss Lotus 18 in the Rob Walker colours. We'll see that in a minute, which beat the Ferraris here, beat the shark-nosed Ferraris here. One of the great classic wins by Stirling Moss. And the car, because it got so hot, it took part of the bodywork off, so you can just see the chassis frame. I did ask Classic Team Lotus are running it if they were going to do that here, but apparently they're not.
It's not warm enough.
No, it's not quite warm enough. And the Bruce McLaren winning car from 62 will be number 14, driven by Richard Wilson. We'll see him in a couple of races. And the Lotus 18, the ex-Moss car, is being driven by, maybe remind me, Bob, if you've got that to hand. Is that
I've got a feeling that it's not Katsuaki Kubota, is it?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, we'll get to that in a moment. But a terrific group of cars. We've got some lesser-known names, haven't we? Watch out for the Gilby, which is one of those very small makes. A chap called Sid Green, actually, and Kyle Tilley, who runs a big racing team in America. Lots of different colours here. Sponsorship was just starting to come in, wasn't it, Bob? And some finance houses like UTT Laystall started to back cars on Bowmaker.
Yeoman Credit.
Yeoman Credit. I think, did Bowmaker become Yeoman Credit the other way around anyway? the Semengo Turner family. But this should be a cracking battle, I think. And
well, there's so many cars, and Joe Colasacco, interesting the way that all came about. His father was actually an Alfa Romeo mechanic, and was sent to the States after the war to look after Alfa Romeos in the States. And so that's how he went from Italy to the States, and it was looking after Alfa Romeos and subsequently establishing his own business. Joe Colasacco met up with Lawrence Oriana. It says Oriana there. I was told it could be Aurelia, but I'm not certain. And he met up with this man, Lawrence Oriana, who owned the Ferrari, and Joe Colasacco has raced it ever since. He's raced a lot of other cars as well.
That's a lot of success in America, I think, in sort of smaller single-seater cars, sort of 1600cc powered Honda single-seaters. But the car in period only did 2 races, this car, raced by John Surtees once, and then by Lorenzo Bandini.
Well, yeah, the Ferrari one. Yes, it's a relatively. Bandini actually was second here in 1965 in 1512, which is exactly that Ferrari. So, as you say, it didn't do a lot of work. It's not a very well-known car.
No.
So the cars are on circuit now for 25 minutes of qualifying, and it's going to be a very busy 25 minutes. We had 1 or 2 incidents yesterday. We had Jobstel stopped on circuit. We also had a little bit an accident at the chicane, which was unfortunate. That was Philippe Bonny in the Brabham BT Ford, and we also had car stopping up the hill. We've also got Andy Willis, who has replaced Charles McCabe in the BRM P578. So watch out for him as well, because he'll be competitive in number 5.
Just to go back to that Sterling Moss winning car, the Lotus 18, which beat the Ferraris, it's been driven by the Welshman Teffion Salisbury. I think his second time here. And we talked to Clive Chapman of Boston Classic Team Lotus, son of Colin Chapman, of course, the founder of Lotus. He was telling us that Teffion, his career has been quite short in these cars. He's getting quicker and quicker. Well, right at the start, it's Mark Shaw setting the pace. But I'm sure that is going to be a big battle for the pole for this one. And in the number 1 car, which is a Brabham BT11 Climax, the American John Romano, this is, I think, his 9th time he's taking part here.
Most of these engines are Climax engines. An engine that was found, 25 is not quite in the barrier. I think he's avoided it. That's Christopher Drake.
Yeah, Chris Drake is a very competitive racer and has done well in this event in the past. So a little mistake by him, cold tyres maybe.
And interesting, the front of that car, I think maybe it's the paintwork, but it looks completely different. Yeah. Here it is again. He just outbrakes himself and almost makes it, and then decides he's going to try, and then decides he's not going to try. And
did he touch the barrier? I think he might have done, yes.
Just a nudge with the front left. Yeah. So Climax engines, most of them, the Climax engine, of course, was a 1.5 litre engine, which powered fire engines or fire trucks, didn't it?
Fire pumps.
Fire pumps.
Static fire pumps, mainly. And the company, Wally Hassan was the chief engineer. Aluminium, very lightweight engine, wonderful, elegant design. And most of these engines are a little V8s. And the Ferrari is a flat 12.
Also BRMs and Alfa Romeo engines.
Yes. The BRMs are pretty competitive with the Climax. Climax ultimately was sold to Jaguar, and the name just disappeared. But now the engines are being built in East Sussex, from the original designs by a company called Crossweight and Gardner, who are unbelievably clever engineering company. They built complete pre-war Mercedes-Benz and Audis out of that. Catching people out all around here, look. Another.
That's at Mirabeau.
Yeah. So the early running. Andy Middlehurst has just gone fastest with a 151.202. And
there he is coming up the hill in the green and yellow car. That is going to be the car to watch, Andy Middlehurst.
Yeah.
Again, a man, when he takes his helmet off, the hair has been sprayed the wrong colour. It's quite grey. Oh, look, between the two of them, there's enough space. That's the point around this circuit. Everyone in Formula One says you can't overtake, you can't overtake, but in these cars, you can.
Way back in the 90s, Andy Middlehurst was a production saloon car champion. 1990, 95, 96, 97, 98. He started racing on motorbike, grass track and speedway. 1980, he did the Formula Ford Championship, won the Star of Tomorrow in 82. So quite important Formula Ford Championship. And he's had lots of success at Goodwood, but he's won this event 4 times in 12, 14, 16 and 18. But I don't think he was here in 20. But Joe Colasacco is, I think he's from New York, isn't he, Joe? New York area. He's just gone fastest in the middle sector. And I think those top 3, we're going to have a terrific scrap between them for the pole. Lucas Halusa, you mentioned his dad at the previous race. He is 4th fastest. Andy Willis, late minute substitute, is in 5th. And there's a man you might see on a timing screen and you wonder, what is that all about? Mr. John B is 13th at the moment. Mr. John B runs a huge corporation which does a lot of carbon fibre and composite work for aeroplanes and all that sort of stuff. And he races under an assumed name. But maybe a bit later, we can tell you his actual name is Jean-Remy Guittard. He's got a lot of great cars. He's got a lot of Ligers and Matras. Terrific collection. He's got a Bentley Speed 8 from Le Mans, and he comes from Béziers.
Rugby country.
Yeah.
So number 7 there, that's Mark Shaw in the Formula 2 car, and he's doing a really good job in that Formula 2 car. That's Formula 2 from 56 to 60, which is, I think, pretty much the same size of engine, but just earlier cars.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that car, actually. And
there he is, getting past number 23. And 23 was Stefan Jobstel, who stopped yesterday on the circuit during practice. Middlehurst fastest, but by only 0.14 of a second. That is close. Colasacco's 2nd, the American driver. 3rd is Mark Shaw. Now Christopher Drake is up into 4th place, but he is 2.6 seconds further back behind Mark Shaw, so quite a big gap there. And then Lucas Halusa in 5th place, Andy Willis 6th, Philip Buhofer 7th, then Stortoni from Italy in 8th place, Dan Collins 9th, and Stefan Jobstel from Australia in 10th place. Then it's Taylor, John Clark, Mr. John of B, mentioned earlier on, Timms and McCarthy completing the top 15. But there's a lot of them out there, and lots of time, lots of potential for improvement. But Middlehurst really the man to beat, and it's going to be quite a duel between Middlehurst and Colasacco, with Mark Shaw surely playing an important part in there as well.
Yeah, I think that car hasn't got the V8 engine. I think it's got an earlier Climax engine in, 4-cylinder. That car was raced at the end of 1961 by the great Jim Clark in South Africa, and that's where it stayed. Raced then by a guy called, a well-known South African racer called Ernie Pieters, in 3 South African Grand Prix, counting for the World Championship. So that's strictly not a Formula 2 car, I think. Is it in the Formula 2 class?
Yes.
7, is that red? Is that red class?
There's number 4. That's Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari with the blue wheels that we've been talking about. Colasacco from New York, as Andrew just mentioned, but his patron, if you like, Lawrence Oriana from California. just going through the Station hairpin, or Lowe's hairpin as it became, and then Grand Hotel hairpin, or Fairmont hairpin. It's gone through many, many name changes. And you can see the difference in cars there. Number 18 is one of the Formula 2 cars, and that was Elliot Hand. You found something else,
yeah,
you can't hold it back, can you?
On our timing screen, look, the blue section is the Formula 2.
Oh, okay.
This is the Class 2. This is the Formula 1 cars with 4 and 6 cylinders.
Oh, okay.
So it is a Climax. I think it is what I said it was. It's the earlier Climax engine, but 1.5 litres, but not the V8. So in theory, it's got a lot less power than Middlehurst or the Ferrari. So Mark Shaw, basically from Aberdeen, doing a fantastic job. Oh, another spinner.
Number 15, I think that was. And that is Dan Collins gets going.
He's another of the classic Team Lotus customers, been racing with them for years, a huge enthusiast for Lotus. And look at this, wheel to wheel.
That's what I mean about being boxed in and finding your way through the traffic. Another spinner there.
That car is owned by a chap called Nick Taylor, and he had a business, sold O-rings and stuff like that, right next door to the Pride Park football stadium. And that doesn't look nice at all.
No, that's in the barrier, just at the entrance to the tunnel, coming out of Portier, red flag.
Now, how's he got there? And do you think he's clashed with somebody else? That's not the sort of place you...
Here it is.
Here it is.
Through Portier.
Oh, it's blown up. It's gone and blown up. And then somehow, I wonder if it then locked up.
Number 3, Michel Gendre in a Lotus 24.
Yeah,
so,
basically...
does the clock stop? Yes, the clock does stop. So, in practice, the clock would have continued, but as in Formula 1, in qualifying, the clock stopped. So, just a matter of recovering that car, getting it off the circuit.
I was talking about that Nick Taylor car, and I was just saying that his workplace next door to the Derby County football ground, and he sold that business recently, but he loves that Lotus 18 he's got, which has been driven by many different people. And there, look at the oil slick.
Well, I'm not certain it is.
I think so. Well,
I mean, it certainly would appear so. But you can see the difference in shape of the cars. Now, there's number 12 there is Cliff Gray in the Cooper T43 from earlier. Now, number 20, that I think that's a Rob Walker car.
Yeah, that's the famous Stirling Moss winner.
Yeah, Teflon Salisbury.
It's absolutely the genuine car.
As the owner of a Rob Walker car,
yes.
Every time I see Rob Walker colours, I'm very attracted, shall we say.
Yeah, we saw the Ferguson in those colours earlier.
Yeah.
But for our younger listeners and viewers, explain who was Rob Walker. And it's a story which also concerns whiskey. So just tell us, car you own, just as we've got a break here, we've got a little time to discuss Facile Vegas and Rob Walker, famous, both successful independent Formula 1 team owner for many years.
Yes, he was the patron really of Stirling Moss, and promoted his career massively, and was very, very important, but also ran people like Maurice Trintignant, Joe Bonnier, Joe Siffert, for example, quite a few other drivers as well.
Later, Mike Hailwood, I remember.
Yeah, we'll see his car later on, won't we?
And
the Bondoxo Surtees.
Lovely little dolly they're just pushing under there to lift the car up. And had a lot of success, of course, did Rob Walker.
Yeah.
Ran a very, very good team. And later went on to be a superb journalist, and his wife was very much part of the organisation. I remember walking down the pit lane and handing brownies to the mechanics, which are absolutely wonderful woman, a wonderful couple from Wiltshire, I think, and
Somerset,
sorry, and came from the Johnny Walker Whiskey Company. For many years, Johnny Walker was a huge sponsor of this race. Well, do you remember they used to have the chap, Johnny, dressed up as Johnny Walker, walking down the grid before the Formula 1 race.
So all these cars with the blue really the blue colour scheme.
I'm not finished with you yet, mate.
Oh, okay.
Explain a Facile Vega to people.
Well, the Facile Vega, he actually drove 3 different road-going Facile Vegas on the road, did Rob Walker.
And these were
American-powered, French-built cars.
And you have 3 of them?
No, well, I've got 3 of them, but not the 3 that he owned. I've got one of them that he owned.
Yes.
And it's in the most beautiful blue colour. And we paid tribute to him at Goodwood a few years ago. And I think we were all a bit worried that we had the right colour. But fortunately, we all had the right colour except for a little pickup or a little minivan that they used at the factory, which was a bit paler. But people like, there were not just drivers who started their careers, but particularly one Herbie Blash started his career. And Herbie Blash went on to be an FIA deputy clerk of the course, I think, and also a steward and all sorts of things. And, of course, worked for Brabham for many, many years as team manager at Brabham, and then worked for the FIA.
And consultant with Yamaha as well.
And Porsche.
Yeah, and Michael Blash, but... picked up the name Herbie, originally from Rob Walker Mechanics.
I think they called him proper little Herbie.
Yeah.
And that was it. He was Herbie from then on.
He told me once that when he went to Lotus, he was hoping they didn't know his nickname was Herbie, but they found out pretty jolly quickly. When we're talking about Team Lotus Mechanics, as he was, the chief mechanic, Bob Dance, 89 yesterday. Bob was coming to this event until a couple of years ago. And congratulations to Bob making 89. Terrific guy. And nearly all these Lotus mechanics had a nickname. He was known as the Vicar because he liked a cup of tea, apparently. More tea, Vicar.
They used to get up to some quite interesting tricks here and games. Here, particularly at Monaco.
A couple of guys called Clive Hicks and Kenny Samansky. One of their famous tricks, they did outside the tip-top bar, a little Fiat 500. And a chap went and parked it. When he came back, it was sitting on 4 chairs. Right. So, there we are. I think it could be his driver coach there, whose name will come to me in just a second.
That's number 7. That's Mark Shaw, who has gone quickest. He's the Scottish property developer from Aberdeen and Edinburgh also. He's got a base in Edinburgh. A passionate SNP supporter. So he's got a few interesting conflicts. He's had an extensive career. He's racing in a number of different classes this weekend. He started off in Formula First back in 1991. And he is 52 years old. Barber Saab also Formula 3 and Formula 3000, and a 14-year gap before he returned in various historic cars. That's Mark Shaw in number 7, who is fastest at the moment.
Yeah.
And he's fastest by 0.4 of a second from Andy Middlehurst second. And then the 7/10 gap back to Joe Colasacco in 3rd spot. And then quite a big gap of 2.3 seconds back to Philipp Buchhofer in 4th place. And Philipp Buchhofer is from Switzerland, and he races, he's raced quite small cars, for example, Formula Junior cars as well. A Lotus 44 and the Lotus 24 here at Monaco. He's finished 3rd here at Monaco, so certainly a driver to be watched. Races at Goodwood as well. He's got a Lotus Elan, Swiss businessman, and he won in Formula Junior Lola at the start of this year, so he's already been a winner. That's Philipp Buchhofer in 4th place from Switzerland. Lucas Halusa in 5th place in number 22 rather, 2nd youngest son of Martin Halusa. Did a track day in his first race in 2014. He's raced E-types, all sorts of things.
Yes, they used to have a Formula 3 race as part of this meeting for a while, because Formula 3 was such a part of the Grand Prix where young stars used to emerge, and the likes of Ken Tyrrell and Colin Chapman used to watch at the hairpin and decide who they might sign.
John Clark from Scotland here. in the Yeoman Credit Cooper. I think that's the Yeoman Credit colours. And in number 56, a driver with a huge network of dealerships in Scotland, 13th fastest at the moment. And now we're going back to another Lotus 18.
Now that had a Scottish band on the front, because in his Ireland race, that car, it was indeed a Scottish, like Rob Walker became a great Formula One reporter and critic and writer.
What a character, yeah.
Yeah, was a captain of a fishing boat at one time. But, got up to all kinds of tricks, did Innes.
Puccinelli there in the Cooper. He's 23rd at the moment in the little Cooper, and quite a nice little rundown. 48 there is nice to see him. That's Robert Pullin in the Lotus 18. The Lotus 18 a bit squarer and older, so quite recognisable, a Lotus 18, whereas from the 21 and 25, you can see quite a lot of work taking place on the circuit to try and soak up all that oil. That
was a big blow-up, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was slightly tricked by the shadow of the posts when I said I'm not awfully certain if it is, but as you can see, they've got all the tricks, all the machines to hoover up the what used to be cement dust. I don't think it is any longer. You call it kizzy yesterday. It's a bit more like that, yes. Which actually absorbs the oil, and then they can pick it up with this, what is basically a large vacuum cleaner.
So, a bit of a hiatus at the moment. 14 minutes still to go. Mark Shaw, a little surprising, I suppose, in provisional pole. But quite a lot of laps to go yet before this is decided. Bob, they're very elegant, these little cars, aren't they, from this era?
They are. They're very, very attractive and very manageable and easy to, well, relatively easy to run. Looking at Sid Hoole there, who's done well.
Yeah, and the Cooper. I mean, Sid's been racing forever, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's had quite a bit of success here in the past.
Yeah, I think he's been on the podium. In 2022, it was Colasacco from Drake. Dan Collins was in 4th. In 2021, it was Shaw from Nick Taylor, Buhofer. Not so many runners then. In 2018, Middlehurst, one of his wins from Colasacco, so you can see it goes right back. And then James King, who was quite a competitor, was in 3rd place. In 2016, it was Middlehurst again from Colasacco, so they've got quite a lot of history, those two. Yeah. 2014, Middlehurst again from Sid Hoole in 2nd, and then 2012, Sid Hoole was 2nd to Middlehurst as well.
Yeah, the chap was leaning down into Mark Shaw's cockpit. Well, maybe his driver, Horatio Fitzsimon, fine young racing driver, a lovely man actually, and spends most of his time in the United States. And his father raced before him. We've seen him going very quickly at Goodwood, and lots of success in Lotus Elands and Formula Junior cars. So that's who I just sometimes you just can't get the name, can you? And it came to me. Love these. Look at that exhaust system. Well, that's art, isn't it?
And actually building those cars was such art as well, wasn't it? Because of course, the mechanics had to make so much.
But the Colasacco car, the exhaust system on that's just got 2 pipes coming out of chrome, but I think you described it yesterday as a plate of spaghetti. It is the most fantastic piece of metalwork, and looks almost like a sculpture. I mean, if you took it out of the car and put it on a wood plank, everybody'd say, what a marvellous sculpture. Well, all these marshals, about 15 or so of them, working hard to clean this circuit up, but they've got to do that because no grip at all if they haven't cleaned that up. And just obviously holding the proceedings up a little bit.
Yeah, there's still 14 minutes and 20 seconds of the session to go, so certainly worth everyone waiting for the restart. Number 9 there is going to be the first driver out onto the track, and that's Kostas Michael in a Cooper T73.
Yeah, but those front three, Bob, are quite substantially quicker than the rest of the field, I think.
Actually, that's been pushed off, isn't it? Maybe that was the car that had stopped, or was it?
Ah, it could have been.
Number 9, Kostas Michael. That's interesting that it's been wheeled back. We didn't think it was number 9, did we?
Well, it's difficult to see from the angle the number it was, but...
So, lots of chaps with brooms working away, trying to get rid of that spilt oil. And remember that it's much more easy to make a mistake with a gear change, with braking, than it is these days. They have fail-safe in the Formula cars these days. You don't have blown engines. You don't miss a gear.
You've got a computer controlling it.
Exactly. Yeah. Rather than a driver. So it was much easier in those days to
miss a gear.
Basic mistakes, which could mean losing a position or losing an engine.
Yes. Steering not so heavy on these little cars, of course. They're kind of narrow tyres, relatively speaking.
Yeah. So Mark Shaw from Andy Middlehurst, Joe Colasacco, Philip Buhofer, Lucas Halusa, Christopher Drake, and then Andy Willis, and then number 34, Andrea Stortoni from Italy, so Dan Collins, Stefan Jobstl.
Quite a few, as we mentioned, the Cooper firm, and some of our younger listeners will know Mini Coopers, of course, and there's a long history to that. So Cooper Car Company is a very successful racing car manufacturer from Surbiton in Surrey, originally run by Charles Cooper and then followed up by his son John. And when the Mini came out very early, in the early 60s, when the BMC, British BMC, who built the Minis, got Cooper to do a hotted up version, and that association has stuck ever since. So, right through to the period now when obviously latest Mini Cooper is basically a BMW. It's owned by BMW, obviously. But Cooper also totally transformed the Indianapolis 500 scene by going rear engine, didn't they? With Jack Brabham going, and all the old boys at India wonder what the hell was going on when this car appeared in the pit lane, little car with the engine in the back. But,
yes, it gave them a nasty shock.
Yeah, it did. And the Cooper family are still involved. And occasionally come to race meetings. I've seen them at Silverstone. And the Cooper name lives on. But I think Cooper had successful Formula One, was successful in Formula One with people like Bruce McLaren and Jack Brabham were their factory drivers. And both of them, of course, went off to set up their own Formula One teams, their own manufacturing facilities, and then sort of Cooper sort of went downhill as a racing team after that.
Very distinguishable, the works cars with their stripes, white stripes on blue.
The greeny blue.
Yes, yeah. So Kostas Michael has a works car, so too Richard Wilson out there. Actually, Christopher Drake's car is, but he's got a slightly different paint scheme on his, whereas Sid Hoole's is an ex-Rob Walker car.
That colour scheme with the thick white stripes, I don't recognise that. What was the history of that car?
Well, it was built in order to take part in the British Formula One races. Its first driver was John Taylor, who raced at the International Trophy in 1964.
Yes, John Taylor, a big expert at Mallory Park circuit was John Taylor. But I just see that Alan Rollinson, a fine young driver many years ago in lights of Formula 5, I think he tried to qualify the car, did he? Yeah.
Failed to qualify for the next British Grand Prix, and also Piers Courage for the next month at the Mediterranean Grand Prix.
When we went from this category up to 3 litres, Cooper used Maserati engines for a while, didn't it? Big Maserati engines, which were a bit old-fashioned, but didn't really do the job.
And they had here, for example, such a short nose. Do you remember? And the massive radiator at the front.
Yes, they had a special short nose version. It didn't stop hitting at the hairpin and stuff.
Exactly.
But, a very sort of stub nose. And a great Austrian driver. Some of you will remember Jochen Rindt. He started his Formula One career with Cooper.
For some reason, it seemed a much bigger engine.
Yeah, I think it was quite old-fashioned, wasn't it, that motor? It certainly didn't have the power. Ferrari, of course, really got to that first, didn't they?
So let's hope we get a restart fairly soon. I think we should do.
We should. I mean, they were doing a very good job of clearing that up.
Yeah.
This chap's having a little sit-down, look, next to Mark Shaw's car. Well, there's a funny car, number 35. That's the
Assa guy,
yes.
Julian Ellison.
So very much a one-off special, that. It's got a little Alfa Romeo engine in.
Yep.
And I don't think that ever raced in a Grand Prix, but...
well, it raced in the South African Championship in 1963. And was one of the local cars entered in the Round Grand Prix, which was held in December in the presence of Lotus BRM and Lola teams.
Oh,
That's the guy.
Yeah, the South Africans built a few, though, and it was a thing called the LDS, which is a guy called Doug Serurier. But I think that was based on a Cooper.
And they used Alfa Romeo engines quite a lot.
Yeah, they did. It was a very healthy scene in South Africa racing in Formula One. Back in the 70s, they had quite a successful Formula One championship. A lot of the teams used to sell their last year's car to different organisations. So there was a lot of tobacco sponsorship there, the Lucky Strike brand and the Gunston brand. And there was a big war going on. And their two main drivers, there was a guy called Dave Charlton, who had a series of Lotuses, and then there was a Zimbabwean, but that was Rhodesian in those days, driver called John Love, and they used to really battle out that championship. There was quite a lot of other quick guys like Eddie Kaizen and a number of good South African drivers.
So the track looks relatively clear. Let's just keep an eye on the flags.
The green light is flashing.
Green light, yeah.
So those marshals have done a good job, but took a little while.
It'll be a moment or two before that dust dissipates as well when they do go out, but it's 14 minutes and 19 seconds remain of the session.
So those are the main pictures that we see there, where the Formula One cars will be in 2 weeks' time. But they'll turn up sort of probably a week on Monday, will they?
Well, yeah, immediately after the San Marino, well, it's not San Marino Grand Prix, it's the Gran Premio d'Emilia Romagna,
yes,
which is next weekend.
At the town of San Marino.
At
Imola.
Yeah.
But used to have the San Marino name.
Yeah. So the cars are started, as I say, 14 minutes and 19 seconds still to go. And they're ready to go, and it's just a matter of the light turning green at the pit lane exit, and they will be on circuit.
But Dan Collins had that helmet with the yellow and blue, very characteristic helmet. There, the 46 car we talked about, in his iron, and the Apulian Scotsman who raced that car in that light green colour.
At one time, he was a Scotsman called Ireland, living in Wales.
Yes, indeed.
Lived at Prestane. Prestane House in Wales.
There's that helmet again. And we talked about the blue wheels on the Ferrari. For a long time, Lotus had yellow wheels. And you just saw them there. That 46 car leads them out of Kurt Delbane in the BRP with a BRM engine. Well, that's also a V8.
BRP standing for British Racing Partnership.
Which was involved with Sterling Moss's father, wasn't it? I believe, to settle that up.
Or Ken Gregory was his manager.
Yeah, they were in it together, were they? And, so 4 Lotuses in a row.
So they've got to be tiptoe a little bit on the dust down at Portier. got to be a little bit careful.
They'll be aware of it. Now, where are the quick boys positioned in this one? So we're looking for number 7, Mark Shaw. We're looking for Andy Middlehurst, of course, and we're looking for the number 4 car of Joe Sacco, the beautiful Ferrari.
So here they go, yeah, setting up a little bit of, putting up a little bit of dust. Actually, the marshals have done a good job with their vacuum cleaner and have got most of the dust, haven't they?
Yeah, that stripy flag, if you're not used to flag signals, saying liquid on the course, usually oil, but can be some other things.
Yeah, this is liquid on the course or just slippery track surface?
I suppose slippery track surface,
yeah. Doesn't actually go into what it is.
No.
So the car's back out on track again. Remember, Shaw from Middlehurst, Colasacco, Buhofer, Halusa and Drake. That's the top 6. Then Willis, Stortoni, Collins and Jobstel in the top 10.
And trying to look a bit further down, see if anybody might jump into that top 10. Maybe Sid Hall, so experienced in that Cooper.
Katsuaki Kubota, the...
Oh, yeah, he's just on the edges there.
Japanese driver.
And Nick Taylor, we mentioned, with his a car that was actually raced by the Count Wolfgang von Trips early in his career before he joined Ferrari. And that's a car just gone through the picture white with the checkered flag stripes. 2 Team Lotus cars, wheel to wheel. Up the hill they go.
Yeah, you were talking about...
So that white car, in the paddock, he had the car, and on the dashboard of the car where it was parked, he had a little model of the car. It's beautifully presented that, and he had a book, the whole history of the car, one of those photo books, which apparently he made to send to Goodwood because he's having trouble getting an entry. And that did it.
Well, there he is. I think that is that Baratti? Federico Baratti? No, it wasn't. But, yeah, the yellow wheels. You were talking about yellow wheels.
Yeah.
Well, the yellow wheels, of course, on Team Lotus cars.
Yes.
But you can see it's not easy to get a quick lap when you're right in the traffic. Very, very difficult. We asked yesterday if they perhaps are allowed to use radios to perhaps suggest to the drivers, as they would in Formula One, in modern Formula One, that they drop back or whatever. And the answer came from classic Team Lotus: no, don't complicate it any further. So they just have to find their own piece of track and use it accordingly. So coming up to complete the first flying laps and keeping well out of the way there, I think, was Sid Hull. Doing a good job keeping out of the way.
Yeah, as you know, Bob, I'm following this quite closely, but there's a chap here I'm not aware of. A ninth place Tortoni, an Italian racer, but I'm not sure of his history.
No.
And it's still Shaw, Middlehurst, Colasacco. Buhofer's come into the pit. Halusa is looking a bit racy, could move up the top 5. But we need one more lap, really, don't we, to establish what's going to happen. Still effectively on an out lap.
This is Mark Shaw we're looking at the moment, who's fastest, and he's got a clear track, although he's got number 20 ahead of him. That's Teffion Salisbury in the extra walker, former winner around this circuit, as you've said earlier. So Mark Shaw just gaining on him. He should catch him in the tunnel, should be able to get past fairly easily, if not before. And Teffion Salisbury keeps out of the way and allows Mark Shaw to go through. Much more polite, this lot, aren't
Lotus
they?
21, Lotus 18, the chassis is very similar. They really streamlined the body down between them. Lotus 18, an intriguing shape at the back, isn't there? The rear of the car.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the early cars, you see quite a lot of the mechanicals of the car, but with this formula, you couldn't see much. And obviously, you can see the suspension there, the coil springs at the rear.
Lucas Halusa there in the Brabham, very recognisable with its gold central stripe.
Yeah.
Lucas Halusa at the moment in 5th place.
Well, Mark Shaw, I think, maybe on this lap go a little bit quicker. He's on the pole provisionally at 150.9, and Middlehurst has got 0.3 of us. Middlehurst just gone fastest in the first sector, so I think Middlehurst on a bit of a push now, which he needs really, with 7 minutes or so remaining. And Colasacco not on a quick lap at the moment, but Shaw goes faster, down to 50.0, and we're interested to see middle sector for Middlehurst.
That puts Shaw 1.2 seconds ahead of Middlehurst, but Middlehurst, as you say, very quick in the first sector, and a very canny competitor. He knows how to do it. He knows how to make this car go quickly, and he knows when to put the hammer down, especially on a slippery surface that we've already had. So there he is.
Yeah, all those years of racing, right back to the 1980s. And he, for a long time, was a big Nissan dealership. He's sold that now. He's just selling new second-hand cars, almost new second-hand cars. And still got a big workshop up in the northeast. So wasn't so quick in the middle sector. Might have been Bolt on that lap.
Yeah.
There is that. Yeah, there he is, pushing his way through the famous Lotus colours.
He's done it. He's gone fastest.
He has. 1:48.49. First place and into the 49s. 49.5 for Middlehurst.
That puts him about half a second quicker than Mark Shaw. So there's 6.5 minutes still to go. Still plenty of time. 2 or 3 laps for these guys.
Just wonder what Colasacco's Colasacco is on his lap, and it's not looking if he's going to challenge for the pole. The race that he won last time out 2 years ago. And Middlehurst going faster again on this next lap, I think. Anybody else moving up or down, Bob? Collins still in 9. Taylor still going well in that former privateer Lotus 18, which was originally raced by Swiss driver Michael May. I mean, it's so different in those days. You could, as an independent, you could turn up and race in Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Here, well,
with your car on a flatbed VW transporter.
Tracking with Middlehurst here through the swimming pool section.
Christopher Drake has improved in 5th place, and Stortoni has improved in 7th. Sid Toole was in the pits. Katsueki Kubota is in the pits. They both are still. So is Andy Willis in 9th place. But they've got 5 minutes to go. So it's getting to the sharp end of this session. And if they're going to make their move, it's going to be soon. Yellow flag at Saint-Devote. Who's gone off there? Probably up the escape road.
Yeah.
Number 15, that's Dan Collins.
Yeah. But just talking, you mentioned Sid Hall, because back a decade ago, he finished second twice to Middlehurst here.
Whoa, number 15. Oh, braking late. And that was James Hagan, the American. I think he's American, but
I'm sure he is.
Was he Irish? Can't remember. But
I think he's in a Formula 2 car.
James Hagan, Irish. Yeah. Actually played rugby until he injured himself, so came to play cars instead.
That was the tangle.
Ooh, yes.
2 different shades of green. Yeah, it's a 46 car going round, and that's Kurt Cobain from the States in the BRP. Looking pretty racy there, wasn't he? That hump as you dive down a hill,
which everybody tries to avoid in modern Formula cars. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. No improvements at the moment.
Mark Shaw might have a bit of a go here. Look, he's 1.6 seconds behind Middlehurst.
Yeah.
So age has not dimmed the speed of Andy Middlehurst, as I said. It won a race last weekend at Donington in the fire-breathing Nissan Skyline. Godzilla, they called that model, didn't they? They raced a lot, Australian nickname. And
Andy Willis into the top 10, now in 9th place. Nick Taylor in 8th place. A couple of British drivers there.
Yeah, and then the Welsh driver, Salisbury, in the ex-Stirling Moss. Winning car here. Beating those Ferraris. Fantastic race. Oh dear.
The Assegai is there, and so is Mark Shaw.
Yeah. Well, I guess Mark Shaw was going a lot quicker than the Assegai and is tangled with it, and driver climbs out. That sort of Ferrari shark-nosed copy there with Julian Ellison.
Yeah, he's got Mark Shaw's got scars on the front of the car,
but mechanically I think it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Look at there. This is how it happened. Just huge closing speed, and
he went for a gap and it closed basically.
Yeah, I was. Mark should have really seen him coming and moved over, given him a bit more room.
So 2 minutes to go, and the Assegai is stranded at the swimming pool.
I wonder if they got any spare wishbones for that car.
Yeah.
Well, there he is.
So a rare car, that.
Yeah,
yes.
well, it's a one-off, isn't it?
Yeah.
A low-budget operation as well, and down on power, of course, that little Alfa Romeo engine. But, yeah.
Julian Ellison.
So any chance, I think Mark Shaw had a matching the Middlehurst time has gone there, full course.
Full course yellow. Mark Shaw hasn't actually come into the pits.
And
interestingly
just
enough,
a minute and 20 seconds, so that's it. Andy Middlehurst will be on the pole with Mark Shaw and Joe Colasacco, the three that we thought would be there, Bob.
Yeah.
And then Halusa, Berhofer, Drake, Stortoni, good job by him, Nick Taylor, Andy Willis and Dan Collins rounding out the top 10.
And the red flag goes out, so that's the end of this session, because they will not have time to restart it. So Andy Middlehurst again showing his prowess around this circuit. On pole position from the Scottish driver Mark Shaw, second, and then third Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari in third spot. In fourth, Lucas Halusa in number 22, and then fifth is Philip Buhofer from Switzerland, and sixth, completing the top six, is Christopher Drake from the United Kingdom. So once again, very competitive from Christopher Drake. Then our new discovery, Stortoni, in 7th place.
Yeah, he has raced that car before. He's also raced a Lotus 11, but not sure of his complete history. But a good job, certainly by Stortoni. Looking at the pictures of him on the internet, heavily bearded.
So perhaps disappointing Katsueki Kubota in 15th place. We'd expect to see him perhaps a little bit higher up the order.
Stortoni had raced in the Glover Trophy at Goodwood 3 years ago.
And we'd expect perhaps to see Sid Hoole, who is in 18th place, higher up the order as well.
But then, you know, Sid was competitive 10 years ago, but I think he's probably well into his 70s.
Yeah.
Sid Hoole. And great to be able to race still, isn't it?
There is Andy Middlehurst, so another pole position for him.
And car beautifully prepared by classic team Lotus. And,
headed by Clive Chapman, of course.
And Chris. It'll come to me in a minute. So John Romano, who raced in this thing 8-9 times, down there in 17th place.
So yes, 1 minute and 13 seconds still remain. I wouldn't have thought there's any point in restarting this, but maybe they will. I don't know. They haven't actually recovered the Assegai yet.
No, a little bit slow with that, aren't they?
Or have they now?
Yeah, Chris Dinage is what I was trying to think of.
Chris Dinage, yeah.
Yeah, and he's the team manager. He's been with Lotus for many years. There was a very spirited discussion yesterday with some scrutineers who were annoying him. And Chris Rowe is the #1 mechanic for Ayrton Senna. We're going to see a great display of Senna machinery at lunchtime. We're looking forward to that. And from karts right through to his later Formula 1 cars, but also some of the cars that he competed in the junior categories, where he went flying up the ranks, of course. Yeah, classic Team Lotus, a whole fleet of cars. They've got quite a lot of stuff that still can be rebuilt.
Have they? They've got.
Yeah, they start to have, they've got the famous jet car going, and I've seen it demonstrating at Goodwood, and that was four-wheel drive, because we talked about the four-wheel drive Ferguson earlier, and yeah, they do a terrific job up there at the same head where originally Team Lotus were based, in Hethel. Of course, Lotus Cars now owned by the Chinese Geely Corporation, been through various different ownerships. Well, there's race control. I noticed there's also a police chief in there, which you wouldn't normally see in a lot of races.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. I can remember commentating at Silverstone, and we used to have a police during the British Grand Prix, and we used to have a policeman in the box with us.
Is that so? Yes.
Just in case there was some sort of crisis.
Yes.
And it needed to be sorted out.
I mean, at Silverstone, a couple of crazies run onto the track now and then.
Well, exactly, yeah.
So there, on your screen is the results list. Again, you see that gap of 1.5 seconds between first and second, going through now through to 24th place. And famous Mr. John of B there. We can't find out what the B's for. I mean, we know his real name, but why is Mr. John of... I mean, he's Jean, so I suppose that makes a John. So, but he got the most magnificent collection of cars.
31 cars qualified. That's actually 2 less than yesterday, so I suspect we may have lost, for example, a couple of the cars that had problems yesterday, like Philippe Bonnet. I don't think he took part in number 80.
So some nice shots reviewing what just went on. And Andy Middlehurst, there he is, with the beautiful, sleek Lotus 25, the car that changed the way racing cars were constructed, as we said at the top, going to this bent, folded aluminium bathtub-style chassis from the tubular frame, and before that was a ladder chassis, wasn't it? But as I said, it's a great thing about coming to this race meeting. You can see the total evolution of the Formula 1 car over a period of 40 years. So, next up, have a little change, I think.
Little highlights package.
Yeah.
As we see the cars going back out. This was the start of qualifying. And remember, the car to look out for was Andy Middlehurst in number 6, Mark Shaw in number 7, Joe Colasacco. And there is number 6, Andy Middlehurst, in that Lotus 25 that Andrew was just talking about, and catching traffic, which was the problem, and literally going between the two of them. Amazing.
He's really carrying plenty of speed down into there, isn't he?
You'd never get that in modern Formula One.
No, they're too wide. There wouldn't be a bit of space.
Wouldn't fit. So Middlehurst setting such a good time and just showing everybody how it done. Look how close he was.
Yeah.
He was up on the curb there and close to the barrier, kissing the barrier, as they will be in a couple of weeks' time. But you just give a slight brush to the barrier in terms of a kiss. It mustn't be a smacker, because if it's a smacker, you probably end up in the pits.
That's a technical term, is it?
Yeah.
Now, Bob, when
Only
did you,
here.
Yeah, Bob, when did you first cover this? When did you first come to Monaco?
1972.
Yeah.
I've been to Monaco before that, but as literally I was hitchhiking from Florence back to Grenoble, and I came via Monaco.
I think I might have been a couple of years before you.
So this is the highlights package still, and Joe Colasacco in this instance trying to thread his way through the back markers, and that was the reason for the stoppage. And to clear up the track, race control said red flag, and this is what happened. A large amount of oil smoke from the back of that car, which was then wheeled away, but it took a long time to clear up the oil that had been distributed, and a long wait in the pits for the drivers. They went back out again and resumed the session.
It was about 15 minutes, wasn't it? That wait.
If not more, I think.
Yeah.
And then there was this little coming together between Mark Shaw and Julian Ellison, and that spelt the end of the session. And the Assegai into the barrier, number 35 there. And that was the end of the session. This is what happened, just a little nudge. No way was Mark Shaw alongside. It was more, he thought there was a gap and it closed. And that was Julian Ellison's right, to be honest. So Ellison out of the car. No damage to either driver. Red flag and the end of the session. So we will now look forward to Series D coming up. Grand Prix cars, 3-litre Grand Prix cars from 66 to 72 coming up shortly.
Également les signaleurs qui permettent de donner des informations aux pilotes pour savoir si éventuellement il y a un danger, des choses de ce type. Et nous avons bien sûr aussi les pompiers si. C'est ça que moi, celui qui on a l'impression qu'il y a eu beaucoup d'interventions militaires pour les essais libres. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui peut être quelque peu différent de s'attarder justement de voir gérer justement des voitures historiques? D'ailleurs, il y a parfois comme les formules actuelles qui a eu des totalement, elles sont totalement différentes. C'est vrai que, comme vous pouvez le voir, les projets, nous avons des crédits qui sont plus ou moins hauts selon la carte de 5 ans.
belles antiquités. Et il faut intervenir à certains grands nombres parce qu'on ne peut pas les traquer comme on le fait d'habitude avec les Formule 1.
Justement, ce qui est plutôt intéressant, c'est les épreuves qu'il y a pendant le stage de commissaire de piste, notamment l'épreuve de la gazelle qui est peut-être la plus difficile. Est-ce que vous pouvez expliquer justement cette épreuve de la gazelle? Je l'ai faite, cette épreuve de la gazelle. Croyez-moi que c'est cardio. C'est du cardio à faire.
Oui, c'est le juge de prix et c'est savoir véritablement si on est suffisamment en forme pour pouvoir intervenir. Donc, il y a différents passages sur cette gazelle, comme sauter un rail, des poids courir d'une certaine vitesse. Donc tout ça sous un temps chronométré et qui est éliminatoire. Si on est un peu mal, on reste en forme le plus possible pour pouvoir réaliser tout ça.
Et justement, on va pouvoir avoir un petit experiment on-board avec les commissaires de piste et même d'ailleurs justement par rapport à ces images qu'on est en train de voir et de réaliser justement pour comprendre ce rôle de commissaire de piste. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose, c'est une vocation, j'ai envie de dire, pour donner envie aux gens d'être commissaire de piste, une vocation à avoir? Cette série dès dans quelques instants.
We're back here at the Monaco Historique. 3-litre Formula 1 Grand Prix cars from 1966 to 1972 and the beautiful site of Lotus 72 from classic team Lotus, and that's Kubota in the number 2 car, who won this in that car back in, well, 10 years ago, Bob Constanturis. I think the class of the field here will certainly be Michael Lyons in the Surtees. He was second last time out, some 14 seconds behind Stuart Hall, who won this in 16 and the McLaren M19A, but this time the owner of the car is going to drive it, and that's the commodity trader Roel Gotha, and Roel will not be as quick as Stuart. But one of the, just saw it there, perhaps the most interesting story of this whole race is to see racing here for the first time one of the most successful drivers from Mexico of all time, Adrian Fernandez, and he has bought a BRM, and it means something really special to him because one of the first big name Mexican drivers, Pedro Rodriguez, raced that car. I think he had a second place in it. Raced it in quite a lot of World Championship events. Adrian bought it. Adrian did a demonstration in it once at the Mexico Grand Prix, and liked the car so much, he said, well, I've got to buy this car. And then he got in a bidding war with some Russian guy, but the owner liked the fact that a Mexican was buying a car that a Mexican had raced in, period. So he's got that. I mean, Adrian, terrific career, of course, in IndyCar racing, then ran his own team, won the LMP2 championship for Honda, or Acura, in 2009, American Le Mans Series. Success at Le Mans, originally in Indy Lights, and raced in the kart series and then Indy series from 93 to 04, and was second overall in that championship in 2006. For a while, managed Sergio Perez, and he doesn't do so anymore. But it was, I think, without Adrian's help, Sergio Perez might not have ever made Formula One, actually. Now, there's an intriguing shot. Tell us about the mirror.
That's the central mirror on what is called the Eiffelland. It's actually a march which was rebodied by a company called Eiffelland, who to promote their caravans, would you believe? So it was a caravan company in Germany, and they bought this 701, and Rolf Stommelen drove it, and it's got this central mirror right in front of the driver. Hopefully the driver is confident of seeing around it. The Eiffelland is being driven by David Shaw, not to be confused with Mark Shaw, and David Shaw has got this Eiffelland. There's a few stars as well in this session, some interesting drivers. Tom Hartley Jr., who's very well known for purveying exotic road cars from his base in the Midlands of the UK.
Yeah, he's in Derbyshire, isn't he?
Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Well, do you call that? I thought it was Leicestershire, actually.
Well, maybe he's on the border somewhere. But
Katsuaki Kubota, the Japanese driver, and one Adrian Newey. About whom quite a lot has been written recently. It has to be said that he is in one of the older cars in this, particularly when you look at the Lotus 72 is out there of Katsuaki Kubota, the Japanese software developer, but Adrian Newey is in a Lotus 49, and the difference between those is about 3 years and quite a lot of development. So you can imagine the 72 is going to be a lot quicker in theory than the 49B, however much the expert designer Adrian Newey has worked on that car, and also Lanzanti as well in Petersfield in Hampshire have worked on the car as well. So
Adrian has raced this Lotus 49 before, and he's
crashed it as well.
Crashed it. He's raced a GT40. He's raced at Le Mans in a Ferrari some years ago.
He's also raced an E-Type as well.
They got a very quick E-Type that I think has also been driven by Jenson Button at Goodwood.
Well, also worth pointing out is Claudia Huertgen, her reappearance in a Ferrari 312 from Methuselah Racing. That's a 1969 car. So again, it's one of the older cars as well. So perhaps not too much to be expected. Roald Goethe is out in the McLaren M19A.
A winning car around here, but with Stuart Hall. And but Michael Lyons in that family Surtees, he's been raced by his mother previously, and we said yesterday, didn't we, not many people are racing the car that their mother had raced. But I think Michael will be difficult to catch. Also Sean Lynn in there was a bit of a late entry, taking over the Brabham BT37 Lobster Claw, which is normally raced by his mate Jamie Constable. And
worth pointing out, sorry, just to go back to Adrian Newey, that Lotus 49B, the Lotus 49B won here in 1968 and 69, and then a 49C won in 1970. The first two in the hands of Graham Hill, the second, or the third rather, in 1970 in Jochen Rindt's hands. So it's been a winner round here.
Now there is a car that you love, the Matra MS120. And so Mr. John B, who's got several Matras, got sports cars as well. And what you love about it, Bob, we're just looking at now the engine with the most magnificent scream, one of the finest mechanical noises you can ever hear. There's Surtees with the famous Surtees Arrow. Is that Mike Hailwood helmet? Because that's Mike Hailwood, one of the few people to really make the transition from motorbike racing to Formula One, and a fantastic guy to boot. Mike Hailwood, and so his helmet being used there. And here's a car raced by the Argentine Carlos Reutemann, who died relatively recently. But Sean Lynn has just bought the Masters Racing Series. and he's got a fight. He's got lots of cars, particularly Bentleys. He's got a couple of Bentleys. Bentleys demonstrated at Donington last week. He had the first Le Mans Bentley from 2000-ish, and the last one from 2003. He had the one that I remember had the Ford HB engine in the test car. And they demonstrated Donington last weekend and looked absolutely great. But interesting to see what Sean does with the new racing. In fact, the two main groups that run historic motor racing both changed hands in the last few months.
Well, you said Sean Lynn brought Masters.
Yes.
Surely it's Frédéric Fatien who bought Masters.
No, he bought Legends. Sorry, Legends Martin. He bought Legends.
Okay.
And you're absolutely right. Fred Fatien, based in France and Dubai, have bought Masters.
Okay.
Absolutely spot on, yes.
So Sean Lynn is in that Brabham, which was originally down for Jamie Constable, number 9.
Yeah.
So just moving our cameraman out of the way. Number 1 there is Tom Hartley Jr., who I mentioned earlier on. That is, he hasn't done a lot of racing, Tom Hartley Jr., so big coming around Monaco in a Formula 1 1970 March 701.
Yeah,
quite something. Here comes the field then, led out by Katsuaki Kubota in the Lotus 72.
Yeah, just a quickie, I launched that March at a very cold day at Silverstone. The whole March deal with the Tyrrell running 2 cars, and obviously the STP, there's one of those STP cars here as well. March 701, the March group, Max Mosley, Robin Hurd, Alan Rees, who's still with us, and Graham Coker. They were the founders of that company. It's found a lot of success in America for a while.
So there they go through Massenet. That's the left-hander into Casino Square. And these are considerably quicker. This is finally the DFV era, if you like.
Yes.
The Lotus 49 being the first car to get a DFV engine when it first came out in 1967. And these are the cars with DFVs. We're going to hear a lot of DFVs from now on to through the rest of the day.
Because the engine had tremendous longevity, didn't it? So we've got this is Series D, but Series F and G would be predominantly DFV engines. So.
D, E, F and G, really.
Yeah.
So 4 years, four eras.
Yes.
Before the turbos really came in, well, they started off in 1977 with the Renault Turbo.
So it will be very interesting. This is a very nice BRF, this P153, designed by Tony Southgate, if I remember correctly. Adrian Fernandez obviously hasn't raced for a while. He's 62 years old now. He's very excited to have this car. He's very excited to be here racing at Monaco, and a bit unexpected to see that car, but Michael Lyons turned the screen purple as we would expect, and just let it go for 2 or 3 laps, and then we'll establish some sort of format. I noticed Adrian Newey is in the class for the older cars, Bob. There's a couple of them, so and Claudia Huertgen. So it'll be interesting to compare Claudia Huertgen and Newey.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So early time, but I'm sure we're going to go quicker than that. From Michael Lyons, who is, as you say, the son of Frank and Judy.
Yeah.
Construction people from Essex.
Yeah, I think Felsted in Essex, isn't it, where they come from? So, and they must have quite a few DFV engines, because they've got several DFV powered cars. So they've got the fabulous Ibec Le Mans car that Ian Bracey built, and they found it in a barn 2 miles away from where they were. The bloke had had it for years in there. They found it in this barn. They've restored it. It was able to race at Silverstone Festival last year. Michael ran away with that race. The rules allowed it to race. They still haven't got papers at the moment. Somebody's complaining the brakes have been changed to the ones it ran with originally. Only for one race, and the rest of the time it raced, it had different brakes, which is what it's got on now. But anyway, they're having a little bit of a do. And Adrian Newey overtaking Mr. John B.
Well, one car out there which is going to look very, very strange in comparison to everybody else's is number 12. That's the Ferrari 312B3, also known as the Spetzneve, which directly translated means snowplow. And you'll see why, because of its front treatment. We'll see it in a moment, but we're just watching at the moment the Lotus 49B of Adrian Newey. There it is, with gold leaf colours. There's the Spetzneve just passing out of shot to our left. Obviously a red Ferrari, but it never actually raced. It was tested. It was the brainchild of Mauro Forghieri, the brilliantly talented, right up until his death, he was still working on Ferraris. Brilliantly talented engineer, not only of chassis but also of engines.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah, not many people like that.
No.
And yeah. So Lyons definitely setting the pace, but certainly Matthew Wrigley in the March 721G. And there's a bit of story with that yellow car. We'll see that in a little while, won't we, Bob? But it was built for a privateer. They had two different designs in 1972, did March. And this was one based on the Formula 2 chassis and raced by a charming man called Mike Beutler, and had a group of 4 stockbrokers sponsoring him. So Lyons going...
Huertgen and... Oh, it's good to see Goethe out there, because Huertgen and Goethe, I think, whether they had problems yesterday. Sergeson certainly went into the barrier yesterday on dropped oil. That's Ewan Sergeson in number 7. But we're watching Michael Lyons, who's setting the fastest time. He's now fastest with a 1:36.8. Katsuaki Kubota is second, 1:38.1. And then Matthew Wrigley, son of Mike Wrigley, in third spot, 1:38.6. So just half a second there between those two. Then David Shaw in fourth place in the 1:41s. And the rest are below that. Adrian Fernandez at the moment in 6th place, and Adrian Newey at the moment in 11th place.
Well, Kubota knows how to win round here. He did that, what was it, 8 years ago? Yeah, no, 10 years ago. In the 2014 running of this meeting, he was the winner, and in this same car, he knows it well, ahead of the American Duncan Dayton in a Brabham.
Fittipaldi was third in the Lotus 72 here in 1972. He was 5th the previous year, and they still had the 49 in 1970.
Yeah, with 49, it was quite bulbous, and they went to this incredible wedge shape, didn't they, with the 72. They changed the suspension quite a lot during the period. It had torsion. It was ground braking with torsion bar suspension. I'm not sure they always ran that, or later they changed it, but a most effective racing machine. Looked absolutely fantastic, and a lot of people love those black and gold JPS colours. So Lyons just gone faster again on that lap. Is just completed now. Kubota second, Wrigley, Shaw, and Sergeson. And Adrian Newey in 9th place at the moment.
Matthew Wrigley, last year was his first season, so he's driven a Penske and a Lotus Elan 26R as well. He's tried modern cars but didn't particularly like it, so he's raced against his dad. I say his first season, no.
No, it's not. He was very successful in historic Formula 2 racing. He was one of the men to beat in that. But, he's been racing a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah. Started in a Formula Ford Merlin.
Yeah. And I think he's been very effective in cars like that, in historic Formula Ford as well.
So Lyons fastest by just 9/10 of a second from Katsuaki Kubota. There is the Lotus 72, number 2, on your screens at the moment. or was on your screens. And third spot is Matthew Wrigley.
Just seen the McLaren go through there with the Yardley Cosmetics Company sponsorship. Very good sponsor back in the early 70s. They started with BRM, and then you remember Teddy Mayer at McLaren poached the sponsorship, which made Louis Stanley incandescent with rage. And then Marlboro came along. Again, McLaren stole the sponsor of Louis Stanley at BRM again, but they still had a contract with Yardley. So they ran 2 Marlboro cars, and they ran a third car for Mike Hailwood in also in racing. Here's the snowplow again. No snow today.
Spezzaneve, there it is.
But if it was, it'd do a pretty good job, I think.
As I say, it never raced, but it was developed. They just took the development in a completely different direction.
Yeah.
But what a car it is. Franco Miners in that, number 12. And he is a Monegasque, so a local driver. He's raced Diablos, Lamborghini Diablos, Chevron B16, various cars, including a Lancia Beta Monte Carlo. That's probably the Group C car. And even an Escort. He was 6th in the Ferrari here in 2022. So he certainly knows his way around, as you would expect from a local driver. Franco Miners currently in 7th place, which is quite respectable. Number 27 there is the Eiffel Land. No sign of Claudia Huertgen at all, or Bruno Ferrari. So neither of those two. So just 14 cars on circuit. And I think Huertgen must have had a problem yesterday, which is a shame, but robs us of a very good-looking Ferrari. Lyons fastest, Wrigley in 2nd now. He's gone ahead of Kubota. And in 3rd spot, Kubota now. David Shaw, then Ewan Sergeson in 5th place, and Adrian Fernandez 6th. Then it's Miners, Newey in 8th place, Mr. John O'Bee in 9th, and Tom Hartley Jr. in 10th place. But the spread is about 10 seconds.
Yeah, but Wrigley's pretty close to Lyons. I was a bit surprised by that.
4 tenths.
Yeah. There's that Eiffel Land. I hope you can see around that mirror.
Yes, something that's meant to help you to see is actually obstructing your vision.
Yeah. They're being chased by Raoul Gotha.
There is the 49B. That's Adrian Newey then, at the moment in 8th place. I'm sure he's enjoying himself. I just wonder if his driver, Max Verstappen, has done a track walk with him and showed him where to go quick and where to be careful, because Max Verstappen lives here in Monaco.
We haven't seen any sign of it. May not be in town, of course, this weekend. But, you know, when you look at the Lotus 49, you always think of Graham Hill. It's had such huge success at this track. Mr. Monaco, we called him, didn't we?
Yeah.
And there's that yellow March 721G.
And he's heading for the pits.
Yeah.
Raised hand. Adrian Newey's got a big gap ahead of him, so to make up another place is quite difficult. It's about 2.3 seconds between him and if not 3.3 seconds, him and the car in front. Some Williams bodywork in the background. They're not about to put that on the
no,
march.
They're not, are they? Gotha's gone a little bit faster now. Obviously, he's coached by Stuart Hall also. Stuart coached his 2 sons.
Yeah, Roald Goethe has one son racing in current Formula 3.
Yes, he does, and he's pretty quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he's the younger son.
He's a race winner last year at Silverstone, and he went to the same school as Lando Norris, which is Millfield in the UK.
Famous sort of sporty public school, yes.
Well, when I mentioned that to Lando Norris, he said, yes, I did go, yes, but not very often.
Well, I suppose he was karting, was he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Michael Lyons in that Surtees TS9, originally built in Edenbridge in Kent. I went looking for the old factory the other day and I found a little supermarket on it, which was a little bit disappointing.
And they weren't selling Surtees?
They weren't, no.
No.
Michael Lyons going quicker now, look.
Yeah. 11 minutes still to go, still quite a lot of opportunity. And Michael Lyons quick in the second sector as well. Just Raskas and Noguez to go before the pit straight, or they call it a straight. It's slightly curved around to the right. And Lyons is going to go quicker again. 1:35.7 was the old time. 1:34.0 now puts him 2 seconds ahead of Matthew Wrigley.
Yeah, he's racing in the Team Surtees colours, blue in the Brook Bond Oxo colours. A car like that raced in, driven by Mike Hailwood actually. But this particular car mainly raced in South Africa with John Love, we mentioned a little earlier, in the Team Gunston red and gold colours, in fact. So they put it into a more recognisable colour scheme. That Surtees colour scheme, we see it in this race. Sometimes it's in blue and white, sometimes it's mainly in red and white, but for the Brook Bond Oxo sponsorship, they changed it to blue and white. And I remember going to a race, and Brook Bond at the time, the TV commercials, had some chimpanzees which drank tea. Believe it or not, wouldn't be allowed these days, would it? And they brought a chimpanzee there and sat him in the car. Well, there's a few monkeys had driven this before. So Lyons, Wrigley, and Michael's pulled out a little bit. I mean, Michael's, of course, we didn't say this, Bob, did we? The winning most horrible American expression driver here has won 7 times.
Yeah, amazing.
I think one year he won three of these later classes, didn't he? Had huge success in this.
We're going to see him quite a few times now.
Sits quite far out of the guy's tall chap, Michael. He's about 6'2". And, I mean, early in his career, he was heading in a modern route, although the family had lots of historic cars, did Formula Renault and so on pretty well, and he raced in the Ferrari GT cars with the AF Corsa team, but he was dragged back into the historic world, which is a big world these days, isn't it? And
also, of course, the family did quite a few Formula 3000, 5000 races as well.
He'd raced those cars.
Yeah.
Don't seem to race much at the moment. There's that Mike Hailwood helmet.
Now, there's Katsuaki Kubota in the Lotus 72. Currently third fastest. Is it going to go ahead of Matthew Wrigley, who's in the pits at the moment?
Well, I think it's a possibility.
Yeah. That's a quick first sector time. It's actually quicker than Michael Lyons went last time.
Yeah, 8 minutes remaining in this session.
This is going to be an improvement from Kubota-san. He's been with Classic Team, and he slows right up. He slows just before Noguez at the end of the lap, so it's not going to be a faster lap. He's been with Classic Team Lotus for a long time, even though actually he's raced other cars. I always thought he'd stay with Lotus, but he's actually raced other cars as well.
Seen a bit of March, I think, from one car in the past.
Yeah, and Tyrrell in 2017, McLaren, Lotus, obviously Lotus, even Lotus Elan as well.
Yeah. So this is Series D. Before lunch, we've still got Series E to come.
Yeah.
And then we've got, I think, another 3 sessions this afternoon. And, of course, the 7th parade. We're looking forward to that.
So Michael Lyons, still 1:34.0. Katsuaki Kubota did not complete that lap at speed, so that wasn't an improvement. It's still Lyons, Wrigley, Kubota, Sergeson, Fernandez and Shaw in 6th place, and Lyons held up there by the BRM, the Ardley BRM. Shaw, then Franco Miners in 7th, Tom Hartley Jr. in 8th place, Adrian Newey now in 9th, and Mr. John O'Bee in 10th place, ahead of Goethe, Mathilde, Lynn and Becker. That's the 14 that have practiced.
I'm not sure if that 11 car that Claudia Huertgen was going to drive actually came in the end. Now we haven't We haven't been able to just really hear separately. Have the screaming matching,
No.
the V12 of Mr. John B. If we could maybe pick that up on our picture, we might just pick up the sound of it. That's this number 16 car, isn't it? The composites magnet. Can you be a composite magnet? I suppose you can. Anyway, Michael Lyons.
Depends how you spell it, really.
Yeah, yes.
Here he comes. This is not going to be an improvement from Michael Lyons. 134.0 is his best so far in this session. That was a 145, so obviously not an improvement. There's just under 6 minutes still to go. No improvements for anyone, really. Newey's been out there for quite some time. He's done 11 laps so far.
Yeah, he'll be having the time of his life.
Yeah.
And I suspect Bob might speculate to you saying, this is great. Do I really need to have the dramas of joining a new racing team?
Yeah.
And start designing for the new. But of course, a man like Newey is so driven, isn't he? What's your view?
He's a very competitive guy. I remember here having an extraordinary conversation after a qualifying session where Red Bull had slightly messed up things. Thierry Boutsen there, and the Red Bull had slightly messed up things. And I said, oh, they that didn't do that quite right. He absolutely exploded as though it was my fault. I absolutely said they didn't made a complete mess of it. Absolutely went bananas.
Yeah, because Norman's sort of quiet, low-key guy, isn't he? Yeah.
I've treated him with kid gloves ever since. Damn.
Just then, now, Michael Lyons are very close to the barrier.
A kiss, as long as it's only.
It was no kiss.
It's only a brush.
No kiss. It was an air kiss, and
a moi.
Yeah, and Lyons really wringing the neck of this Surtees.
Lyons not an improvement. Matthew Wrigley set his fastest time in the first sector on this lap. Let's see how he gets on in the second sector. Quite a long second sector, all the way to just before the Rascasse, so only 2 corners in the final sector.
Quite a lot of people tune these Cosworth DFVs. Jeff Richardson being the best known, but actually the Lyons family use a company called High Speed, HY Speed. Yeah. The Lyons now he's got on a quick one.
Yeah.
And
with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is his final push, just to make absolutely sure. I mean, I've got the best part, 2 seconds on the field has Michael Lyons, 7 times a winner around here.
Wrigley possibly improving, we'll see. 136.1 was his previous best, 135.9. He does improve. And Kubota goes quicker again, however, but is still 1.5 seconds behind Lyons. So it's Lyons, Kubota, Wrigley. Improvements from both Kubota and Wrigley, but Lyons is also on schedule to improve on this lap. So is Ewan Sergeson in 4th place. Adrian Fernandez is 5th. Well done to him. David Shaw in 6th. Then Franco Mana's Adrian Newey has gone ahead of Tom Hartley Jr. So he's improved. And Mr. John B completes the top 10.
Yeah, I think Adrian Fernandez did an excellent job in that ex-Pedro Rodriguez BRM. Of course, the next model is the 160, and that one here, of course, with Jean-Pierre Beltoise in the rain.
Yeah, that was my first visit here.
Oh, was it? Oh, I was reporting that race. And
I was doing Formula 3.
Oh, right, yes, I think I first came here to do Formula 3. Just a little bit in front of you.
David Shaw improves his time, I think possibly. Yes, I think he's gone ahead of Ewan Sergeson. So Shaw up to 4th. That's David Shaw rather than Mark Shaw.
Yeah, the gap at the top now is 1.5 seconds Lyons has on Kubota. Both having won this category before. Yellow flags are flying, and
why should that be at Nogues? That's the final corner.
Yeah.
I think somebody had
maybe somebody faltered and then got going again.
Yeah. Harald Becker was fairly slow through there, so it might have been him. Sergeson improves and is back up into 4th place, back ahead of David Shaw. Been 5th. He had the Eiffel Land March, David Shaw did. That's not his today, is it? Yes, it is, yeah. So he's had that for a while.
Yeah, that car at one stage went back to being a normal march, and then I think they rebuilt the famous bodywork with the central mirror. And there's the red flag. Yeah. So with 53 seconds to go, they definitely won't restart it. There's the royal box up there where they go up to receive the prize, and there's a bit of bodywork.
That's why we've had the red flag. So they've stopped the session because of the debris on circuit.
Yeah.
What did it come off? It's black.
It's black, yes.
Could it be off a Lotus 72? That's at Tabac, I think.
I think that's a possibility.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, well, absolutely correct.
Yeah. So, yes. Off the Lotus 72, and he's deranged the rear wing as well, Katsuaki Kubota. 2nd fastest, but with a damaged car.
I'm sure the Classic Team Lotus boys under Chris Dinning will get that sorted pretty quickly. Their back, the brains trust there is deciding what to do.
So Michael Lyons fastest in that session from Katsuaki Kubota's 2nd. Matthew Wrigley in 3rd place, Ewan Sergeson 4th, David Shaw 5th, and Adrian Fernandez in 6th place. Then Franco Miners 7th, Adrian Newey in 8th place, Tom Hartley Jr. 9th, and then Mr. John of B in 10th place. Nicolas Mathil from Monaco in 11th place. His neighbour Roald Goethe in 12th place, Sean Lynn in 13th place, and Harald Becker completes the 14 for whom we have times. So that's the way the qualifying session for Series D ends. The Formula 1 cars from 66 to 72.
A lot of changes, weren't there, over that period of time?
Yeah.
Both, mechanically, and the bodywork, particularly, and the aerodynamics of the cars. So anyway, coming up we'll be moving onwards.
I always think of Kubota as a pretty safe pair of hands, so I'm sort of surprised at that little excursion, but let's hope there's not too much damage done to the car. So just seeing some of the shots of these drivers. There's Michael Lyons, that's the man who's fastest then in the session.
And he's in the next session as well, is Michael, into the McLaren M26, in which he's won here as well.
So here it is, the highlights for the Series D Grand Prix cars from 66 to 72, 3-litre cars, and a perfect setting for Monaco this weekend. Absolutely perfect, exactly the way we all think of it. There it is, Katsuaki Kubota, the man who starts the session and actually ends the session as well, of course, in the Lotus 72. Rolf Stommelen, the Eiffel Land, which David Shaw drives. The cars come out of the pits and head out to the circuit.
Indeed they do. This magical location here on the Mediterranean, and winding their way past the casino and then down the hill and past the famous Tip-Top Bar. The sun glistening on the harbour, the yachts there. And here's our commentator from France. And looks as if he's going to interview Patrick Dempsey.
handled differently. So it'd be nice to be able to get a chance to test all of them.
You won Le Mans as a team driver. You finished second as a driver. How did you manage to establish all this career in motorsports with the passion and support of Porsche and, of course, with Tagura?
It really started with my wife giving me a 3-day competition certificate to go to Skip Barber. And then I went to the Panos Racing School and then finished that and then moved up into different series and eventually worked my way to Le Mans. So it took many years. I got a chance to race around the world in the WEC, in Daytona, Sebring, all of those great events. So it was just extraordinary. And in the paddock, the camaraderie and the fellowship, I'm honored to be a part of. And it was a great experience to be at Le Mans and to be able to stand on the podium. That was a dream come true.
I can imagine. Finally, what is the most difficult, being an actor, team manager, or a driver?
I think all of it is different in different disciplines. I think the most enjoyable is the driver, being the driver. The team owner, you don't have as much control and you're always hustling to get money.
Of course, yeah. Well, we pay tribute here in Monaco to Ayrton Senna, one of the greatest drivers in history in Formula One, one of the legends, of course, in Formula One. 30 years after his death, what does Ayrton Senna means for you?
Oh, I think you look at his the limited amount of races that he did, how many poles that he has, one of the greatest drivers of all time. His passion, just the killer instinct when it came to racing. He wanted to win so desperately, but completely different personality off the track. Very special, and I think the way he approached it mentally, the way he approached it with the training and conditioning, it changed how everyone approaches racing. And his lasting legacy, it's hard to believe it's been 30 years since we've lost him. But what a great way to remember him this weekend.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your time, Patrick. And direction la piste pour la Série E, cette fois-ci, Série E.
Con la sua Lotus 72, peccato, sicuramente riuscirà a ripararla per domani. E siamo pronti perché tra poco entreranno già in corsia box le vetture della classe F, ovvero
à poser vos questions. Il y a Emmanuel et Dominique qui sont là pour répondre.
J'ai envie de dire de connaissances et de sciences aussi. Oui, effectivement, il y a Adrien Nivelle qui est présent déjà, c'est de génie de l'ingénierie.
So next up, Serie E. This is for just a 4-year period from 1973 to 1976, and we can expect Bob Constantura's an absolute battle royal in this, because over the recent years, Michael Lyons, who was just seen being fast in the previous session, and Stuart Hall have gone wheel to wheel. And then more recently, Marco Werner, the 3 times winner of Le Mans, he's been in the mix as well in a Lotus, so we can expect a very good battle. Now, last year, well, last time we ran this, 22, Stuart Hall won by just 1.5 seconds after a titanic struggle. But Lyons has won this category in 2012, 2014, 2018 and 2021. So I expect that we'll have Hall, Werner and Lyons, but I also think that Nick Padmore, who's had huge success in the Masters Formula One series in various cars, the man from Horsham, 3 times a Masters F1 champion, he is going to be right up there in it as well. And now, for the first time, we're seeing cars from the Chrome organisation in Germany. There's a collector of cars who operates under the Chrome name, and this should be a cracker, as they say. So we're just waiting for the cars to come out for this session, but this is something that's in the past. We even saw Alex Caffey make a comeback to racing, the Italian driver, in Ensign. So he won it in 16, which was a bit of a surprise. But normally, as it was in 18, we'll have Lyons and Hall and Werner all doing battle.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see. There's a tremendous number of drivers and cars in this class. There's some interesting different people as well. So interesting to see Jean-Denis Delatraz, for example.
Yes.
To see also James Davison in number 22. Steve Brooks is out there in 27. Matthew Wrigley again. Stuart Hall as well. So quite a few drivers. We may have seen them before, but we're seeing them again in different cars.
Some of them were some very interesting backstories, and Steve Brooks, particularly one of those. An adventurer, I think you'd call Steve Brooks, wouldn't you? Confusing, there's 3 different racing drivers called Steve Brooks, and this is the British one, the best known of them. There's another French guy that races under the assumed name of Steve Brooks, and then there's a guy that races in New Zealand, there's also Steve Brooks. So this is definitely the British chap, raced recently in the Masters Series in Le Mans. Peugeot's very successfully winning races. A man who's flown from pole to pole in a helicopter. I think Bob knows has been involved in a team which flew around the world in a Spitfire, and a real adventure, and also a very good driver too. So that's Steve Brooks. We've got the other new, see for the first time, Mark Davis from Belgium, well-known dealer of racing cars, as the machinery from just this 4-year period heads out onto the pit lane and then up onto the hallowed tarmac that is the Monaco Grand Prix circuit. So Stuart Hall, we mentioned him earlier, but now we're seeing him out on track. Another hugely successful around this track, a 39-year-old from Chelmsford. His dad, Pete, was ICS, sponsored the Andy Rouse cars, also involved with Team Lotus in his latter days. And I first remember Stu way back when he was 16 racing a T-car, and he was a joint winner of the championship, I remember, at that first year, and went on to be the Le Mans GTE AM champion with Aston Martin, with Royal Gotha back in 2013. So he looks after a lot of Royal Gotha's cars, and he still takes part in modern racing. It was this year it was in a very nice new Ferrari at the Dubai 24 Hours. Sadly it broke, but I'm sure they'll get that sorted out. And back in 07 he finished 4th overall in Le Mans with Martin Short's team, together with Hal Barbosa, and got a fine career behind him, but around here there's few people quicker than Stuart Hall. So we got Stuart Hall, we got Michael Lyons, and then we got obviously we got the man from Dortmund, Marco Werner. Steeped in motor racing is Marco Werner. Went through a period at Le Mans where he was on the podium 6 years in a row as an Audi factory driver, of course. The final 3 years, I think he went third, second, third, and then 3 victories. So he loves it. Involved in quite a controversy here 3 or 4 years ago when he was battling with Jean Alesi making a comeback in a Ferrari, and Marco. Some said Marco Werner missed the gear. Oh, sorry, that Alesi missed the gear. Some say that Werner deliberately tapped him, but Werner was actually demoted to 3rd place after that incident. So he was a bit aggrieved by that because he is sure that Alesi missed the gear. The team who ran the car is sure he didn't. So there we are. And sort of burst onto the sports car scene way back in 1995 when he went to Daytona, Bob, as a spectator and finished up driving the winning car. And then, of course, his successes at Le Mans, 05, 06, 07. And he's a super nice guy. He got close to Formula One in period. I talked to Ken Tyrrell, and he had a test with Minardi, but of course they wanted money, and so that didn't happen. And Marco, I mean, he started his motor racing career as a teenager. He built his own Formula Ford car with the help of his father's mechanic. The family are in the automotive trade, and you know, he's understated, Marco. But, you know, he's had a lot of success. Also won the American Le Mans series for Audi. And most of his success at Le Mans was driving with Emanuele Pirro, who we've seen racing around here in the past. So, we'll be underway in a moment. Looking down at... I love the top of that building, which has got the ACM badge built into the roof. That's terrific, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the sort of cocktail area up there as well. I've hosted a cocktail party up at the top of that building, and it was redeveloped. Monaco did the ACM did a big redevelopment a few years ago when they built the new garages as well.
Yeah.
And actually, right opposite us is a new development as well. So it's a continued work in progress, if you like. So coming up, Series E, Formula One Grand Prix cars of 3 litres from 73 to 76. And you might call it the Stuart Fittipaldi-Lauda era, if you like.
Yeah, they named the race after Lauda. Each race is named after a driver that was key to that period. This is the Niki Lauda race. So let's see what happens. And I suppose the sleeper in this is the Australian driver Davison, because he's had quite a lot of success in IndyCar racing, but also more recently I saw him win a fantastic race in a Can-Am car at Goodwood at the end of last year. It was one of the best races I've seen for a long time. So he could be in the mix as well.
Some interesting shadows there, quite interesting shadows that have 3 different models, in fact.
Yes.
The DM1, 3 and 5. Bianchino actually was involved, I think, in an accident yesterday. So whether we're going to see him, it was quite badly damaged, that one that we saw of his, if you remember, going up the hill.
Yes. Did he knock a wheel off it?
Well, they all looked a bit squiffy, actually, by the time they finished. And Royal Goethe was involved in that as well. So we'll have to just keep an eye and see if we're going to see those guys. But 25 minutes of qualifying coming up very shortly, and I don't think we've seen Goethe or Bianchini in the pits, so I don't think we're going to see them out there. We'll keep an eye on that, but sadly I think they are non-starters after that accident yesterday. Green flag, qualifying underway. Interesting, the McLaren M26 that Michael Lyons is driving. I remember it wasn't a particularly good car. As you said yesterday, the McLaren M23 was so good that it was quite difficult for an M26 to be actually better.
Yeah, it was raced by James Hunt in period.
Yeah.
But generally the drivers didn't like it as much. But in Michael Lyons' hand, it's a pretty effective beast around here, I can tell you that.
We've got Lucas Halusa, who is the second youngest son of Martin Halusa. I mentioned him earlier on. So he's out in the McLaren M23. Marco Werner, as you say, Lotus 76 for the Chrome Cars team. Raul Goethe, if we see him, will be in a Tyrrell 007. Chris Locke from the USA in a Lotus 77. Nick Padmore in a similar car from Chrome Cars again. And then Mr. John of B in a Ferrari 312T. But now, that does not figure on the list that we've got here. So I'm not certain we're going to see that.
So the Chrome,
is a shame.
Yeah, the Chrome Cars organisation is a guy called Kai Nikolausen, who comes from Lasdorf in Germany, and he's got this big collection of cars. He's got a separate team running it, and they're interesting. They do their own DFE engines. Well,
yes, interesting to hear that they do their own DFEs, because it's quite a specialist thing. There are specialists both in Europe, which we mentioned earlier on, but also in the USA as well, to look after the Masters series that they have over there.
Yeah, I've forgotten the number, how many DFE engines were built in period, but a lot is the answer.
And as we said yesterday, without the DFV, what would there be?
Yeah, I mean, just looking through this, every car in this race got DFV in, hasn't it? I think that is the case.
If the Ferrari isn't here, yeah. Well, there's two Ferraris.
Well, are they running though?
I'm not certain. 11 and 12.
Mr. John
Birani is here.
Yeah, he is here, yeah. That's right. He was a bit of a late entry, wasn't he?
Yeah. Been here in a...
Yeah, so,
already.
And the front wheel is off that.
Yeah, well and truly.
Can't see from this. The 12 Ferrari Barani involved in it, maybe. So I think this is full course yellow, if not a red flag.
I think it'll be a red flag to remove that car, unless there's a crane nearby.
Just trying to... Can we see... I believe it's a 37. And a 37.
No, that's just completed a lap.
Oh, is it? Because it had stopped on our moving screen, so it started again.
Number 20?
It's at the Williams FW05.
Yeah, I think it is, yes. Yeah. Full course yellow. That is, somebody who impressed us yesterday, Yutaka Toriba, a Japanese driver who we hadn't actually seen before. And he had impressed us, but sadly, not so impressive this time.
Yeah. When we Googled him, in Japan he raced in a Formula 4 series, which is a sort of young kids feeder series, and then we Googled him a bit more and found he was 60 years old. But sadly, he's knocked the wheel off that, and I would think this will bring out... I would think maybe the red flag. They're going to have to lift that.
Well, there is a crane fairly close, because so many people go off at that particular point.
No, I suppose just while we're seeing the car, Williams FW05, interesting period in Frank Williams' career as the crane comes down. Well spotted, Bob. Frank sold it the first iteration of his Formula 1 team to the Canadian oil magnate Walter Wolf, and he didn't like working for Walter Wolf very much, but this was the last basic car in the first part of Williams' career. And then, of course, they then moved, and Patrick Head joined in when they started. Frank started again, and then they had a march for the first season with Patrick Neville, and then they built the brilliant Williams FW06 and even more brilliant FW07, and we'll see all those racing this afternoon. But strangely enough, Walter Wolf also had a sideline, and he used the brand for aftershave. And they did really well with, in some countries, wall-to-wall aftershave, complete with a gold W logo on, is still sold. Extraordinary.
So a crane is being brought in, I think.
Yeah,
if possible. There's the grue, as it's called in France. And it looks as though it should be able to get close enough.
Well, it's lifted the front up.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
This is going to dangle, I think.
Oops.
Well, they got it nicely balanced, look. And
up it goes. So that's well done. Well done, guys. Some people coming out of the house there to claim salvage rights, I expect. And so that Wolf, what a shame, because he had actually done quite well. But what you said about Japanese Formula 4, I commentated, or I announced it the other day at the Japanese Grand Prix, which was, what, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. And indeed, there were a number of youngsters, but some guys who weren't so young as well, who were old enough to be probably their grandfathers, who were also taking part. Why not? It's a cheap formula. Why not?
Sometimes, like for years in America, the Star Master Series had a senior category for older blokes. So I thought it was an excellent idea. But that particular car has been craned away there, was actually raced by Jackie Ickx in the latter part of his career.
Who we may see here. He's very often here. He will certainly be here in a couple of weeks' time. We'll also be talking about Jackie Ickx probably during very briefly, I promise, during the Senna parade as well, because he had a significant role. Green flag. They are racing again. Green flag.
And Lyon's really on it, wasn't he, coming out of the corner there?
Yeah.
So we haven't really got a proper time on the board yet.
No. Now, who have we seen? We haven't seen Goethe and we haven't seen Bianchini. Those are the only two we haven't seen at the moment. And Biorani had that spin, but he is on circuit. He's the only one in the class. Yeah, of course, he would be the only one, because the class 1 with all the blue colour on our screens here is for DFV cars, and of course Biorani is in a Ferrari, which means he is in a different class.
So, the surprise here really is James Davison from Australia, grandson of a famous Australian driver called Lex Davidson, who raced in Formula 1, and third-generation racing driver, and has raced mainly in the States, and thought he was really going places, but he sort of bulked down in IndyCar racing, did James, but more recently got himself into historic racing. He's a terrific competitor, so he could be the surprise package, racing a car owned by Brad Hoyt, who is now supporting him. In fact, when he raced at Goodwood, I told you this terrific race in this Can-Am car, that was a Hoyt car, and again he was put into the car at the last moment with no testing. So we could have 3 or 4 people really at the front of this. 8th place, Doug Mockett, loves Tyrrells, been a huge supporter of this meeting for years. Made money in the office, and sort of desks and things like that, I believe, or certainly office equipment anyway. And Doug, a huge enthusiast.
Padmore fastest in the 130, high 132s. Lyon second in the mid 133s. Werner in third spot, high 133s. And then a big gap to Lucas Halusa in 4th place.
And all those 3 cars coming out of the Chrome stable. So there might got to be a bit of inter-team rivalry there between those 3. I think Werner's driven for them longer than anyone else. Talking to Nick yesterday, absolutely loves racing for this team.
Not the first time we've seen the Chrome cars.
No.
1, 2, 3.
No, absolutely. So anyway, on a quick lap now is Nick Padmore. And in the Lotus 77.
Padmore with quite a lot of racing, Lyons with a lot of racing, Werner with a lot. It's really quite a lot just to jump out of one car, get in another, isn't it?
Yeah.
And different performance, different grip, different all sorts of things, different aero levels, different feel to the car. It must not be easy just jumping from one to another.
So we're talking about a category here when the designers are starting to work, particularly at Lotus, on full downforce with the high aero cars, and but this was just before this, and the 77 of the car, the great Gunnar Nilsson, of course, died of cancer, and the Swede, he raced this particular car that Padmore is in, had a couple of podiums in that, in Spain and Austria, and I think Mario Andretti also used this car to win in Japan in 76, when Hunt, of course, won the World Championship, and Nicky pulled off. We saw it all dramatised in the Rush film, but this is a famous car. But Stuart Hall has now gone quicker, and
well, only by 0.17 of a second, but well done to Stuart Hall, because he's to actually stay there will be difficult. He's in the McLaren M23. There's the Team Lotus car, Marco Werner, and behind it is Nick Padmore trying to thread his way past one of the Penskes. There's about 2 or 3 Penskes, 2 in this race, of Stanley Fulton and Matthew Wrigley.
And the Stuart Hall car was raced by the charismatic American Peter Revson from the Revlon Cosmetic Foundry. We're really proud to have known him, and he had a lot of success in that particular car.
We always think of Revson and Revlon, and yet Revson, did he race a Yardley BRM? Was Yardley part of Revlon?
No, it wasn't. Well, I think he did, but there you are.
Yeah.
And of course he killed at Kyalami in a testing accident. That car was driven by lots of famous people, lots of world champions. Denny Holm raced it, Emerson Fittipaldi raced it, and also Jochen Massa, and even David Hobbs at the end of that season. David Hobbs, whose book I ghosted, and still a fine read. Give it a little plug, a hobbo. David's still doing well. Recently sold his big Milwaukee Honda dealership.
So just to go back to the track action, that's Stuart Hall leading, and behind him in the background is Jean-Denis Delatraz, the Swiss driver whose son also races and has been in Formula 2 for many years, but has moved over to sports cars this year. And I think you said he won last weekend?
No, he won the Sebring 12 Hours.
Sebring 12 Hours.
Yeah, in April.
Louis Delatraz, the son.
Yeah. So we got the Hall, Padmore, Werner, and 0.7 a second between the three, and then Michael Lyons, and then Davison, and then Halusa. Delatraz there in 9th place, and I don't see anybody further down that is likely to move up. And Steve Brooks, the adventurer we mentioned, in 7th place. That's pretty good for Steve. But Hall just going a little bit quicker.
Yes, he could well be going quicker. As I said, the margin was 0.27 of a second between Hall and Padmore. That's likely to open up this time. Hall's fastest time of 1:32.2, and he completes this lap with a 1:30. I'm waiting. 1:32.2 it stays. In fact, he lost time in the final sector, so it was not an improvement.
Saw him held up, actually.
Traffic,
Yeah,
okay.
but that middle sector is the fastest middle sector we've seen all morning.
Yeah.
46.6 seconds. A couple of people coming into the pits. Werner's in the pits. Davison is in the pits. We'll make a few slight adjustments. Stuart still stuck behind that number 15 arrows at the moment, or shadow size. Tony Seiler. Tony Seiler's been racing for the best part of 40 years, I think. So Swiss, very successful Lola T70s in historic racing. Tony's got a big body shop in Switzerland, and also race prep business.
Well, it's interesting that Stuart Hall is really upsetting the apple cart, or at least the Chrome Cars apple cart at the moment, leading Padmore, Werner and Lyons.
That's right, in a Rothko prepared car.
Yeah. Rothko, we're not certain what it's, I mean, Roald Goethe, but what the F is in the middle, I'm not certain.
Unless his middle name is something starting with F, of course, it might work. We must ask Stuart about that.
Based in Hampshire.
Yeah.
And in fact, Roald Goethe, he is in the oil and gas industry, and he started his collection really with Gulf-sponsored cars. And
just loves them. He then had a silver collection as well, mainly road cars, luscious road cars. I think he might have disposed of that, but he's always looking for Gulf cars. And but basically, the company were commodity dealers, but they dealt mainly in oil, as you say. I think he's out of that now. Very busy around here, though, isn't it, Bob? Look at this.
Well, yeah, you know, a driver will try and get out of the way, but just sometimes can't. And that Embassy Lola, or the Hill, I'm not certain if it was a Lola. No, that wasn't James Davis.
Yeah, they started with Lolas, didn't they? And moved on to Embassies.
I'm sure
they built their own cars, yeah.
It could have been Steve Brooks, I suppose, but I'd be surprised. Otherwise, it's James Davison in the Hill.
Well, he was originally entered in a Hill, but they changed from 21 to 22, didn't he? Yeah, he is in a Hill. Yeah, he's in Bradley Hoyt's Hill, GH1 for Graham Hill. And Hall's still piling on the pressure, you know. He knows that he's getting a lot of will get a lot of opposition from the three cars from the Chrome group.
Getting towards the sharp end of the session with 7.5 minutes to go. Hall does not improve on that lap, but he's not very far off it. Only 0.8 of a second off an improvement. Green flag, which probably means there's a red somewhere, or not a red, or a yellow, of somebody who's gone up the escape road at Saint-Devote, I suspect.
I like that Yardley colour scheme. I don't know about you. I think it was always worked very effectively. There's a chap called Dennis Matthews, if you remember, was the Martin Cartwright was helped promote it. Do you remember Martin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the Hesketh slowing down.
That's James Hagan.
That's James Hagan. And that's it. Early Hesketh, of course. And
so Lyons quick on this lap in the first sector, so we'll have to keep an eye on the second sector. Lyons at the moment in fourth place. James Davison next behind him, not very far away. It's actually quite close until you get down to Matthew Wrigley in 7th and Stephen Brooks in 8th place. And there's a bit of a gap there of 1.7 seconds, 2.7 seconds there, the gap between the two. So a bit of a hole. Lyons, personal best in the first and second sectors, sliding it out of Nogues and completes the lap. And an improvement, yes, an improvement in terms of time, but stays where he is in terms of position.
Yeah, so a strong lap for Michael Lyons, but he's still surprisingly not in the top three. But then this is so competitive at the top end, isn't it?
Very much so in this race. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to this tomorrow. All these races, of course, will be live streamed tomorrow, all 8 of them.
Hall still fastest, 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
There's Werner with his purpley crash helmet. Man from Dortmund.
Interesting rear wing, isn't it? Double rear wing. Because, of course, after a while here, they started adding on all sorts of bits of bodywork to try and get more and more downforce around the circuit.
Yeah.
And the cars looked like they came out of Halfords. There were so many bits hanging on off here and there.
But, of course, Colin Chapman and his team were starting to think about ground effects then.
Yeah.
When
and later, of course, we got things like X-Wings.
Yes. But so when we get to our final group this afternoon, the G, then we'll see ground effect cars.
Yeah.
It made a huge difference with the sliding skirts and all that stuff. But meanwhile, these are relying on the force of the wings. Still a lot of mechanical grip. And
into the top 10 is Guillaume Roman from France in the Ensign and 175. So that's, I think, our first Ensign in the top 10.
Ensign, a company run by a chap called Maurice Nunn, is no longer with us, but hugely enthusiastic racer to start with, and in a junior formula race for Colin Chapman at Team Lotus, then started to build fabulous Formula 3 cars in 1970-ish, and then went on. A chap called Ricky Von Opel came along and wanted a Formula 1 car built, because Ricky had been very successful in the Ensign Formula 3 cars. He funded Maurice Nunn to build the first Formula 1 car, which is still racing now. And Maurice ran the cars. He had various sponsors, people like American Chuck Jones, friend of mine, put some money into the outfit, and they built nice cars. But this particular event, bit of a mistake there.
For Michael Lyons.
Yeah, it shows how hard he was trying.
Yeah.
And
he's only got one other go at it.
But the Ensign didn't, in 16, an Ensign, not sure if it's this one, won the race here with Alex Caffey, the one of the Italian former Formula 1 driver at the wheel. It was a bit of a surprise. So Stuart Hall still on a mission, isn't he?
Yeah, fastest time in the first sector. Not an improvement in the second sector.
No, way off there, way off.
Yeah, but he's actually improved his time, a 1:31.8, so he's gone a little bit quicker. So he's now 0.7 of a second ahead of Nick Padmore in second place. Marco Werner is just under 0.4 slower in third. And then Michael Lyons in fourth place, a further 0.3 behind. James Davison in fifth. Lucas Halusa in sixth place. Good effort from the young Austrian driver.
I think it's a great effort by Davison. I'm sure he may have tested. He hasn't raced that car before. And there he is on a 1:33.6. And when you think about the car, it wasn't very successful in period, was it?
No, exactly. Not like in a McLaren M23, which is the Lotuses.
So the Graham Hill starting his own team, started with Lotus, and they built on it. The popular British driver Ian Flux was, I think, part of that Ensign. I know he was part of that Ensign team. Got a very intriguing, interesting book out relatively recently. Fluxy.
And the Monegasque driver Lajoux, Frederic Lajoux, up into the top 10 now as well.
Just a minute to go, Bob. I think Stuart Hall's going to stay on the pole, isn't he?
Looks like it.
Padmore isn't having to push as far as I can see. Werner's just on another lap. And Michael Lyons, yeah, they've all got probably get one more lap in. And Padmore has gone purple in the first sector. So Padmore is having a big push. Can he just nick it away? Well, it's quite a bit. He's got to make up 0.7 of a second. So that's quite a bit round here. And let's see what Padmore's middle sector time is. But of course, the problem he might get caught up in back markers. Hope he's got a clear racetrack to give it maximum. So Nick Padmore, with all the success of him for years, he was sort of hard hand at the sort of radical level. There's the Prince has arrived. Look,
Le Prince Albert.
Yeah.
In race control. Oh, look at that. 4 thousandths of a second. Stuart Hall quicker than Nick Padmore in the first sector. 4 thousandths of a second. That's it. Nothing at all. James Davison, also a personal best in the first sector.
And Padmore just finishing a lap now. And let's see what he crosses the line at.
On the checkered flag. Absolutely on the checkered flag. Not an improvement for Padmore. He stays in second at the moment.
Yeah, that was a 33-1 from Padmore. Yeah, just seeing Prince Albert there. He's quite a sportsman, very much involved in bobsleigh racing and so on, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in the Olympics, I think.
I believe he was, yeah. I think.
James Davison improved his time, but stays in 5th place, but he's very much in touch with those ahead. Lyons has come into the pits, has not improved. And Werner is on a quick lap, so is Stuart Hall. Stuart Hall is definitely going to improve, and that's going to be a brilliant effort. A 131.8 becomes a 131.6 for Stuart Hall. So he goes fastest by nearly 9/10 of a second. In fact, by 9/10 of a second, ahead of Nick Padmore.
In 21, there was a terrific battle when Lyons won by 0.7 second over Hall, and just looking back, Lyons won this race when he was driving the Hesketh 308E, a family car. He won it in 12 and 14, so this has been his class. I mean, he's won it 4 times in the past, but outshone now, and not even in the top 3. But good drive by Davis. I think this is going to be one of our highlight races, don't you, Bob? It's going to be terrific. Love seeing this. Was my period, really, for Formula One. I reported these races, as you did, of course. And mega cars, not too complicated. Yeah, for me, that M23 is one of the most beautiful racing cars. Put that next to a current Formula One car, there's no choice in my book. And the current Formula One car is about 50% bigger.
That's the problem, isn't it? I think, particularly here.
But that's rules, isn't it? And they have built the cars to the rules, and the rules say you've got to package all this stuff and all the electronics and electric motors and all that.
Quick word about Marco Fumigalli from Italy, who has got into the top 10.
Oh, well done to him.
Yeah. Steve Brooks in 10th place.
So Fumigalli in the end sign. I do wonder if that's the one that Caffey raced here. It's the car that was actually raced by nobody will remember him, but Roloff Wunderink. He failed to qualify the car here, and sponsored by the Dutch alarm system company, HB Bewakking, I think it was called. And Gijs van Lennep also raced the car. So another Dutchman who won Le Mans, actually, and a charming guy. Still around, see him occasionally. And ensign N174. But yeah, that was a cracking qualification session. So we've had a fine morning, haven't we, of qualifying, starting, 8:15. You know, we've been going 4 hours now here.
So here are the highlights for Series E Formula One Grand Prix cars of 3 litres from 1973 to 1976. And there's the green flag for the start of this qualifying session. 25 minutes of qualifying for these Grand Prix cars. Very much an era of Fittipaldi, of Stewart, of Lauda as well. And McLaren's, particularly the McLaren M26 there of Michael Lyons, very much in with the mix, and there's a trio of Lotuses snapping at his heels as well. It's just a matter of who is going to go ahead, obviously, and claim pole position. 3 Lotuses driven by Nick Padmore, Marco Werner and Michael Lyons. So who is it going to be? Sorry, not Michael Lyons. Nick Padmore Marco Werner in the Chrome Cars Lotuses. And Stuart Hall in the McLaren was the one who went quickest there. The two Lotuses, Padmore and Werner. Just two Lotuses rather than three that I mentioned. But it was number 33, Stuart Hall, who really set the pace in the McLaren. And an excellent effort from him in Roel Goethes' McLaren. And it was he who claimed pole position.
Lando Norris is down there, but this is a car owned by Bruno Senna, and they say it's the most extreme road car that McLaren have ever built, and bears the name, of course, of Ayrton Senna. And McLaren say the philosophy of this car was the famous Ayrton Senna quote: "You commit yourself to such a level where there is no compromise. You give everything you have, everything, absolutely everything." Well, that's what apparently they've done with this car, which accelerates to 200 kilometres an hour in 6.8 seconds, and will go to 300 kilometres an hour. That's 186 miles an hour in 18.8 seconds. Apparently 500 of these Senna models were built. All were sold, but this one is owned by Ayrton Senna's nephew, Bruno Senna, and he has been driving just around the Monaco track. As we get ready for this outstanding parade, the cars, these very significant machines, they aren't all cars because there's one cart, been put together by the former Brabham chief mechanic, Kerry Adams, and we're really looking forward to it. And there we see the Van Diemen. There is a car, but it can't get up the hill. But this is the Van Diemen that Ayrton raced so successfully. It's now owned by a chap called Stephen Connor. And it's been driven today by Christina Gutierrez, who is a McLaren Academy driver. And she mainly actually competes in the Extreme E category very successfully. Meanwhile, there's the Formula 3 car. And it's been driven by former Ferrari Formula 1 ace Eddie Irvine, and that car is a Route RT3, of course, run in period by West Surrey Racing Dick Bennett. So there they go, two cars in which Ayrton Senna made his reputation. Bob Constanduros.
Well, yes, in the Formula Ford 2000, he did the European and British Championships in 1982, run by Russian Green, and he won 22 out of the 26 races that he entered. So that's a pretty high percentage. The previous year, he'd done 1981, he'd done Formula Ford, and he'd won the RAC and Townsend Torreson championships in the UK when he won 12 out of 20 races.
Yeah.
But after that, he returned to Brazil, and it was thought he was going to not do any more motor racing. He was going to join the family business and run that. But then he reconsidered while he was in Brazil and came back to race the Formula Ford 2000 car. And the next year, as you say, he joined West Surrey Racing, and Dick Bennett's ran that team. Dick Bennett's still running cars, of course, particularly in the British Touring Car Championship. And he dominated the first part of the Formula 3 Championship in 1983, but then Martin Brundle got quicker and quicker, and the pair of them had quite a tussle together over the championship. Ayrton won 13 out of 22 cars, and
yeah.
Then there's the car, won the Macau Formula 3 race as well. So the kart, well, he had a kart from the age of about 8 or 9, I think, and when he raced, it was the DAP team at Interlagos. Age 13, he was racing in 1973, and in 1977 won the South American Kart Championship, and then raced in the World Kart Championship from 78 to 82, and was twice runner-up. Well, you can see just how basic that kart is.
Yeah.
It's being driven by Gabriele Bortoletto, the Formula 3 champion, and he's a McLaren Academy driver.
And he's appropriately, he's Brazilian. Well, they said the cart wouldn't get up the hill, but it obviously did. Owned by Zak Brown, part of his collection, the McLaren Racing team boss. And lovely to see it here. As you say, changed so much karts over the years. But three outstanding vehicles from the early part of Ayrton Senna's career around the circuit here. And yeah, he really did set the British tracks alight. And you're absolutely right, Bob, that, we thought he might not come back, but did.
Yeah. Exactly. That, of course, the Formula 3 car there is in Marlboro colours and Theodore Racing colours. That was the car he raced at Macau and won at Macau. That was the first Macau in Formula 3.
We've got 3 more outstanding vehicles coming up. There's the little car with, as you say, Gabriel Bertolotti's reigning Formula 3 champion, isn't he? But he had success in karts, both in Europe and America. And I believe he's managed by Fernando Alonso. So there, a nice shot of that. And
yes, it's pretty basic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the cars warming up in the pit lane. Some of the Formula cars that we're now going to see.
Yeah, we're going to see the Tolman. That obviously was the first car that Formula 1 car that he raced. Not he tested. Williams were the first people to test him. And there is.
He tested. He tested about 3 different Formula 1 teams for Williams, McLaren, and Brabham before he decided on Tolman. And Tolman, of course, was a relatively new team, very new team. They brought Brian Hart into Formula 1. Brian Hart had supplied their engines in Formula 2, where they'd won the championship. And so they brought Brian Hart in, and he developed the 415, basically 4-cylinder, 1.5-litre turbo engine, but on a shoestring, because Brian had no major manufacturer behind him. Here is a brief rundown of Cristina Gutierrez. And she's driving that Formula Ford 2000 car and won the British and European titles in that car. Ayrton did.
We saw a very quick shot, didn't we, of Bruno Senna being strapped into the very significant 1990 McLaren MP4/5B. Obviously, Honda-powered car in which Ayrton won the middle of his 3 world championships. A car designed by Neil Oatley. They were changing designs around at McLaren at that time, but the 90 car was designed by Neil Oatley. He's still at McLaren to this very day.
I think it was due to come here this weekend.
Great enthusiasm, a huge collection of books and motor racing paintings, does Neil Oatley. But we'll see that car in a little bit. They're giving us some nice laps round here, aren't they?
Yeah, now Bruno Senna now driving that McLaren.
Yeah, that McLaren in which he won 6 races and had 10 pole positions. And look at the beautifully clean lines of this car with its Honda RA100E engine. And car won first time out. But great to see it here in the Marlboro colour scheme. We're also going to be seeing a Lotus 97T in a moment, which will be the car in which Ayrton won the first of his Formula 1 races. And something was stopped there. And there is the Lotus 97T, a car designed by lovely Frenchman Gerard Ducarouge and with Martin Ogilvy. And that was the car in which Ayrton so famously won his first Grand Prix. Remember, Bob, in those appalling conditions at Estoril in the 21st of April, 1985. And he won the race by over a minute. So won 3 races in this particular car. Took 8 poles, and it did see a bit of a renaissance of Lotus, Team Lotus, for a while, because they've been in the doldrums. And of course, he joined Lotus from Tolman, and we'll see the Tolman in a moment, I hope. Don't see there's run by a chap called Alistair Davison, who's had it for ages, and being driven by Stefan Johansson. And there is a story there when we see this Tolman, because after Ayrton Senna came to my office and secretly signed his contract with JPS Team Lotus, Tolman were not happy. And so Tolman decided to stand Ayrton down for the Italian Grand Prix. And it was Stefan Johansson who took the car and indeed finished in 4th place. So,
well, of course,
and that was one of their best results, Tolman.
Of course, by then, the person who scored the best result was Ayrton Senna here at Monaco on an awful, rainy, wet day for the Monaco Grand Prix in 1984. It was, I think, the 6th race in the championship, and Tolman had changed from Pirelli tyres to Michelin tyres. And in the race itself, Ayrton started 13th on the grid. He was up to 6th by lap 10, had a big moment at the chicane on lap 11, and all the time he was up into 3rd by lap 16 and 2nd on lap 19. All the time he was catching Alain Prost, who was in the lead by 5 seconds a lap, and the pair were being caught by Tyrrell driver Stefan Beloff.
And that car is here today.
Clerk of the course, Jackie Ickx, controversially hung out the checkered flag on lap 32 as the rain got heavier and as Prost was caught by Senna, but the order was taken a lap before, as per the regulations, so the lead margin was officially 7.4 seconds. Controversially, because the act was thought to favour the Frenchman Prost, Ickx said, better a lap early than a lap late.
And that was a terrific race, and of course always there's speculation of what would have happened if it had gone the full distance. And would Senna have won the race, or would Beloff have actually caught him? Stefan Beloff obviously something killed, sadly, in a sports car. But it seems to me, Bob, that Tolman is not running. Certainly not circulating as far as we can see. We're looking down into the paddock area, right at the far end, I think, of the pits. So Thierry Boutsen is driving the Lotus 97T. Thierry deals in executive jets for a living.
From Monaco, from literally one of these streets across the road from where we are.
And presumably he's got a hangar somewhere as well, because he's the winner of 3 Grand Prix, raced for Benetton and obviously with Williams raced successfully. And absolutely lovely bloke. He's still involved in racing. His brother-in-law has a racing team. Well, I was doing a little bit of mugging up on his plane sale, but he's sold over 300 planes since he stopped racing. 164 Grand Prix Thierry competed in.
He's done a little bit of historic racing as well.
Has he? No, I didn't
recently.
Really, yes.
Yeah, for a long time. It was almost as though he resisted it. But he's now he's done a little bit of historic racing. Not this weekend.
Yeah, remember him at One Le Mans in a factory Toyota having a huge accident. And just after the pits, I'm not sure if you were yet there that particular year. Well, great to see these two cars circulating. And so significant, the car in which Senna won his first Formula One race, that great Portuguese Grand Prix, and the car in which he won his middle world championship. And there's Bruno just on the power again.
Great to see the Lotus here, because I know it's very difficult to get a JPS Lotus. The checkered flag comes out for the end of their 4 laps, but it's difficult to get a JPS Lotus these days, one of the ex-Senna cars. So they've done very well to get this JPS Lotus here.
Well, that's the pull of Monaco, the pull of this fantastic historic race meeting here that's held every 2 years. But very significant, obviously, to reflect on the career, 30 years on, of the great Brazilian Ayrton Senna. I think you got a couple of stories of your interaction with him, Bob.
Well, I just remember, for example, at Imola, another weekend, not the weekend that sadly claimed his life, being in a very, very modest little restaurant I was, and all of a sudden there was a bit of a commotion outside, and Ayrton and, I don't know, 3 or 4 mates walked in, and they were seated, but Ayrton was seated at one table on his own, and the friends were at another table and ordered food. Ayrton got out readouts from the team and pored over those readouts, looking at the settings, looking at the performance in relation to those settings, doing his homework. really working away and seeing what he had to do to the car to make it go quicker. After half an hour, he'd done the homework and he joined his mates and they carried on for the evening.
Yeah, I remember he used to do much longer debriefs than anybody else. But if you were really patient and you waited, and it would be 4 o'clock, and he'd suddenly come out of the debrief, well, by then a lot of the scribes had gone home and gone off to the bar. But if you waited, and I found this, he would give you a terrific interview.
Yeah.
And he didn't give pat answers. You never knew quite what he was going to say, and he might go off on a tangent, but always very interesting. Just one other quick story. I once, at the end of that 90 season, was set to the next day to interview him in Australia, in Adelaide. And the interview was set. We had it all set up for Sky TV, and he didn't arrive, and actually arrived about 6 hours late, by which time I was on a plane. But my producer, Diana Keane, used my question and got a fantastic interview. Where had he been? He'd been offered a ride in Australian Air Force F-16 jet. He thought it was a better deal than being interviewed by me.
Well, he was right.
He was absolutely right, of course. The whole point is we got the interview and I still have it, and very interesting stuff.
I remember the last words he ever said to me, and I was waiting outside his motorhome on that Sunday morning. And, of course, I was working for FOM TV, and they wanted to try and do an interview. And I said, well, I wasn't awfully certain if I could do it, but I'd wait to see. And eventually he came out of the motorhome and he looked at me at the Williams motorhome and he said, "You don't think I'm going to talk to you, do you?" And that was it.
Oh, dear.
That was the end of it.
Yeah.
So, it was a bit unfortunate. So the cars all stopped on the grid.
Interesting, Bob. We just saw a quick shot of that Formula 3 car. It had the Theodore writing on it on the very front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's the car taking up its position.
Yeah, shame on Tolman, because we know it's here because the owner of it is in our hotel and we spoke to him on Friday. So something's happened. I saw it down there, but they were always a bit temperamental, those Hart engines, weren't they?
Well, that was the problem, really. Yeah, it was severely underdeveloped. But actually, the owner has found one of the guys who worked for Brian Hart who can work on the engine and maintain it, which is a real piece of luck. But there are the 5 cars, the kart and 4 cars that have taken part in what was a great demonstration and a great moment to remember a great champion. Again. There we go. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, then the highlights for Series D, the Grand Prix Formula One cars, 3 litres from 1966 to 1972. Very much a Brabham era and then Cosworth era, if you like. Not a huge entry, but a very star-studded entry in many ways. Monaco looking at its best, of course, around here. Tom Hartley Jr. in that March leading Adrian Newey in the Lotus 49B. Behind him, there is Adrian Newey, the world-famous designer, often thought to be the best designer in Formula One ever. And he is in that car, which he's driven before. He owns it. It was previously owned by Jeff Farmer. And, of course, Lotus 49B has won around here in the hands of Graham Hill back in period. So who's going to go quickest? That is the question. We've got some very fast drivers, including Michael Lyons here in this Surtees, owned by his mother, Judith. And it's one of the many DFV engines. This is not a DFV engine, however. The number 15 McLaren is... or is that 19? No, it's Adrian Fernandez in the BRM. That is not DFV. Adrian Fernandez, the Mexican ace, who has taken part in Champ Car. But we also have, of course, Lotuses as well in the field, and this is Katsuaki Kubota in his Lotus 72. And, of course, Lotus 72s were all conquering in the hands of particularly Emerson Fittipaldi, who won the championship in those cars. So the Japanese driver in that Lotus, he's driven that a lot. He's been very capable in that car. But heads into the pits. As I say, quite a small entry. There's this unique Ferrari Spezzaneve, it's called, means snowplow. And that was designed by Mauro Forghieri. It was very much a design exercise, and Forghieri was a fantastic engineer. Number 27 there is David Shaw in the Eiffelland. That was used to publicise Eiffelland caravans, would you believe? And it has a central mirror. That's what's in front of the driver. It wasn't an earlier version of the Halo, but it was a central mirror. It was this man, Michael Lyons, who was so quick throughout the session. And in number 22, Surtees, with the DFV engine again. Only the Ferrari and the BRM did not have V8 engines. Unfortunately, it was red flagged at the end because Katsuoka Kubota hit the barrier. But in the end, it was Michael Lyons who was fastest. I don't know when it's going to end, do I?
Back to Monaco for the 14th running of the Monaco Grand Prix Historique. Tremendous event here on the Riviera. I'm Andrew Marriott, with me Bob Constant-Juris. We are on qualification day. This afternoon we've got 3 more qualification events, and we start with something, Bob, just a little bit different, because it's sports racing cars from 1952 to 1957. Why sports racing cars? There's a very good reason.
Because the Grand Prix was run for sports racing cars in 1952, and therefore that's the reason they include them for this in this meeting. And we've also got a great field of cars, tremendous field of cars, of all sorts of cars as well. And as you say, they've got to be front engined,
yes,
but very few sports cars in those days were rear engine. So 52 to 57, as you say, and we've got a lot of them. They are widely spread: Lotuses, Maseratis, Fraser-Nashes, Listers, Ferrari, Jaguar, HWM, Cooper, a tremendous variety, Aston Martin and more Maseratis, 1 or 2 oddballs, the Allard, of course, a couple of Listers, a Connaught, 2 Connaughts, the Kieft, but I don't think we'll see the Kieft because I think it had problems yesterday, an Oscar, a Veritas, a Pegaso, that had problems yesterday as well. So quite a variety of different types of car. So that's what we're about to see for 25 minutes of their qualifying.
Yeah, well, we've got the returning winner from the last race here 2 years ago, Fred Wakeman in the Cooper T38, and also the people that finished second and third 2 years ago. And we have plenty of great racing cars here. Back in the 2012, 2014, they had a win from Jenson Button's great mate, Alex Buncombe, in the C-Type Jaguar. And in 16 and 18, Chris Ward, first in the C-Type and then in the Cooper Jaguar, he won. But Fred Wakeman, we think, could be one of the star runners in this. Fred Wakeman, managing director of Blue Endeavour Ventures, very successful historic racing driver. We got another chap called Richard Wilson in this, who always goes well, and won at the Goodwood members meeting with his 250S, very special Maserati, one of only 4. I think that will go well. We've got the Spaniard, Guillermo Fierro Eleta, in his Maserati 300S, a car which was previously owned by Mark Knopfler, and he won this event in 2021. So we got all the crack people that take part in this. But when we were watching in practice, Bob, yesterday, one of the star turns was the racing car and classic car dealer, Gregor Fiskin, Scott. Done quite a lot of model racing, has Gregor, in Porsches, and he is always pretty quick, and he was looking pretty racy yesterday as well. So we'll see. He's in an HWM Jaguar. So yes, look at the fantastic shot of the harbour down here and the whole Monaco scene, the casino and the boats bobbing up and down. The champagne corks must be popping, but not for us in this commentary box. We're strictly on water. As it says, sports racing cars, front engine, 1952 to 1957. They are split into 3 classes as well, so there's be some extra prizes. Cars with an engine capacity of less than 2 litres, cars with an engine capacity of more than 2 litres and with drum brakes, and then presumably the faster ones, cars with a capacity of more than 2 litres with disc brakes. Of course, this was the period when disc brakes were coming in, and a lot of them tried out, actually not a brake company, but Dunlop Tyres, I think, were one of the first people to develop disc brakes on the Jaguar C-Type. And we got a couple of those here. We got a lovely Jaguar D-Type, early Jaguar D-Type of the type that won Le Mans with Nicholas Halusa at the wheel. We got this rare HWM Jaguar with Gregor Fiskin, and that we think will be competitive. We'll see what transpires in the next 25 minutes or so. But just a little quick word. Oh, Bobby, you want to dive in? Please do.
Yeah, one quick word. Actually, Fred Wakeman wasn't particularly competitive yesterday. That's the only thing I was going to say. Surprisingly, because, of course, he has been usually very competitive. An ex-Tommy Sopwith car, the Cooper T38. And, in fact, the other one, there's another one there as well, being driven by a Mexican driver, I think, or is he Argentine driver, Manuel Elicab, was Patrick Head's father. If you know Patrick Head, he's the famous Formula One technical director at Williams for many, many years and shareholder, etc. And his father used to race Colonel Michael Head. I think he became a brigadier in the end, and he was in the diplomatic corps, but he always used to race as well.
What we didn't really explain was why they stopped having a Formula One race in 1952. But at that time, Formula One was going through the doldrums, and they were worried to not get a proper field, weren't they? And I think they'd changed the rules, and not many people built new cars, so that's why. And then, is it right, Bob? They didn't have a race in 53 or 54, and they picked it up again in 1955. The whole thing could have died then.
Yes.
I mean, everybody says this is the most wonderful round of the World Championship, and you will be here in 2 weeks to call that.
Yeah.
But it is an anachronism because it's a very short track as far as Formula One cars are concerned. For historic racing, it's absolutely perfect. It's beautiful, except the barriers are a bit close. And this morning you mentioned track limits. The track limit is the Armco barrier right at the edge.
Pretty much it. That's it.
You do get a penalty if you go over the track limits. Your car doesn't go any further, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. So we just saw one of the DB3Ss, Aston Martin DB3S, and it's actually Matthias Silecki from Argentina as well, number 76.
Yeah.
And that's that's one of the EMU cars, registered EMU, DB3S, ex Peter Collins, Tony Brooks, Roy Salvadori, Sterling Moss, and just an extraordinary car with a fantastic heritage. So I look forward to seeing that.
All these great names, of course, from the past. There's a massive heritage of fantastic racing drivers we have from Britain. We still have the most world champions, and in historic racing we have by far the most successful drivers at this meeting, but elsewhere also. So also look out for the Richard Wilson car. The Maserati 250S, I said, had some success at Goodwood at the spring clubman's meeting, or club meeting, members' meeting as they call it. Raced in the States mainly by Carroll Shelby and Jim Hall. And I know that car, when it went to auction, and I think Richard built it, he certainly paid over £2 million for it. But then a lot of these cars are worth a fortune, and I think did we just have a little shot of it there as I look down? I think we did.
So the cars are all getting warmed up, ready to go out on the circuit for this 25-minute session. There'll be a green flag wave. There's the D-type. Number 60 is the lone D-type. It's an early D-type, and away they go. That's Nicholas Halusa, the third oldest of Martin Halusa's sons, and away they go out onto the circuit. There he goes in the D-type. And Maserati's listers, C-type Jaguar there, Ferrari there, David Franklin aboard, and C-types, as I say, lots of variety of different cars. And the one thing about them, even these cars are small enough that you can overtake. So that's the great thing around this circuit. You talked about it being an anachronism, and so many people are so restrictive, shall we say, in their thoughts about this circuit, whereas even modern Formula One drivers say it is such a challenge, it is so great to have the crowd so close. They're always in favour of it. It's only journalists, journalists who aren't.
Yeah, well, I certainly am. So, I mean, it's interesting this because it's British cars, Italian cars, and one Spanish car, not a French car amongst it.
Yeah, true.
And some makes that we've long lost, haven't we? Yes, we got the Veritas, haven't we?
Yeah, German manufacturer.
Yeah.
After the war, they decided they wanted to build not only, I think, sports cars, but also I think they built Formula 2 cars as well. There was the Veritas Meteor as well, which was one of the cars. But
we have open top cars and closed top cars. I mean, the majority are open. And we've got sort of sports racing cars, but also, I mean, the GT cars as well.
Yes, what we call these days GT cars.
Yes, these
as you
days,
say.
Yeah.
So now according to our entry, you should have Pat Blakeney Edwards out in this field, but I'm not certain we have.
In the Fraser Nash?
Well, possibly, yes.
Well, is that not the one that... or maybe it's a different one, yeah.
Yeah.
But he would definitely be looking after Fred Wakeman's car. He looks after all Fred's racing stable.
He's not driving, so I think his only car was that... was the Fraser Nash single-seater.
That was in the opening.
Which is broke.
Which is done and broke. But
we'll
see in a moment who does what. And initially it's Nicholas Halusa who's looking the quickest. And we will see what transpires. In the D-Type Jaguar, as you say, I think that was one of the early 3.4-litre cars, wasn't it?
And as you say, they tried out disc brakes and drum brakes on the D-types and even as early as the C-type as well.
And they found they were a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. So they will make a difference.
And now you even see little disc brakes on mountain bikes and things like that.
Oh, they're like little CDs, aren't they?
They are, absolutely, yes. Oh, screeching of tyres from that Lotus 10 Bristol, I think. And not your favourite car with the twin fins at the back.
Yeah,
Lotus 11 succeeded. It was a beautiful looking car, but neither of us like the shape of the Lotus 10. I'm not really sure why, but that's
yeah. Yeah, there's Halusa then, the young Austrian, bringing the D-Type round. I hope he realises what a lucky young man he is to have a daddy with all those lovely cars. Halusa coming up to complete his first flying lap, and with this many cars out there, although it is easy to overtake and all these drivers are very, very considerate to one another, it is still possible to have problems. And there's number 88, that's O'Neill, who is Jeffrey O'Neill in the Maserati 350S, who is, oddly enough, it's on the start finishing straight, I would have called it.
Oh, it's a bit dodgy, that, isn't it?
Yeah, look at the tyre marks.
Yeah, Jeffrey...
how did he do that? Here it is.
Here it is, look.
How did that happen?
Did something seize in the back end? Jeffrey runs a historic festival in Sonoma, in California, right there in wine country, and a great enthusiast. His 350S swapping ends, and the fact that he hasn't been able to move it makes me think that maybe the rear did lock up.
Yeah. It's just possible we'll get a red flag to remove that car. And it's not easy to remove it either. And that is a quick part of the circuit. Yellow flags, not surprisingly. And could be a full course yellow. Yes, it is. Full course yellow. That means yellow flags waved all the way around the circuit. Speed restricted. And I suspect it'll be a red flag because they've got to get a vehicle on there to remove that car unless he can remove it himself. And at the moment, that's not happening.
Well, he doesn't appear to be making any effort so to do. So I think maybe my theory is correct, that the rear end locked up.
No, I think you're right.
So, I mean, the only person who really got a decent lap in so far is Nicholas Halusa, Austrian. I think spends a lot of his time in the UK, though. And he's on a 2:01.107. And second fastest at the moment is the man, I think it was a Morgan racer, Rick Bourne. And Rick is... driving in Malcolm Paul's Lotus 10.
I don't know what he's trying to do in that car, but as you say...
Whatever it is, not very effective because nothing's happening. I mean, maybe it just doesn't want to fire up. Sometimes when you spin like that, you get a bit of fuel vaporization. And there's a packed grandstand enjoying.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah.
At Tabac, huge grandstand.
Showing, you know, the popularity of
Red
historic car racing on a red flag. And they will drag that off. And the clock stops, as we said this morning. Yesterday in practice, these periods, the time was just lost. But here, they don't lose any time. Talking about, you mentioned HWM. What's the HW Motors?
Heath Alton Motors.
Yes. George Abacassis was the name of the guy behind that. They did build Formula One cars, and Sterling did some of his very early races that put him on the map. Sterling Moss with an HWM. Mass ranks, can they push it?
And John Heath as well was part of HWM. And, of course, yes, Sterling was in their Formula 2 team. They had quite an extensive Formula 2 team, and with Lance Macklin, amongst others.
It doesn't want to push.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think the back end's locked up.
Because you wouldn't spin there.
No.
I mean, not somebody with that experience. So I think that's it. I think the rear end's locked up, and they're going to have to jack the rear end up or do something with it.
Yeah.
So, well.
Yes, Lance Macklin, whose father, incidentally, had a very interesting relationship here with Monaco, because he decided he would study the odds at the casino. So he rented a hotel room across the road in the Hotel de Paris, which he staffed with young people writing down all the numbers that came up in the tables across the road. Okay. And they literally were running the numbers backwards and forwards all the time. And he was trying to work out what the odds were of a win and how to get a win. He didn't really need the money. He just wanted to, it was almost a hobby to do that. And eventually the casino said, "Do you mind if we come and see what you're doing?" And he said, "Well, yeah, sure, come and see." You know, he didn't mind at all. But I don't think he proved anything conclusively. But it was an interesting operation. That was in about 1920.
There are people that tend to get banned from casinos because they're too successful. I think it's more games like Baccarat and things like not the roulette wheel itself. Not that I'm a gambling man, but I do know that it's a wonderful building, the casino here. And there are a few other casinos along this coast, aren't there? At places like Bandol and so on, which is near the Paul Ricard circuit. Well, now they've got a driverless car. He's trying to get it out of gear, but I don't think that's going to work. And we've got a jack there to jack the rear end up.
I think that would be the best solution, wouldn't it? Jack up the rear end.
Here it is again. And there it is, just swaps ends. And the 32 Pierre Mackie Fraser Nash Le Mans Coupe managed to avoid it and went to the right and kept out of the way. And now the wheel to jack away.
Oh, they bought a flatbed, that's why.
Yeah,
so
they're going to jack it up on the flatbed.
Yeah, going straight onto a flatbed. But presumably that means they've got to drag it on there with the back end locked up. Is it going to...
Yeah, they've got the winch on it, look. They're going to hook it up. Hopefully it's somewhere nice to hook it up without damaging the bodywork.
Yeah. Most of these cars have a tow hook.
They do, but something that... Oh, maybe they could attach it to the roll bar.
Yeah, to the roll cage.
Because that is not original. Those cars would not have had a great big roll cage like that. Well, what a shame for Jeffrey O'Neill. So, runs this festival at Sonoma. It's a great race circuit, actually, and obviously a venue for IndyCar racing and many other things. Quite a few racing teams based up there as well.
So most of the cars, if not all the cars, back in the pits, just waiting for that car to be renewed, to be removed, and then we can get going again. But still quite a long way to go. We've only had 7 minutes, 6.5 minutes of the session.
Yeah, a lot of the guys haven't even got a real proper flying lap in yet, have they? But I'm sure they will. So lovely, that 527 painted on the front sort of indicates to me a Mille number, do you think?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it will have left at
5:27 in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah, to drive 1,000 miles on public Italian roads in the Mille Miglia and back to Brescia.
Oh, there's Jeffrey walking away.
No. Well,
come all the way from Northern California. And I hope they can fix it, because I think because he practiced yesterday, he'll be allowed to race, but he'll definitely be at the back of the grid.
If they can fix it. No. See,
they're struggling a bit, aren't they, to be honest? And
well, if the rear wheels are locked, they're going to stay locked.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. That's what I was looking to see.
That's Alex Ames, because he looks after... He's a good racing driver, Alex Ames, and he looks after the Halusa cars. And just briefing Nicholas there. I just love the fun in the fin of the D-type, don't you?
Yeah.
The fin is fun.
Yeah.
And because some of them didn't have that. Some of the customer cars didn't have the fin. All about stability on the Mulsanne straight. But it just looks, to me, looks mega. And again, I've got a dinky of that as well.
Well, it's almost on the flatbed. So that's, as far as they're concerned, that's enough. And so they're just hauling the flatbed back onto the truck itself, and then it'll...
a little bit of affection in the stands.
They're not paying attention, are they?
Well, there's nothing happening, is there? I'm sure if the cars were rushing around, it would be a different matter. So, engines firing up again. I think we'll be off and running again in the next minute or so, which will be super. Got a bit more action going on. You see the one of the Lotus 11s there had the, or was it Lotus 10, had the bonnet up.
Maybe just trying to get some cooling into
it. Belgian driver Eric Stijs no, it was a Lotus 11, I thought it was. So they give commentary, to public address commentary here. It might be bleeding through a little bit on your audio feed in French, Italian, and our old friend Ian Titchmarsh does the English. We had a nice little dinner with him last night and remembered some times from yore. But there's some fans waving. I know the camera's on them. And you get a lot of access here. You can get close to the cars, and so there's 8 categories. 7 of them are in the paddock area, which is alongside the harbour. I suppose you'd call that the west side of the harbour, I believe. And then, of course, you've got the Formula 1 garages and the G category, the fastest cars that are coming out later. They get the proper Formula 1 garages.
Yeah.
And I think after they open the roads, those cars are still there, so you can walk along and have a really good look at those. And I presume, because we've got passes, we don't know what public can do. But I did see people with tickets, regular printed tickets in hand, going into the paddock. But maybe you're buying a paddock access. I really ought to check that out. But it is just tremendous race meeting. I mean, it's wonderful to come to the south of France in the late spring, isn't it? And I mean, you'll have a great time in 2 weeks' time. But this is a different sort of meeting.
Very much so.
And here you'll see a massive variety of cars, which you won't in 2 weeks' time. All the Formula 2 cars, all the
same. All the Formula 3 cars
all the same.
All
chassis.
the Porsches are the same.
All the same. And all the Formula 1 cars are different, but look the same.
Yeah. So I think they're probably ready to go. The engines are fired up. Hopefully we're going ready for a restart.
It's a rather dodgy-looking elevator going down there, isn't it? I think they use that for catering and so on rather than for people. But anyway, the cars are back on the racetrack, and predominantly coming out first, the British cars, and the...
Fred Wakeman leads them onto the circuit.
Well, he's managed to manoeuvre himself. It's no fool, is Fred Wakeman. He's won a lot of races in all kinds of different cars over the years, and travelling back and forwards from the States, where... I believe the company he manages is part of the Schroders banking group. So it's a really nice chap, Fred, and just loves his racing.
Yeah, he's had a Cobra, Fraser Nash amongst the others, a Lister Jaguar he's raced as well, C-Type, Chevron B8. The Cooper Jaguar seems to be a favourite, though.
Yeah. I think it's a very effective piece of kit, actually, and particularly around here. Well, it'll be the same engine as in the D-Type.
Yeah.
So green light's flashing. It's green means go, and that's exactly what they're doing now. And about 3 or 4 minutes, we'll get some sort of indication of who's really going to be in the hunt here. Obviously, it's still on an outlap at the moment. Through the famous tunnel, which years and years ago was shorter and a different shape, because it's a sort of rounded, old-fashioned tunnel. Now we've got that tunnel with the hotel built on the top of it. It's changed its name a few times. I think it's called the Fairmont now.
Yeah. It has been the Lowe's and then the Grand Hotel, but it's certainly the Fairmont. Well, there's a sign outside it.
Yes.
Fairmont.
For years, that corner was known as the Lowe's hairpin, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And before that, it was the railway.
The station.
I don't know how the railway lines got up there, quite.
Well,
they come in from Italy, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can follow it quite easily because the road and the tunnel are still there.
Yes.
And also, they used to have a clay pigeon shoot off the top of the tunnel out to sea. So they'd have shooting clay pigeons off there, and then chaps with shotguns would try and see how quickly they and how well they aimed.
Earlier on today, we had a chap called John Spears racing. He represented Britain in the Olympics in clay pigeon shooting a couple of years.
Well, I wonder if he knows about the tir au pigeon, à pigeon.
I bet you he doesn't. So, Halusa shown on top of, now he's on 2:01, but his last tour was 2:17 because it was his outlap. So when he finishes this lap, we'll get some sort of indication of really who's in the hunt here, and one of them will definitely be Fred Wakeman because he's just gone purple in the first sector, and that's always a good indication that somebody's going quickly is going to be in the hunt. We've got Wolfgang Fredericks in this in a Aston Martin, huge Aston Martin fan. He won a race at Donington last weekend, and after he won it, he got out of his car and in the paddock area where everybody assembled, he went round and shook the hand of everybody he'd beaten, which I thought was a really nice touch.
DB3S, Aston Martin DB3S, very, very pretty cars.
Yeah.
Not quite as weighty as the DBR1, which it succeeded.
There are a few replicas of those DB3Ss around, and actually my brother-in-law has one, and it looks the business, it absolutely looks the business, but it's got a modern BMW engine in it. I drove it up on an airfield quite recently, and I have to say it felt a little bit agricultural, but then I'm used to driving modern cars. But it looks great. And of
course, there was also a coupe version. There were only 2 or 3 of those made.
That looked terrific. I love that coupe version.
It was fantastic, wasn't it? In fact, I've got a picture of one on my phone. Because it just happened to be in the way of a Facel Vega, which somebody was showing me.
Well, Wakeman's just about to finish his lap, and he will go fastest without any question, which is exactly what's just happened now. And he's the first person under 2 minutes, and Bob is showing a picture of the outstanding coupe version that we just talked about. It looked terrific. They did it so well, Aston Martin. So Fred Wakeman first under the 2 minutes with a 1:59.8. And Bob and I decided we're going to, because in period they used to time to 1/10 of a second, not 1,000 as they do now. We're rounding it up to stay in period. Nicholas Halusa second. Richard Wilson, who another regular winner in this lovely Maserati 250S at Goodwood, won at the Revival, and he is up to third place now. And Max Hilliard, had a chat with him at lunchtime. He's happy with he's racing 2 cars, racing a Lotus 16. That was all being stripped down and made ready for tomorrow's race. So, and then Claudia Huertgen, we mentioned her over the morning sessions. We put it nice over. Is the senior lady racing driver that's really quick, I suppose. There's no females of her age that could match her. And I just wonder if she'd been in Formula W. I think quite a lot of the 20s and whatever girls would have struggled to keep up with her, because she had an interesting story and an interesting backstory from this very racetrack, where in Formula 3, when she was really competitive, had a big accident, Bob.
Yes, he badly damaged, I don't know if it was the left or right hand, but basically that ended her single-seater career. Although having said that, she's back in single-seaters, but she's also back in driving some really expensive cars, one of which is the Maserati she's in at the moment, and she's in 7th spot.
Yeah, she drives for an outfit called Methuselah Racing, a German organisation. Look after a lot of very nice cars, and she's sort of their factory driver. And she's had, we did check, she'd had a win here 24 years ago. It's extraordinary, isn't it, in this meeting? So Wakeman
Wakeman fastest.
It was a bit slower that lap, but only within a tenth of a second.
Wakeman fastest, Richard Wilson, exactly 1 second a lap slower, and between the two of them is Nicholas Halusa. So those are the first 3, and then there's a gap to Max Smith-Hilliard. Not a big gap, but 1.2 seconds back to Max Smith-Hilliard in 4th place. Gregor Fiskin, the purveyor of wonderful cars from London, the Scotsman, is in 5th place, and Claudia Huertgen is in 6th. Then 7th is Guillermo Fierro Aleta, who we saw earlier on. And
a bit of recognition. Who's that chap?
Yeah, exactly.
We should know, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Or maybe we shouldn't.
Charles. And then Martin Hunt in 8th place, Nicola Burt in 9th, and Macias Sileki, or is it Carlos Sileki? Carlos Sileki in 10th place.
I think they're brothers. All the way from Argentina. We see them racing in Britain quite a lot. Talking about Grand Prix drivers, quite a few Grand Prix drivers, of course, live here, and some have popped down. But Charles Leclerc, of course, born here. There's Max with his Graham Hill tribute helmet.
I think the Silekis are father and sons.
They could be. Yeah. Now, just trawling the old memory, I'm sure I talked to them at Le Mans last year, and you're right, they are.
Now that's a quick car, number 10. He's very competitive in that car. Max Smith-Hilliard is in 4th place, Lotus 10, with a distinctive number plate. Not a pretty car, as I say. Well, I don't think so, but it's effective, so I'll let him get away with that. They used to say if it looks right, it probably is right. Well, that one didn't look particularly right, but Colin Chapman knew it probably was right enough. In fact, the Lotus 11 was even better.
Yeah. Wakeman continues at the top of the list. Just 0.2 of a second, though. Halusa's gone quicker and is pushing hard. And Richard Wilson in 3rd place.
That was Lando Norris. It looked like Lando Norris.
Yeah.
But Andrea here told us that he was in Miami 14 hours ago.
He's probably in a business jet, though. It cuts the time down a bit.
So he was here. So somebody going straight on up the road at Saint-Devot.
That's a popular place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Overshoot and get away with it there. We're talking about track limits. But there are a couple of places where you can overshoot. A big lock up there, I think from, was it the 32?
Yes. It's not a lock up, it's just smoking.
Oh, is it smoking?
That's the unfortunate thing.
Now, that is something called a Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. Now, this is not a replica that has been built recently. it was actually just signified that it was a non-works car. So they were replicas of the works cars, but they were built in period. And for some reason, they wanted to differentiate between the actual works cars and the ones they sold as customers. And they, back in 1950, 51, 52, they called them replicas, which is very confusing for a simple chap like me. But they aren't replicas. It just happens to be the name of them. So Wakeman still quickest here. Halusa, the only other guy that's gone under the 2-minute mark. And then Richard Wilson, Fiskin, did it just move up a little bit? Claudia Huertgen's going quicker now. Look, I think might have a very quick lap from Claudia Huertgen now. I think you can put her in the top 3.
I think she's in a lot of traffic. That's the only
Yeah,
worry.
he got trapped a bit. And let's see what her third sector time is. When we talk about sectors, as you're probably not so used to watching motor racing, we have a full timing system here, just like a Formula 1 race. With the 3 same sectors they have for the Formula 1 race, we have it on our screen so we can tell who's going quickly.
There she is. She picks up 1 place. She goes up into 5th place ahead of Gregor Fiskin. So it's Wakeman, Halusa, Wilson and Smith-Hilliard, all very close together, covered by 1.1 seconds, 1.13 if you splitting hairs.
Yep.
And then Claudia Huertgen, who is a little bit further back, probably 1.4 seconds further back in 5th place. Gregor Fiskin in 6th, then Mattia Selecki in 7th, Martin Hunt in 8th place, Guillermo Fiero Aleta in 9th place, and Tony Wood in 10th place.
Yeah, Tony's a very quick driver, but probably not in that car. Wolfgang Fredericks, I think, might move up the field a little bit, and just looking at his split times. This always gives us an indication. In the pit is the American driver Otis in the 54, and that's he's got the marvellous name of Tazio Otis, and he's in a 750 Monza. I would think he would be of Italian heritage, though.
Number 70 there, Fred Wakeman with 80, Richard Wilson right behind him. So that's a quick pair. And as long as they're out of traffic, they should be setting quick times. But neither of them are really making a mark on this lap.
Richard Wilson's a very bright man, a very clever entrepreneur. And he'll be watching what Wakeman's doing, maybe thinking where I might be, just seeing if he's going wide at corners or where he might get past him if it comes down to a battle tomorrow. Just to remind everybody, all the racing is tomorrow. 8 races. We'll be streaming them all here on various different streams, including Sky F1. I think the Goodwood stream's taking it. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube.
A great opportunity for any driver around this circuit, which has got 18 corners crammed into 3.337 kilometres or 2.07 miles. So you've got a great opportunity, if you're following another car, to study exactly what's going on. And Fred Wakeman has actually pulled away, but that's partially because the Allard, I think it was the Allard, got in the way, and that means that Richard Wilson is a couple more lengths behind, but the Allard pulling over and letting everybody else go through.
Watch out for the guy who won this event, though, in the same Maserati 300S in 21. That's GFE, Guillermo Fiero Eleta, the Maltese-based Spaniard. And I think he's probably on a quick one. And I said when he won that race in 21, it was Nicholas Halusa who he beat.
4 minutes and 20 seconds still remain. So it certainly got through it very rapidly. Wakeman, Halusa, Wilson, Smith-Hilliard, Huertgen and Fiskin, the top 6. Then Mattia Selecki, Fiero, Aleta, Hunt and Wood completing the top 10. Behind them, Bert, Otis, Bourne, Baker and Elikaba. Great shot of the drivers, cars going through Massenet there. The left-hander into Casino Square.
And then we saw a picture of the casino in the background. As you said this morning, Bob, they seem to dug the gardens up, the beautiful gardens in front of the casino. This is Claudia Huertgen now in the red 84, the Maserati with the trident on the front, the famous Maserati trident. Maserati back in racing in Formula E. Of course, we're here 2 weeks ago. Not sure how well Formula E went down in Monaco, but they've been racing here for a little while now. Originally, they didn't use the whole circuit, but they currently do so.
And this weekend, they're in Berlin for Formula E.
They race on an old airfield, don't they?
Yeah.
One of the original Berlin airfields. See, it's a proper street circuit. There's a zebra crossing there and arrows and all that sort of stuff. And that sort of thing can catch you out some of those lines, particularly if it's damp.
Well, you asked Nigel Mansell, 1984.
Yes, exactly.
Led, I think, 6 laps and then spun off on a wet white line.
He wasn't happy.
No, he wasn't. Still, Claudia Huertgen doing a grand job. She really, one, she knows her way around here, that's for sure. And two, she knows her way quickly around here.
Yeah, she comes from Aachen, so on the border there, sort of with Belgium and France. Sort of a bit of a crossroads, Aachen, isn't it?
Yeah, also known as Aix.
Aha.
So 82 here, that's Fierro Aleta, the Spanish driver, in 7th place at the moment. Now, where's my neighbour? He needs to get a move on.
Oh, you've got a neighbour in
well,
this?
Not neighbour, but Martin Hunt. He lives up in the Downs near Goodwood. And he's in a HWM Jaguar. He's down in 10th place now, just squeezing into the 10th place. Needs to improve on the next lap. We've got 1.5 minutes to finish this one and get on with the next one.
So this race is named after Vittorio Marzotto, who won the race here in 52 in a Ferrari 225S. And they had a separate class as well for the under 2 litre cars, and that was run by a very well-known racing driver, Argentine, Robert Mansell, in a Gordini.
Now, Max Smith-Hilliard, here he comes to complete his lap. He improves his time, but not his position. He stays in 4th place, and it now means that those 4 are covered by 1.7 seconds only. Or is it? No, it's 0.7 seconds.
0.7, it's tantalisingly close, isn't it?
How close that is.
Absolutely.
Wakeman, Halusa, Wilson and Smith-Hilliard.
Wonder if any of them get another lap in. Time is ticking away, just 30 seconds to go. But if, of course, they get across the line in that period, they can go for one more.
Well, they've still got half a minute in which to do it. Seleki is back in the pits. So too is Otis and Bourne.
After this, of course, Bob, we've got coming up the 2 fastest classes here. And so mainly DFE powered cars. So some really fantastic looking battles I think we're going to see in those last 2 races, and battles for pole position. So we're looking forward to that. And
Huertgen and Fisken both on track to improve personal bests in the first sector. The checkered flag is now out, so this is everybody's last lap. Wakeman is the man to beat, and there could well be some changes in these last dying minutes of the session.
Yeah, the checkered flag has come out, but of course we still got the leading people all on a last lap, and just as it might be in 2 weeks' time and at the end of Q3, you could have a change at the very last second.
Wilson does not improve in spite of a best sector time at the end.
Halusa obviously got held up and dropped 6 seconds on that lap, and that's one of the problems here. But is Wakeman didn't actually. Wakeman was already slowing down, and so it is Fred Wakeman who will start on pole position for tomorrow's Series C sports racing car event, front engine sports racing cars. Nicholas Halusa alongside him, Wilson and Hilliard, Huertgen and Fisken, Fierro, Aleta and Wood, Saliki and, well, neighbour Martin Hunt in 10th place.
Just hangs on.
Yeah, and Wolfgang Friedrich will be disappointed to be only 19th. I thought he'd be more competitive than that. Nigel Webb had ridden around many, many years with his Jaguar C-Type on a famous car. He is in 16th place. So, 2 more sessions to come. We're going back to single-seaters. We're getting more modern. And we're going to category F. And we're going to have things like Williams FW07s. We're going to have Heskeths, Fittipaldis, Wolves, some very interesting cars. So we're looking forward to that in a few minutes. Quite a few Fittipaldis, more Fittipaldis than I've ever seen together, I think. Now, we did have Sam Hancock, well-known racing driver for many years, particularly more recently in historic cars. In the past, raced at Le Mans a lot with the Jota team and so on. But Sam stuck the Fittipaldi into the barrier yesterday, and I'm not sure what the outcome of that was. You had a little rattle around the paddock, Bob. I don't know if you saw that. I asked about the car, and I couldn't see it.
That's probably because it was covered up with a cover. I don't think it's going anywhere.
No, what a shame. I presume it might damage the front suspension, but we'll see.
And he will have been one of those drivers who has done quite a lot of good work developing those cars as well. He's a good test driver in that way. And so he's somebody who will be working away and trying to get the car quicker and doing quite a lot of development work. Interesting,
this morning I mentioned there's some former Formula One team engineers and mechanics here, and one of them is Dave Luff, and Dave around the business for a long time, but he was Emerson's race engineer at Fittipaldi for a number of years, and he was very interested to look at the cars in their latest slightly modified state since they raced in period.
And what was his conclusion?
I think he made improvements that they'd hoped to do in period.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's Fittipaldis from 77 here, and the later even the 79 car, and even the 1980 car, which is the one that we think that Sam Hancock may not appear in now. But we're coming close in this one to a ground effect here, aren't we? In fact, the Williams FW7 was one of the first ground effect cars, following in the footsteps, of course, of Lotus. And we've got a couple of Lotus 81s in this, which are ground effect. Pretty everything in the final G category will be ground effect. Nice slow-mo shots here, look, of the sports cars heading back towards their paddock, and the iconic harbour that is Monte Carlo.
So this was the sports racing cars front engine from 1952 to 1957, category or Series C, and the cars were waiting in the pit lane, a good field of cars. Lots of them waiting to go out onto the circuit. They were led out there by a former winner, or at least a driver who was on the podium, Nicholas Halusa, in the D-Type, led them out there, the D-Type Jaguar. And he was doing a grand job out in front. And the cars were certainly doing an excellent job of qualifying. That's exactly what they had to do, of course. That's what it's all about. And then we had this rather curious stoppage for the unfortunate driver there in the... I'm just trying to find the relevant piece of paper. We had to have a stoppage to recover that car, which we think the back end of it locked up and consequently couldn't get out any longer. So it was them watching and waiting in the pit lane and then getting out there again. Here it is, number 70. That's Fred Wakeman. And he was the man who set the pace. He's a former winner, and he set the pace for everybody else around the circuit. And although it's very close behind him, he is fastest in the session, and he will start from pole tomorrow. Lando Norris in the pit lane, and that was it. That was C category, very close behind Fred Wakeman, Nicholas Halusa, Richard Wilson, Max Smith-Hilliard, before a little bit of a gap to Claudia Huertgen.
So there we see the cars lined up, waiting to go out. The famous number 27, obviously on Alan Jones's car when he won the World Championship. Of course, the following year it became number 1. But 27 car there, sitting, waiting to go out. And who's in that? Zak Brown, Chief Executive of McLaren Racing, and was also, of course, involved in a company called United Motorsports, Autosports, up in Leeds, where he keeps a fantastic selection of cars. I mean, Zak came over to be a young racing driver all those years ago from the States, and subsequently decided he wasn't quite quick enough and set on the business side and sponsorship side of motor racing here in Europe and America, both sides of the Atlantic, and had huge success with his Just Marketing organisation. I think he did a lot of the deals in NASCAR and Formula One deals, and then he becomes moves into Formula One management, and of course has been the architect of McLaren going from the back of the grid back to the front.
As they did last weekend, winning the Miami Grand Prix.
Yep, so, you know, Zak's a huge enthusiast. And Richard Dean, who runs United Autosports, obviously run cars at Le Mans, was his big friend, and he was his tutor, actually, a racing tutor. And Zak finished up for a while when he was racing in Formula 3. In the B category, if I remember correctly, sleeping on a couch in Richard, or was it Richard's sister's flat. So he's known the hard times, and what a huge success he's made of his career. But all through it all, remains a massive enthusiast.
Yes, exactly. He's got quite a collection of cars as well, kept up at
in Leeds, yeah,
in Leeds at United Autosports.
Yep, and
he's not a small man, as you can see. He's it's a bit of a tight squeeze in there.
Raced this car last year at Sonoma, the chap, you know, whose car locked up. He raced at his race meeting in this and finished 4th. But you have to say that the Formula One racing in the States not quite as competitive. Now, just behind that was the previous model of Williams, the FW06. Frank, of course, got that Saudi sponsorship and various other Saudi Arabian groups long before Saudi ever thought of having a race.
And that's Mark Hazel's car in the background, which is ironic because Mark Hazel, they had a team manager called Jeff Hazel, but I don't think they're related.
They're not related.
No.
Mark Hazel also did a bit of truck racing in his time, I seem to remember. He's been racing that car a long time, has Mark Hazel. So we have a bit of a disappointment in one way, is that we thought we had a former Formula One driver in this, Frank Montagny, who used to race for Super Aguri back in 2006, so the guy from the Loire Valley, and the guy who finished second at Le Mans twice in a Peugeot factory car. But he has been replaced by Stephen Shanley, I think originally as a New Zealander, and he was going surprisingly well in practice. We're not quite sure why he was replaced. I think did you know why he was replaced? Why Montagny didn't carry on? I don't know.
Well, Montagny suggested that somebody, maybe the owner even, wanted to drive it. I don't know. That's what Frank Montagny told me a couple of races ago, Grand Prix ago.
Yes, because he commentates, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yeah. So there is the Well, we're seeing the entry. Interesting, they've got Dorian Boccolacci in there, Porsche driver, sometime Formula 2 driver, Porsche driver from along the coast here in the studio that we're looking at the moment. But we've got some interesting drivers out there in this session. Mike Cantillon in the Tyrrell for starters. We'll go into detail about him in a moment. Ewan Sergeson, who we've seen a couple of times. Jonathan Cochet, who is a French not club racer, but he's been a Formula 3 champion. Wayne Taylor, former winner of sports cars in the States. We'll talk about him in a moment. Michael Lyons, well, we've heard a lot about him. Zak Brown, we've heard about as well. Ron Maiden, who used to run the championship.
The Masters,
Masters Championship. So quite a lot of interesting drivers and interesting cars.
And can I just add one? And number 7 car, Carlos de Quesada, who's well known in IMSA circles, raced a lot in Porsches in America, and he's had the great luck that his father founded the Gatorade company, which is a soft drink that's hugely popular in America. We don't see it much over here, but he was a son of Mr. Gatorade, and he lives up there in Tampa Bay in a magnificent house. It's interesting, you start Googling these people, and I found a site which showed the house he'd just bought, and it was nice.
I bet it was.
Yeah.
Miles Griffiths is out there as well.
No, he's definitely a man to watch in this. And last time out 2 years ago, it was Miles Griffiths who put it on the pole, and then I think the drive shaft broke. But he certainly didn't compete in the race.
Right.
He had a problem right at the start anyway. Miles, who runs our high-tech motorsport organisation, looking after quite a few cars here, but gets to drive as well.
So we've got quite a few drivers, some interesting cars. The Lek, for example, which David Purley famously crashed, not this particular one, because the one that he crashed ended up a minute cube, really, because he crashed it so heavily at Beckett's at Silverstone when the throttle stuck open. But this was a replacement, and Ron Maiden is racing that. Then there's some Ensigns. There's a Wolf that Wayne Taylor is driving. Now that's quite a story as well, because he's only just bought this car and he's coming back into racing, having been out of racing and running his own team, running his own sons as well, Ricky and Jordan Taylor, who are very successful in IMSA in the States. Of course, Wayne Taylor is a South African driver. We've got lots of Fittipaldis, probably more than were ever seen, but Lotuses, Marches, and a couple of Ensigns as well. Great variety. Heskeths as well, of course.
If I may go back to Wayne Taylor, won the Daytona 24-hour race in 96 and 05 as a driver, won it since, of course, as an entrant, and he has a special affinity to that car, the Wolf, because remember Jody Scheckter moved to Wolf and raced that car, and then it subsequently appeared in the British Aurora Formula 1 Championship and was driven by another South African, Desiree Wilson, who in the process became the first woman ever to win a Formula 1 race, albeit not a World Championship race.
The only woman to win.
Yes, and a fine driver, Desiree Wilson, in my view, the best woman racing driver there's been in Formula 1, although only briefly. And she raced for Tyrrell in South Africa in a race that was subsequently scrubbed from the World Championship and sort of politics. Now, there is Mike Cantillon, who's he's got a big company that demolishes things. And I come from Tunbridge Wells, just demolished a huge, what was an old cinema there recently. But Mike is one of the star runners in the Masters Formula 1 series. We've seen about 4 different Formula 1 sets. The Masters have got less cars that compete, and he is the man to beat at the moment. And the first round, Paul Ricard, a few weeks ago, he won the first race. In the second race, he was taken out by back marker. But Mike Cantillon will be in there. He's been racing this Williams for a while, and is very much at ease with it. And he's raced a Tyrrell in the past. He's got a Pescarolo Le Mans sports car. He's another huge enthusiast. And another of these guys, quite a lot of them started racing in Caterhams and moved on to Radicals and that sort of stuff. So we'll see how Mike Cantillon gets on with his very Irish crash helmet. I like his design on that.
Jamie Constable in number 16, a driver we might have seen earlier on today, but actually he's given up a couple of drives. Perhaps he thought it was too much, and he's driving a Shadow DN6. We've got Shadows DN8, DN9, and DN6 as well. Sorry, that's the DN8 he's driving. So various different ones. But Jamie Constable I saw back in 2022 at Circuit of the Americas, and he won 3 races out of 4, 2 in Formula 1 and I think 1 in a sports car, or maybe it was 2 in sports car, the Pescarola that he has. He's recently bought a sports car called a Zytek, which is a rather special LMP2 car, I think it was.
Yeah, it was developed from the Reynard sports cars, but it was run very successfully by Jota, if you remember. And they had a hybrid version as well that Johnny Molan raced successfully. So, Zytek and Stefan Johansson raced for them.
So they're just, by the looks of things, trying to remove a Ferrari that stopped on circuit.
So, 2 years ago, Michael Lyons won this race, and he won it in 21 as well. And the year before that, it was very wet, and it was won by Martin O'Connell, from O'Connell Racing. The ATS Martin's here with his race overalls on this weekend, tending to about 6 cars in the final G race, G category race, we'll see. But that was a fantastic drive for Martin O'Connell that particular day. So they're just getting ready. You mentioned Jonathan Cochet, who was top runner in the French Formula 3 Championship. It was back in, 24 years ago now. And in 04 was the Le Mans Series LMP2 champion. And he runs a sports marketing and sponsorship company these days, just Jonathan Cochet.
So this is Series F for Grand Prix cars of 3 litres, 1977 to 1980, which is coming up. And it's in 3 different classes. Non-ground effect, ground effect with Cosworth, and ground effect with non-Cosworth engines.
Yes.
So the non-Cosworth are the BRM, but that's a non-ground effect car anyway. Also the Ferrari of Jürgen Boden. But that's non-ground effect as well. So we actually don't have anybody in the 3rd class of ground effect non-Cosworth. So there's the participants list on your screens now. We've got Lee Mole in this session in the Lotus 78, which the car stopped on circuit yesterday, so scarcely got any practice. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do in qualifying itself.
Yeah, Wayne Taylor, I don't think he'd raced that his new Wolf before. And I think you talked to him at lunchtime, didn't you, Bob? And I think he sort of indicated he was definitely on what we would call a learning curve.
Yeah.
Because he used to be really quick, did Wayne? So,
yeah, exactly. Yes. He was quick. So, yes, I think he was a little bit phased by everything going on around him and everything he had to do in the car as well. He has practiced that car at a circuit just outside Indianapolis, which is where he's based. And he's practiced it. And it is in beautiful condition. It's a great-looking car, too.
Yeah, it's prepared by an outfit, very well-known outfit in the States called Hudson Historique. So Gordon Eccleston, in fact, is the guy that runs that. They prepare lots and lots of cars, but pleased that they've done a nice job. But probably something a bit different for them, actually, because they mainly sort of prepare sort of cars that would come out of the Grand Am series and things like that. But just FW07 design. We mentioned Patrick Head's father, didn't we? This car designed by Patrick Head and his team.
Yeah.
And because some of these cars did have sliding skirts. Lotus basically hit the ground effect idea first, but then Patrick was really followed up very quickly, didn't he? And did a very good day. Here's the arrow. Those rounders you'll see are the scrutineering ticket, in effect, for racing here. And you can tell how many times somebody's raced here. Now, I got a little bugbear where I wish people steamed those off, or or hair dried them off and stuck them on a board rather than having sort of all down the car. But then that's my little thing.
Number 5 there is Mark Davis, the Belgian driver in a Lotus.
Yeah, well, it's for sale. It's an RMD company. Everything's for sale. Massive hospitality here. And Bob, I mean, you come here every year, so you're used to it. So we're looking opposite a brand new building we've never seen before. It's a temporary building, but it doesn't really look temporary. So big new hospitality suites up there.
Zak Brown signals, let's start it, let's go. And the mechanics, yeah.
Just wondering if the advice he got from Fernando Alonso yesterday will have helped.
Worth bearing in mind, incidentally, that McLaren are operating their Formula E team in Berlin. Meanwhile, United Autosports have 2 McLarens racing in the World Endurance Championship at Spa this weekend. Meanwhile, the boss is down here at Monaco running in the Williams. So it's quite a busy time for the team.
Certainly is. I'd be interested to see how he gets on in this. Great time. I see Sam Hancock is listed. I don't see one of those red dots against his name, but there's quite a lot that aren't there. So maybe they fixed the Sam Hancock Fittipaldi, the latest of the Fittipaldis racing here. So watch out for number 18. Some of the Fittipaldis are in the original livery, aren't they, of the Copersucar, the Cooperative Sugar Corporation of Brazil, and others are in the latest Skoll sponsorship. The Skoll being how a Brazilian company gets sponsorship from a Scandinavian lager, I don't know, but I think they did sell it in Brazil.
Do you think the fact that Keke Rosberg drove for the team had anything to do with it? I don't think it did.
I doubt it, but
yeah.
It was probably distributed in Brazil. Of course, the famous drink from there is the Guaraná, isn't it? A drink made of berries. I really like it. You'll hardly get it in the UK. But anyway, cars are on the racetrack now. Just saw Miles Griffiths go out. Watch out for that, the number 14. Gaucher, we just saw his Fittipaldi go out. I spotted the 18 Hancock car, but in a moment we'll know. And I got a sneaky suspicion Hancock's not there, Bob.
Yeah, there's still no spot against his name, is there?
No.
On the other hand, there isn't against Zak Brown's name either. We know he's on circuit.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this goes, how it pans out.
Yeah, so, as I said, last time, it was 2 years ago, Michael Lyons won this. But then he was in the family Hesketh 308E, the later, flatter Hesketh. But now, of course, he's in the Chrome team car, which I would think is probably a little bit more competitive than that. But we'll see. He's in. Or is he in the Hesketh? No, maybe he is. He is in the, no, he is. He's in the Hesketh. That's the penthouse one with a penthouse pet draped down the side of it in a mural.
The ex-Rupert Keegan one.
Yeah, that's right. It's in the next race where he moves up to the Chrome team, isn't it? So Michael Lyons in the car in which he won here 2 years ago.
No sign of Sam Hancock.
No, I think it's just too much damage. What a shame. Just locked up and slid under the barrier, and no parts to repair it. See, that's the Copersucar logo. It's very attractive, and I thought, look, the business.
Sticks quite a long way out of the car, doesn't he, number 14? That's, Miles Griffiths.
Yeah, he's a 6-footer, is Miles, I would say.
So some early sector times coming in, but that's all for the moment. And this is Miles Griffiths going down to Mirabeau.
In a car prepared by a company that he runs, and he's a great engineer, is Miles Griffiths as well. Has raced lots of different cars, lots of success at Goodwood. Remember him winning, excuse me, in a Keith there a year or so ago, but he is very successful. But Lyons goes fastest in on the first sector on his first full flying lap. And is that a portent of things to come? I suspect that's the car just going through now, with a blue car with Penthouse on the rear wing. That was a funny deal to have Penthouse magazine. There was no money from the sponsorship, but they gave pages advertising away. So they then sold those pages in the magazine and got the money for the advertising. That was part of the deal.
Organised by my wife's boss.
Oh, well, there you are.
Guy Edwards.
Guy Edwards, yes.
Yeah.
So Rupert Keegan ran to race that car. Rupert's not very well at the moment, actually. He's been in hospital. He's back at home now. But Rupert, try and get well soon, mate. And, a great character, Rupert Keegan, wasn't he? That raced that car. We got a Tyrrell with the Candy washing machine colours going round, and that's...
Shanley,
who had thought...
And that's exactly where you don't want a Tyrrell, because two Tyrrells came together exactly at that corner, Saint-Devot, if you remember. Derek Daly landed on top of somebody else, or somebody landed on top of Derek.
Spectacular photographs, weren't they, of that? Yeah. I think it was certainly that model of car, I think.
Yeah. Had an accident exactly at that corner. But
that was at the start, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So here we are with Series F Grand Prix cars, 1977 to 1980, so just another 4-year span. And interesting back then, and we talked about how the Formula One cars all look the same. Now just look at all the different treatments to the front noses, Bob, on these cars. And twitching a little bit, Michael Lyons wringing the neck of this thing, I tell you.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, he's going purple here. He's going to put in a real... I think this will be a banker, really, for pole position now. Michael really flying. And let's see what crosses the line now. And the time is a 1 minute 36.03. He goes a second and a half quicker than... a lot quicker than anybody else. That's the best part of 3 seconds now between Lyons and Cantillon. Shanley, who had the spin, but he's in third fastest place, and then Mark Hazel, regular here with his Williams FW. So he's just nicked into third place. And who else? Miles Griffith, I think, will be moving up there soon. And Miles Griffith goes second, and the Williams spun.
That's at the... Fairmont hairpin.
That wasn't... Is that Zak Brown as loop the loop there? Where is Zak? Coming in 22nd. And we'll probably see from the split if it was Zak. I just thought I saw his number on the side.
Could well be, because he's just going towards the chicane now.
Meanwhile, Lyons going even quicker and fastest in the first sector. Carmichael's having a great weekend, as he does always when he comes here. And the 308E Hesketh.
And his major problem, as ever, is he's so quick around here. He catches other cars, slower cars, so quickly.
Yes.
Fortunately, these drivers do tend to be very, very understanding of other cars, and therefore get out of the way much more than perhaps modern drivers do.
It was Zak Brown that looped the loop. Wayne Taylor, so making a little bit of progress now. Lyons held up on this lap by got behind the back marker, dropped 4 seconds. That's what happens. So that not a quick lap at all. Miles Griffiths in second place. Jonathan Cochet lost none of his old skill, has he? He's right up there in fourth position, now 47, the man from Alençon, and still racing regularly in the VDV series and some other categories. Almost tested for Prost in Formula One in 1997, but never made it into Formula One, and being a Formula Renault champion, French Formula 3 champion. So he was one of those kids that, you know, was on his way, and then the career plateaued out for one reason or another.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean to say he isn't still quick, you know, and nice to have him here.
Well, he's about 5, perhaps a little bit less, 4.4 seconds slower than Lyons at the moment. But this is still fairly early days. We're not even halfway through the session. We've only had, 8 minutes of the session so far.
Yeah.
So Lyons ahead of Griffiths, Cantillon, then Cochet, Jamie Constable up there in 5th place, Mark Hazel in 6th, then Shanley, De Quezada in 8th place, Davis in 9th, and Lee Mole in the Lotus in 10th. Oh, so busy out there, so crowded. And was that Zak Brown trying to stay out of the way. Zak Brown back in 25th place. Wayne Taylor in 19th at the moment. Early days, as I say. There is Zak Brown going through. It's got sort of such period number that you don't even notice that it's the number, which of course the number 27, which was well known with Gilles Villeneuve.
Yes,
of course.
it was all a popular number.
Yeah,
just
and
like
then went on to be Alan Jones's number.
Yeah, just like 7 was a popular Sterling Moss's number, and also used by the great motorcycle racer Barry Sheene. And Lyons is into the pit now, probably making a little bit of adjustment. And then Cochet's gone up to 2nd place, look. But Lyons' gap to the rest of the field, just over 2 seconds. That's substantial.
Yeah, Cochet's got to find a bit more than that. Griffiths now in 3rd, Cantillon in 4th, Constable 5th, and Hazel in 6th. Then it's Shanley, De Quezada, and then Mole and Mr. John of B up there in 10th place, or he was, in number 25. And that is, that's a slight change of order, I think, Mr. John of B. 25, Zaligier, JS 11-15.
And then quick shout out for Fritz Van Aert, the boss of the Jumbo supermarket chain in Holland, huge supporter of Dutch motor racing, backer of Max Verstappen, and actually a big Minardi fan, but for some reason he's not racing a Minardi here. He's racing he's racing a Fittipaldi, isn't he? Yes, the F7 Fittipaldi, one of the later cars. And Carlos de Quesada from Tampa Bay doing an outstanding job in 9th place, because it's not a man known for racing single-seaters, although de Quesada in the past had raced in the ALMS, and he has raced a little bit in the Master Series actually.
There's also, of course, the Boss Series as well, which Fritz van Eert, and that was very much a Dutch championship. And Fritz van Eert was very much involved in that.
It didn't used to be, but it is now, as you say. That's the sort of Formula Libre championship. Pretty well on an IndyCar and that, if you want.
Yeah.
And you get 3,000 cars and old Formula One cars. And I filmed it a few years ago when it was based in England, and it was always entertaining and some lovely people in it as well. So I'm just having a think that Griffiths might be on a bit of a charge now. So we'll see what transpires at the end of this lap with 13 minutes left in the penultimate qualifying session of this very busy Saturday, Bob. We've had an excellent Senna display and lots of terrific action out on track in these various qualifying sessions. But of course, the sharp end is tomorrow with the racing. And Griffin's definitely on a quickie here. I don't think he's not going to go quicker than Lyons, but he might go quicker than Cochet. And that's it, just crossing the line now. That's exactly what he does. And he's 1.2 seconds away from Lyons.
That's not bad. Pretty good for Miles Griffiths.
But 2 years ago, when the last ran, he took the pole.
Yeah.
He just stole it away from Michael Lyons. So, just see if he continues out there.
Cochet down to third. David Shaw. That's a name we haven't heard very much of so far. So, David Shaw is up into fourth place. So, good effort from him.
Wayne Taylor's in the pits.
David Shaw, National Saloon Car Cup back in 1999. Formula 3 in a route here in Monaco. Wow. An old route, of course. Then a 721 is raced as well. Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. He did that in 2018, the Porsche Championship. He had the Alpha Land March as well for a while. And then more Porsches in 2021. Also has an Arrows A4 as well.
Well, interesting. He's right up there, though, doing a...
Yeah, in fourth place.
Oh, he's quicker than Cantillon, you know. That's quite something. And Constable, I feel there should be a bit more speed left in Cantillon. But I think also a quick lap maybe coming out of Constable as well. And Griffiths is in the pits. 11 minutes to have a little look round and a little think about it, and then go out for one sort of last push.
So the battle of the team owners, Zak Brown up into 19th place, Wayne Taylor in 22nd. He's back in the pits, Wayne Taylor, at the moment. Griffiths and Cochet, second and third, both in the pits as well. Still 10.5 minutes to go, plenty of time.
Michael Lyons is out there. Here he is, the 24 car with the Hesketh Bear on the front of it. The last of the cars that Hesketh built. I think Frank Durney was involved in the design of this. And they're finding a way through there.
The extraordinary thing is the size of the ensign. I keep looking at it, and I've seen it before, Paul Tattersall's car, and it looks how big it looks in comparison to some of those around it. Just now with the Hesketh overtaking, the ensign really looks quite big, and I'm quite surprised at that.
Might be a bit of an optical illusion, Bob.
Yeah.
I think there wasn't that much difference between the wheelbases and track of these cars. There was some differences in the wheelbase particularly. And have we got anybody there on it? So Shanley, who was the last-minute replacement for Frank Montagna, is doing a pretty good job out there, and he's on a quite quick lap. It's we raced things like MGBs and Porsches in the past, and they partner in a company called KKR Growth Technology Funds.
And he's gone up into third place, Shanley.
Well, that's a terrific result from a guy that we're not used to seeing in this at all. That's a cracking run by him.
So good effort. Lyons then still fastest by 1.2 seconds from Miles Griffiths second. Then Shanley in third, about half a second behind Griffiths. Cochet in fourth, Shaw in fifth now, and Cantillon in sixth. Then it's Constable, Hazel, Ewan Sergeson in number 17. And that is, number 17 is Shadow DN9.
Jackie Hicks there, looking on.
And in 10th place, Carlos de Caseda. Yes, Jackie Hicks amongst others here. Martin Donnelly here as well, one of the former Formula One drivers, being a driver coach.
Yeah, O'Connell Racing, both Irish, of course, originally. And how lucky Martin was to survive. I remember going to see him in the hospital after that horrendous accident in Jerez, and particularly resonant for me, I was commentating on that race, Bob, and with Watty, John Watson. We went up on the Friday to check the box and see what the signal was like. We walked on the box, we turned the television on, and the next thing we saw was Martin Donnelly lying on the road. And no car around him because the thing broke in half, you know. And then, of course, Prof Watkins came and saved his life and, with a tracheotomy and stuff. And, I mean, Martin's life hung by a thread for a long time. And he still limps badly from that accident. but he's raced a bit since, but not obviously at Formula 1. And Martin Donnelly was phenomenally quick.
He was
He could have gone much further. And
good peddler.
But he said happy days when I saw him in the pits yesterday. And as I say, driver coaching for the O'Connell team. Meanwhile, here's the lovely FW06 non-ground effect car, of course, the FW06. But there's some innovation Patrick had in that to do with the oil tank. I think he used the oil tank almost as a stress member. There's an arrows going a bit.
No, that was the Wolf.
Oh, well, the Wolf was it there?
Yeah.
Oh, that was Wayne Taylor, was it? Getting out of the way. Got another gold and black car, yes.
Wayne Taylor there. At the moment, he's in 22nd place.
Yeah.
So we didn't actually spend very much time watching him, but we had a glimpse of Wayne Taylor, which will have reassured his family back home in the States.
Yeah, well, of course, he's got two racing sons, both race for him now. And one has obviously raced for the Corvette team. And Ricky and Jordan. And they're racing the Acura ARX 06 in the IMSA Sports Car Series, the WeatherTech Series.
Cochet up into second place.
Interesting.
1.7 seconds behind Lyons. But Shanley, I thought was going to improve. He did, but he's still in fourth. So it's now Lyons, Cochet, Griffiths, Shanley, Shaw, and then Cantillon. Then it's Constable, Mole, and then Hazel and Sergeson in 10th place.
I think Miles Griffiths not quick in the second sector on this lap, which we thought might be a quick one. So a good battle with Cochet.
Zak Brown in 18th place at the moment. 26 cars practicing. So a bit the size of an old Grand Prix field.
Yes, absolutely.
But of course, at one time, they only started 14 drivers round here. That was the limit.
Oh, I thought it was 16.
Was it 16?
16,
yeah,
it was 16. And people, got knocked out, as they did in many races, but more here. So Michael Lyons just gone purple now in the second sector. But, 132.167. So he actually didn't improve his time, although he was quick in the middle of the lap.
5 minutes to go, 5 minutes. Shanley quick in the first sector, but not in the second. So we'll see if that's going to be improvement. De Quesada squeezes into the top 10 ahead of Sergeson.
And I noticed Ron Maiden's got the Lek up into 15th place. I'd be happy with that, I think.
I've seen him higher than that, but in the States, he's running the top 6.
Yeah, but one stage he raced the Amon, he saved the Amon, and he's sold that on now.
Bit of a home for lost causes.
He likes lost causes.
He's a golf course entrepreneur.
He is. It tells me he's down to his last golf course now, but he's doing extremely well. So, and of course he's divested of the Masters Group, which he did so much to build up. And together originally with Christopher Tate, who you know, and subsequently with Rachel Bailey and their team.
Shanley, once again, he's improving all the time in that first sector. Doing a good job. Michael Lyons slips past there ahead of the arrows. Michael Lyons coming up to complete the lap, but it probably won't be a quicker one. He's got a 1.5 second advantage over Miles Griffiths in second place. And then just a matter of tenths back to Cochet in third. Cochet, the only interloper in an almost entirely British top 10, almost.
Shanley's the impressive guy here because I don't think he's ever raced here before. Although, what about your mate Shaw? Look, he's up there, he's just gone fourth. So that was a very good lap from the number 28 car of David Shaw. And the lovely Williams FW06.
But the 07 was better.
It was better. Well, but obviously it's after Frank, recalibrated his career and came back. They did the March the one year, and then the FW06 car just looked right.
Two and a half minutes to go. Number 14 there, Miles Griffiths, making a Fittipaldi go much faster than it should. Doing a really good job. Here he comes up to complete the lap, and it's 2 improvements so far, and he improves his time. Now just a fraction outside a second behind Michael Lyons, but Michael Lyons is going very quickly in the middle sector on this lap. Could be an improvement coming. And there, Miles Griffiths having to find his way round the Ferrari.
And look at that, Lions.
Ensign, rather.
Lions gone even quicker now. 132.07. No, 132.1, shall we, Bob? We're rounding them up.
It's only about 900ths quicker than he was before.
Yeah. He's got more laps than anybody else. He's managed to get 14 laps in the 25 minutes. And
that's Michael Cantillon, who is in trouble at the pit lane entrance. Now, what happened here? He looks as though he was about to turn in, and then somebody came inside him and went straight on.
No, well, that wasn't Cantillon then.
That's Cantillon.
Yeah. So why is he down there? I think it was different to the other incident.
And somebody went straight up.
Maybe he was, yes.
So
he's well out of the way, isn't he?
A bit curious. Oh, he's well out of the way. That's in the pit lane entrance. Yes. There he is, and then goes straight up. I think he was a bit surprised that Cantillon was actually turning into the pits, and then appears to have lost the engine as well. So we're now in the final minute of the session. Lyons quick in the first sector, not so quick in the second. And Shanley quick in the first sector, Hazel quick in the first sector.
Bob, Lyons got to jump out of this car and straight into the Lotus from the Chrome group for this final qualifying session. So he will have no time for a rest. So he'll take a bit of liquid on board, won't he? Well, that'll be it. There's... Yeah, Shanley's so impressive. Don't know the chap. Need to seek him out, I think, after it's over here.
So neither Shanley nor Hazel improved in the middle sector. And there is Shanley going into the pits, so he's not going to improve either. And Hazel will have to wait and see, but the checker flag is out for the end of the session. Fritz van Aert, a late improvement probably. Hazel doesn't improve. What about Fritz van Aert? Here's number 14. This is Miles Griffiths, not improving at the moment, unless it's a sparkling time in this middle sector.
Yeah, car dancing about a little bit in its copper suica colour scheme. One of the problems they had, initially they tried to build the car in Brazil. And later, because I moved, really sliding at the tail of that, I moved to the south of England, didn't they, the team, when Peter Waugh was running it for a while, ex-Lotus team manager. Checkered flag out, and Griffiths actually on a second. Griffiths actually closed the gap. Look at that. Bob, right at the end, closed the gap on Lyons to 0.2 of a second. So he will have a race on.
Yeah, the very good effort from Miles Griffiths there. Very good. Fritz van Aert also improved his time, but not his position. Stayed in 16th. 2 places ahead of Zak Brown. And Wayne Taylor's back in 24th. So that's the end of race F qualifying. And still abandoned at the pit lane entrance is Mike Cantillon, his car. And he hasn't got out of the car. I don't think he hit anything. Neither of them hit anything.
No.
But they're still there.
Yeah, in his Tyrrell, often races Williams. That's the car that he had the success in the Masters Series, I'm pretty sure.
Don't think that really cost Mike Cantillon any time, because
Yeah.
I don't think he was about to improve.
So I noticed what Michael Lyons have been able to do is jump out and park it outside the Chrome garage, because that Hesketh's run by the family team. Now he's going to drive for Chrome, and it actually operated by a company called Brightech Racing, German company. It looked pretty organised when I went down to the garage. But 26 starters will be. Paul Tattersall never got a proper lap in, look. So here's the car bouncing around quite a bit, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
This is Shanley in that Dayglow crash helmet of his.
Miles Griffiths.
Sticking out the car quite a long way, as you mentioned, Bob.
Yeah. And Michael Lyons, here it is, 3:21. Michael Lyons setting the fastest time, but at the last moment, it was only 0.2 quicker than Miles Griffiths. So, still a beautiful day here in the Principality. Here are the highlights for F1 Grand Prix cars, 3 litres, 1977 to 1980, in various different configurations, a couple of classes, non-ground effect and ground effect, and the cars just waiting to go out. There's Mike Cantillon waiting to go out. Number 4, there is Stephen Shanley, a newcomer to, as far as we're concerned, to historic racing, and they were led out onto the circuit by Mark Davis in the Lotus. Number 27 there was Zak Brown, the CEO of McLaren Racing, a regular historic racer, but it was Michael Lyons, who set the pace in the Hesketh, the Penthouse Hesketh, really quick, and some spectacular driving, sliding this car on his way to pole position for most of the session. He dominated the session by quite some way, and it was only at the end that Miles Griffiths set a quick time to get in touch with him. They are just 0.2 of a second apart, and there Miles Griffiths was in the Fittipaldi, got in amongst the traffic at times, and there trying to weave his way through with Stephen Shanley, who ended up in 3rd place just behind him. So it was interesting to see those two. Number 19 there was Jonathan Cochet. Very good qualifying from him. 4th place for Jonathan Cochet. Not a regular in this in these type of cars, but certainly a driver with good pedigree. Good effort from Jonathan Cochet in amongst all the Brits who qualified well up in this field. And Michael Lyons there trying to get past the Williams ahead of him, but very close. Spectacular stuff around this circuit. Beautiful conditions, absolutely perfect conditions around the track. Jackie X was watching, and then we had this rather strange incident. That's number 4, but Stephen Shanley, and he qualified in 3rd spot in the car that Frank Montagny was meant to race originally, run by AGS. Automobile Gonfarine Sportive.
Which was an old Formula 1 team, of course.
And there's the checkered flag. And so there it is, Michael Lyons, the man on provisional pole for tomorrow's Series G race.
Bob, real mystery with Shanley, really.
don't think they're in the pit lane, are they?
So, coming up at this 14th running of the Monaco Grand Prix Historique, Formula One cars, 1981 to 1985, the fastest for all our categories. Final qualification here this evening, and, well, this afternoon, late afternoon, but the sun is still high here, it's still warm. That's the view of the harbour, and here is a list of the people who are going to race. And 2 years ago, when we last ran the Historic here, it was the Chrome Groups 1, 2, 3 with Marco Werner, Michael Lyons and Nick Padmore, all in JPS Lotuses, all slightly different years. And there are in the same cars this year. They haven't switched them around at all. So that'll be interesting to see. And strange enough, 2 years ago, the Michael Lyons 308E Hesketh was in this category, not the previous one. And he won then. So I think we're going to have a cracking battle between the Chrome Group cars run by the Brightech Racing organisation. And can't really see anybody else getting in amongst them, although we have got some pretty good runners in here, haven't we? Particularly Marino Franchitti, who is in a Tyrrell that at one time we thought until last week that Dario Franchitti was going to drive, former Indy champion, of course. And there's Bruno Senna, having just done some quick laps in his ultimate McLaren road car, as they described it. We got Sahel Ayari, who in the past was a rising star of Formula 3, won the Macau Grand Prix back in 1997, French-Iranian driver.
A bit like Jonathan Cochet, really,
yeah.
Same sort of career path.
Yeah, and I went on to be French Super Touring champion for 3 years. He took part in 4 Le Mans and got 4th overall, a couple of times actually. So I think we might see a bit of speed still out of Cantillon. We had a bit of a surprise from a Japanese driver as well, didn't we, Bob, in the practice? Toriba, who we thought was some young, hard-charging Japanese kid, turned out to be a 60-year-old businessman. And he was right up there, and it wasn't somebody we were aware of.
He's had a bit of a knock to his confidence since then, with the accident,
he
however.
Did, that is so. And, of course, we got Stuart Hall again in this, haven't we? I believe so.
Yeah, in number 19, Roald Goethes March 821.
Now, this is not a car that Stuart's very familiar with, but he was quick. So we can have a 4 or 5 way battle for pole position, which is terrific. And, well, there's a happy man.
Yeah, there's Lando in race control, seeing how it all works.
That famous Lando smile, eh? It's a winner, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Got to be cool to have your cap backwards.
So, yeah, there's Marco Werner out there, obviously, with the Chrome cars. But we've got Jamie Constable in a Tyrrell 011. Martin Stretton, who was on the podium here for the first 5 years of the Historics. Martin Stretton, particularly in a Tyrrell P34, the 6-wheeler.
Yep.
But this time he'll be in the Tyrrell 012, and the car's going out onto the circuit. As you say, Marino Franchitti in the Tyrrell 012 as well. Nick Padmore, Michael Lyons as well. Stephen Brooks, Marco Werner. Who else have we got? Stuart Hall, as you mentioned, in Royal Goethes at March 821. That's a pale one. A white, mainly white backing with Newsweek on it, as well as maybe some Rothmans and ICI. My wife will have worked on that one, and also she worked on the 811, which is Alejandro Valta Chajuan, number 18 from Argentina. Massimiliano Gerardo, now that's an interesting person. He's a very keen rally driver, he was, but he's, of course, a very experienced auctioneer, runs his own auctioneering company, and will value every single car going around here and knows exactly what they're worth and how much damage is being done to them.
Fantastic.
Michael Cantillon is here. Sahil Ayari, of course, in the Ligier JS21. Michael Cantillon in the Williams FW07C, one of the earlier cars. And those are the ones, those are all the drivers we'd expect to see doing well. There's quite a few Williamses, actually. There's some FW08s, of course, which won the championship in 1982 in the hands of Keke Rosberg, who, of course, lives here in the Principality.
Yeah, that Stretton car, there's quite a big blurb on it in the back of the garage. It was driven by so many different people. And you would have heard Henry follow Formula 1. Michele Alboreto, Martin Brundle, Stefan Bella drove it. Danny Sullivan, Stefan Johansson and Mike Thackwell all drove that car in period. So quickly we'll see who's going to be on the pace. And of course we got the story of Ken Tyrrell, Bob, which you know well. Not the Ken Tyrrell that founded Tyrrell Racing Organisation, but another Ken Tyrrell. But the other Ken Tyrrell knew the racing team. The original Ken Tyrrell, yes.
Yes, quite a story of that, actually. In the mid-50s, a father's friend of the American Ken Tyrrell and boss sponsored Tyrrell in 1985 with his motion systems company. He spent the whole of the 1985 Detroit weekend with Tyrrell, the American Ken Tyrrell, even hanging out the pit board to Martin Brundle during the race. And then Ken Tyrrell, the English one, arranged for the American one to have a Jim Russell course at Snetterton. Then he progressed into Skip Barber, etc. He raced in the SCCA Sports Car Championship, Old-Timer Grand Prix at the Ring, introduced himself to Martin Stretton and set out to find a Tyrrell. What else could he possibly race?
It's absolutely wonderful. You did mention the six-wheel Tyrrell. Of course, two officially licensed new ones have been built relatively recently. I know one's for sale.
And we've also got out there, I think, a Lotus 81, haven't we? Or the 88, which is Nick Padmore in the twin chassis car. It had twin chassis. One handled the mechanical side of things and the other handled the aero side of things. And the idea was to make the two of them work together, but the FIA didn't like it.
It got quickly outlawed, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. And so they were able to modify it, though, into a single chassis car. And Ken Tyrrell, this is very, very provisional because it's the first flying lap, but the later Ken Tyrrell hung out the pit board to the Tyrrell cars when he was a teenager, is currently fastest, but that won't last for long, I can assure you. And Stratton goes fastest now, but let's give it a little while. So Marino Franchitti was a little bit diffident about jumping into the seat that was made for his right down the pit, made for his brother, but he did a very good fist of it yesterday. We'll see how he gets on then. Lots of fast race cars out there. It's a very heavily subscribed category, this.
Stuart Hall in the March, which was run by the Ram team. John McDonald and Mick Ralph ran that car. Guy Edwards was involved in that one as well.
They went on to build their own cars, Ram cars.
Yeah.
Jonathan Palmer, the Brands Hatch and many other circuit owner race for. I think you'll see that Padmore's already onto a quick one. Hope he's got a bit of space to make it work.
Trying to warm up the tyres, number 19. I need a D-Coke.
Yeah.
Stuart Hall in that car, of course.
I think this is probably the most competitive. It's the fastest race of the weekend. I think it's also one of the most competitive.
Well, let's see. Williams is again, of course. And we've also got the father and son, Dansembourg, from just south of Brussels, southwest of Brussels. Both of them counts. Count Christoph is the father and Werner is the son, and they're both out in this field. Christoph in a Williams FW07C and the Werner, the son, in a Brabham BT49D.
Christoph had a lot of success in the Legends, Le Mans Legends sports car series in a Lola Aston Martin. Won lots of races, seen him win at Silverstone. And at the moment, it's the Dansenbourgs. The McLaren has gone backwards, and that's Mark Higson. with a louder helmet on, I think.
Well, that's at the chicane, facing the wrong direction, but he's just doing a 3-point turn.
Yep.
Hopefully he'll be able to start. No one's appearing, so he can restart. That's good.
So Werner, the son, Dansenberg from Belgium, in the sublimely, one of the nicest looking racing cars I've ever seen, I think, in the Brabham BT 49D, designed by Gordon Murray, but Bob, getting in a bit of trouble there. Are we seeing it now? What happened?
It was just the driver braking, and he lost it under braking. Of course, there's a bit of a bump at the entrance to the chicane, and you could just get unweighted on that bump and lose control. It's no disgrace. A lot of good drivers have been that way. He goes into the pits. So we've also got Nicholas Halusa out there as well. So quite a number of drivers just waiting for some quick times. We haven't had any quick times, and we're 7.5 minutes into the session.
Yeah, as we said, a lot of cars out there. I think they've got to try and find a space if they can. Werner Dansenberg has come into the pits. Stuart Hall is now shown in second place. But the 3 chrome Lotuses, all slightly different, 82 and 83 cars mainly, they are still looking for it. They're not really featuring yet, which is a big surprise. We'd expect them to be right up there. So
full course yellow.
Oh dear. And Marco Werner was on a quick lap as well. Marco Werner, the 3 times Le Mans winner with Audi, of course, both in the R8 and in the R10 in the diesel. He won with both petrol and diesel. Talked about him earlier in the day. Huge enthusiast, built his own Formula Ford car when he was a kid. Later finished second in the German Formula 3 Championship. Formula Opel, he was second. So everybody just filtering round now. And 16 minutes left, Bob. Clock, of course, hasn't stopped.
Still not really major times, really quick times yet. Green flag, I'm not awfully certain what that was about. Didn't notice anything on circuit, but we are racing again. We're up to speed, which is good news. And Stuart Hall leading them around. He's second fastest at the moment. But, as I say, no really representative times. But he's certainly at the front of the queue of those who are going to set quick times, particularly on this lap.
Well, that's great, as he's got a bit of space in front of him. And I'm sure Stuart gets stuck in. He's been racing since he was a teenager. His success at Le Mans in the past. And see what sort of time he can do.
Marco Werner set a very quick time in the first sector on the previous lap before the full course yellow was imposed. So that was going to be quick, but he wasn't able to complete the lap. So hopefully now he can do so.
I was talking to the team that they're called FR Racing, actually. They're the team that, basically the team that built those 6-wheel Tyrrells. And one of the mechanics I know said, you got this kid Werner, the son, he's really quick. And we didn't see it yesterday in practice so much, but here, he's right there, isn't he? Werner Dansenberg. I mean, you look at his sector times, he's pretty well on it. Back in the pits now. Stuart Hall, though, I think is heading towards a pole position time. We're certainly going to put it on the provisional pole. There's Werner. We got another one stopped. In a really tricky place.
Yeah,
that will screw up Stuart Hall's lap. It'll screw up lots of people's lap.
That's a Williams, and this is.
It might have been Cantillon, actually.
This is happening a little bit too much, isn't it? Every time we go green.
Yeah, and Padmore was on a quickie then.
Yeah,
Padmore went fast.
Here it is. No, that's not him. And he just gets a little bit wide, and thankfully nobody hits him. Everyone goes across the curb. But I'm still not certain who it was. One of the Williamses, as I say. Number 28.
Cantillon. Yeah, that's Cantillon. the Irish colours on his crash helmet.
Yeah, well, that's his second drama in 2 sessions, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And they got a full course yellow. But the clock, of course, keeps ticking to leave less time for these the hot shoes there to get in. I mean, at the moment, Nick Padmore's down in 15th place.
Yeah, Michael Lyons in 19th. Now, what are they going to do about him? Because he's sitting there. The car's completely undamaged, as far as we know. The crane of Damocles hangs over his head at the moment. So possibly they're going to just crane him out of the way. But at the moment, the marshal's just waiting to make sure everyone knows that the car is immobile in the middle of it's the exit of the swimming pool, the exit.
See, the times just changed a little bit, though. So Stuart Hall showing fastest now from Marino Franchitti.
Yeah, well, maybe there was a little bit of a blockage.
Yeah.
We weren't getting times because it's Hall, Franchitti, Stretton, Halusa, then Werner Dansenburg, then Ken Tyrrell, Werner, Brooks, Van Eerd and Christoph Dansenburg. Because all of a sudden, as you say, we got those times.
But we haven't got a representative time from Michael Lyons yet.
Just trying to push start Michael Cantillon's Williams. And he, of course, wants to be push started. He doesn't want to get out of the car, but now he is doing so. And the marshals will remove. That was I thought they were going to crane it away, but obviously it didn't happen.
So in 11th place in this car, in which started the season so well, and a victory in Paul Ricard. Not so far from here. And I thought they could have wheeled it round the back of there.
Yeah.
Are they going to crane it away? They're ready with that. I think sort of a minute after they've hooked it up, we're going to be off again, aren't we?
Yeah. 11 minutes still to go there. The clock is actually continuing to tick down. So they haven't stopped the clock because it's still a full course yellow. It's not a red flag.
Up it goes. Dangles above the circuit. And
just pop it over the arm coat. And down it comes again. So we can pretty much go to green again almost immediately with 10 minutes and 20 seconds remain.
Effectively, they might be able to get 4 laps in, 5 laps perhaps.
Should be at least 5 laps. Yep, there we go. We're going green. Back up to speed. Let's hope we don't have any more incidents.
I think we've got 2 of the chrome cars together. That's Marco Werner leading that little group. Maybe you ought to walk up to Casino Square after this, Bob, and have a little look what they did to that garden there. They've obviously got some sort of exposition or something going on. But and I did think for old time's sake we might just pop into the tip-top bar. Or is that...
For old time's sake?
Yeah.
Gosh, who might we find in there? Still having a demi.
Yeah. Oh, no. So yet again, that's the
this time it's
Sahil Harari.
Sahil Harari in the barrier at San Devot. Oh.
This is just not working well, is it? Nobody can get a lap in.
No. And he just turned in too quickly and into the barrier. Don't know how badly damaged it would be. It was reasonably soft.
It could have damaged the left rear suspension, couldn't it, in an incident like that? It went in relatively hard. See if he can drive it away. And again, clock ticking away. And can they not push it back up there?
They haven't actually put out a yellow flag. It's still green flagged at the moment. So I think there's the crane there. They'll get it craned away pretty rapidly.
Yeah, but I think we're down to probably only 2 or 3 attempts at a lap, aren't we?
Yeah.
So a bit of a stop-start session.
There we go. The marshal signals. It's all hitched up, ready to crane it away. Just need to get the marshals off the circuit and the yellow flags can come in.
Yeah, I think that says lift.
And Sahil Ayari as well.
Yeah.
So just push it away from the barrier as well to make sure you don't do any more damage to it. And
that one's not quite so well balanced.
No, it's not, is it? This is where you discover how well your car is balanced. Lift it away and onto the little platform that's there, specifically for cars that have ended up in the barrier there.
And many have over the years.
And they have, yeah. Right. Yellow flag goes in.
Let's have another go, see what we can do with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
And again, we're looking for some fast times from Michael Lyers, down there in 19th place at the moment.
Yeah, that would make for an interesting race for him.
Would.
And for all of us. So Sahil Ayari out of it. He's back in 25th place. So it's going to be an interesting little race for him.
And the Surrey racer, Nick Padmore, all that experience.
Sussex, if you don't mind.
Sussex, oh, you're just on the other side of the board. Yeah, you're absolutely smart. Hazelmere, is it?
Horsham.
Horsham, right, yeah. So it's really getting a bit squeaky now, isn't it?
Yeah.
With effectively people out of order. So I'll tell you that William Donsenberg coming again with so little time. I'm surprised he's, when I say William, I meant Werner. Surprised he did that with so little time left. And Stratton still looking pretty strong. Man has won here 24 years ago, did we say, the first time. He was a winner at the very first race. The man they call from the Midlands, Mighty Mouse. With the Tyrrell being driven by virtually everybody, as far as we could tell.
That very distinctive green helmet on Martin Stratton's.
Can't miss that, can you? Of course, he got a race preparation business as well, has Martin. Yeah. And smart operator.
So here he comes. What's this going to be? We need a lap time in the 1 minute 30s or beyond. Stratton goes 1:32. Werner goes 1:32. Stratton goes 1:34. Apologies. Lyons goes 1:32. Padmore goes 1:33. 5 minutes to go. So the Chrome cars slot into second, third and fourth. Stratton in fifth. Franchitti sixth. Halusa seventh. Then Toriba, the Japanese driver, in eighth place. Matthew Hazel in ninth. And Steve Brooks in 10th. Stuart Hall still out in front.
Bit like a Formula One final 5 minutes, isn't it? This. Yeah. So Stuart Hall will see if he can hang on to the pole. Yeah.
Franchitti there just improving his time, but I don't think he improved his place. So he went ahead of Stratton possibly in 5th place.
So it was Werner who won this one last time from Padmore. Lyons won it in the past, as we said, with Cantle on second actually that year. But yeah, this is the final few laps and Werner really pushing hard. He's after Stratton, look. I wonder if he can find a way past Martin Stratton. Let's see what this lap time is from Marco Werner, 3 times Le Mans winner. And he crosses the line and stays second.
1.5 seconds for Marco Werner behind Stuart Hall. Stuart Hall's got to have something wrong with his transponder. It's not working correctly.
Right.
But in the Sector 1, we're getting some very strange times. But good times in Sector 2. But Stuart Hall still fastest from Werner, Lyons and Padmore. Then Franchitti, Stretton, Halusa, Mark Hazel in 8th place, Jamie Constable 9th. And Yotaka Toriba in 10th place ahead of Leone. Then Christophe Dansonbourg. But improvement there from JB Constable up into 6th place. Less than 3 minutes to go.
Now, can anybody else do something about Stuart Hall? Werner's out. Werner and Lyons did not get a fast Sector 1. Don't think anybody's going to do it this lap, Bob. Maybe they'll just sneak one more lap in after this. It might all change. As you say, we're not sure about Stuart Hall's times now because the computer is doing something rather funny, saying that Sector 1 was 9 minutes, which obviously it wasn't. And Franchitti looking pretty racy now with a very quick Sector 1. Not fastest overall, but I think Franchitti could move up.
Ken Tyrrell is into the top 10. The American Ken Tyrrell in 9th place at the moment. And again, that's a rather strange time as well. It suggests that they're having problems with timing rather than just with Stuart Hall's, because we didn't see the rest of the lap. And of course, we all of a sudden got a rush of times going through as well. Number 27 there, another ex-Alan Jones car. That's Toriba, the Japanese driver, currently in 11th place. 1.5 minutes to go. Hall still fastest from Werner, Lyons, Padmore, Franchitti in 5th, Constable 6th, then Stretton, Halusa, Tyrrell and Hazel. That's the top 10. I'm not sure what's happening about Hazel's time. I don't understand that at all.
I'm sure they'll sort it out. They have backup systems, don't they, for this?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if Werner's having a push at the moment. Not seeing any purple sectors at all, are we?
No.
In this stop-start session. I thought we might now, but clock ticking away with just a few seconds left of this practice session. And all the action for today. All Stretton locked up then. Went in a bit too deep, but saved it.
Stretton improved his time on that lap, but not his position. So in 7th place. Werner, we don't know about. We'll wait and see. Werner in 2nd place, Lyons 3rd, Padmore 4th, still that same order. Franchitti 5th, and Constable in 6th.
Lyons has made it to the pits now. We don't have a proper time now for Stuart Hall, but we're pretty convinced he is on the pole.
And the checkered flag is out.
Yes. So hopefully they'll sort that out. We'll see exactly what the proper time is for Stuart Hall. Obviously something wrong with his transponder. And Werner's still on a fly, you know, Bob.
Yeah, this could be a quick one from Marco Werner.
I don't know how much space he's got. A little bit, I think. Werner, the winner last time this race ran 2 years ago. There's the checkered flag waving. We haven't even got a Sector 2 time for Werner yet.
So interesting to see exactly how this works out. But Stuart Hall, well, he's going to have a target on his back, isn't he, with all those chrome cars behind him?
It certainly is. And, yeah, no, Werner is not going to pip Stuart. Middle sector, relatively slow.
Whew.
But we don't have a proper time for Hall. We're pretty convinced he's fastest. But we don't have that. And Werner, 1:32.153. And
quite a few drivers in the 1:33s, aren't there? As you mentioned, it's all pretty close together.
Going all the way down to Martin Stretton, aren't you?
Yeah.
In 8th place.
Yeah. And then only, 3/10 back to Mark Hazel in 9th. A bit more than that, 1.2 back to Nicholas Halusa in 10th place. And then Christophe Dansenbourg in 11th. But at the moment, as far as we're concerned, it's Stuart Hall fastest from Marco Werner, Mike Lyons, Nick Padmore, then Marino Franchitti in 5th place, Jamie Constable in 6th, Ken Tyrrell in 7th, Martin Stretton in 8th place, 9th is Mark Hazel, and 10th is Nicholas Halusa. That's the top 10. Christophe Dansenbourg in 11th. The Japanese driver Yutaka Toriba in 12th place, and then Leone in 13th, Steve Brooks in 14th, Thor in 15th place, and then the rest of the field. Mike Cantillon will start in 18th place after that spin. That's going to be interesting. That's going to give him an entertaining afternoon, isn't it? And we'll see what he can do from there. He's very much a fighting driver, and we'll see what he can do.
Absolutely. So we'll wait for that session to see the final times, but I think the order that Bob just gave you is correct. Of course, we've got a very early start tomorrow, Bob. First race, 8 o'clock.
What?
Yeah.
I thought it was later than today.
No, first race is at 8 o'clock. It will be the A2 category.
8 o'clock. I'll have to be up before my clothes are on. Yeah, 8 o'clock. You're absolutely right. That's going to wake up a few people, isn't it? So, first race, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah, pretty long day for the marshals as well. Thinking they're still going to finish at 5:40. A bit of break at lunchtime, of course.
And they don't actually talk about any demonstrations tomorrow.
No, I think the Senna one was just for today, wasn't it? Yeah. But there is a break for an hour and 20 minutes just after 1 o'clock. Well, entertaining day, wasn't it? And lots of great action. I mean, the circuit will always provide wonderful action here.
Michael Lyons there in number 11. Third fastest time from him. Second fastest time here from Marco Werner, the German driver, the 2 JPS Lotuses. But on pole position, and I think this will be a bit of a surprise to John McDonald and Mick Ralph, this car, number 15, the March 821, on pole position of Stuart Hall. Grand job. Well done to him.
And not a car he knows well at all. It's not a car, I'm not sure if he's raced it before, but it's certainly not a car he's raced regularly. So, congratulations for that.
So this is the highlights for F1 Grand Prix cars of 3 litres from 1981 to 1985.
Yes, and it was really a stop-start session here with the fastest cars of all over the weekend. As we look down onto the casino area, and maybe in a moment we'll just have this reprise of what went on earlier. But we will see Stuart Hall, Marco Werner, Michael Lyons, Nick Padmore. But we just confirm we have actually got a time there now for Stuart Hall, which is a 1:30.762. So he had 0.4 of a second in hand over Marco Werner. But the rest of the scores on the doors, just cycling through there. And I think we'll have a cracking race tomorrow. As I said, it was a stop-start session. We didn't really see the quick boys getting 2 or 3 laps in together. Sahel Harari, well-known French racing driver, he unfortunately binned it. As we see boats out in the Mediterranean there, others coming into the harbour. And it's this wonderful setting. And just look down at the bottom of your screen, you see the hairpin once called the Station Hairpin, but that big hotel complex. Good. So Stuart confirming that he's not raced this car before, and it's not a golf car. And I noticed he had a new race suit on with Rothmans and so on, so we must check up what the story is with that. But certainly very effective beast when it shows what a quick driver Stuart Hall still is, that he can climb into a car. Like I said, you know, he's never driven a ground effect car before like that. So we just have a reprise of that practice session. As Stuart said, a pretty difficult session, kept coming across slower cars. And, of course, a big field, 26 cars out there, but some disparity amongst the speeds of some of the runners. And there is Hall in the number 19, formerly Rothman-sponsored March. Around that tight head. But look at those curbs, Bob. Do you remember that for this circuit, those used to be curbs that are straight? Yes, this is Series D. This is Series G Formula 1 Grand Prix cars, 3 laters, 1981 to 1985. Early stages of qualification, but the man that was fastest all through the session was Stuart Hall, and staying in front of the 3 chrome cars, which last time they ran this race ran 1, 2 and 3. They had various incidents. There the Christoph Dansenberg Williams FW 07 diving through. We had cars in the pits with problems. I think a bit worried with the transmission. They had the Masters ace, Mike Cantillon, turning it around, and then we had a full course yellow.
Yes, to try and recover that car, which was eventually recovered, thankfully undamaged, but it had to be recovered and craned out of the way. Number 15 there, Marco Werner in second place, and all the time he was perhaps being held up by slower cars. Very difficult with Ken Tyrrell. And then we had in third place Michael Lyons in number 11. But we also had a little bit of an incident down there at Saint-Devote with the Ligier of Sahil Ayari. But these cars very, very nimble and agile. And around this circuit, absolutely perfectly suited. So Hall from Werner, Lyons, Padmore, Franchitti and Constable, they were the first 6 when the checker flag came out for the end of the session. Number 5 there was Martin Stretton, who has been on the podium 5 times in the first 5 events. Oh, that was so close from Stuart Hall, nearly brushed the barrier, but the checker flag came out and Stuart Hall was at the top of the timing sheet.
So a bit of a debrief going on there down in the Rofco pit. There's the harbour, and I think for now, for me, Andrew Marriott, from Bob Constantius, we're going to say goodbye, but we'll be up bright and early tomorrow for the 8 o'clock start. Hope to see you then. Goodbye.